number we're doing that. And see if we can do it. The other ones, we're going to have discussions all over the place.
I can help you with that.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that's kind of one of the conversations we'll have. So what I'll do is I'll ask Amy, you want to bring it to you if you want to start going with that, or do you want to take the lead on that? And then these two gentlemen can fill in as needed.
Yeah, or I mean, they can much know what they can make that what you guys want to do it.
Well, you have a copy of the budget for us. I'll tell you what, I'll wing it. We'll figure it out.
Sounds like
Something will work. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, once again, I apologize. Let's skip to like 15:15, another 5 minutes, if that's okay with everybody. I know we have enough for a quorum, but there's some important discussions that we had, and like I said, we scheduled it for the end of the day. There we go, perfect. And it's just people just getting out of work, so people with normal jobs. Correct. I just said we'll wait till like 15:15. Okay. I heard from Eric, and Lindsay said she's going to be coming this late too. Later.
Yes, I know Eric's coming. I talked to him earlier today.
I'm going to go check on the.
It was at 6.
Yep, okay. Thank you. You did? Yep.
We'll change it. Hey, Lindsay. So I hadn't really been aware of that.
Yeah,
I saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
But I had some jobs in Orland and Searsport I was checking on.
Yeah.
I said, well, I'm going to go up to Brewer and spend some money. So
Yeah, they're doing the roof and the porch right now.
what's that like a restaurant?
It was a furniture store.
Furniture.
Yeah, Foxhorn Furniture Gallery. But it, yeah, roof and porch going on. Getting those ready.
That's a impressive building. I haven't been in there, but from the outside, impressive building.
Oh yeah, it was. It's we could renovate the whole thing and but so the guests can stay, but it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Well, pictures I see on the commercial one.
Yeah, it's really great. Yeah.
I came up that way. I came up by Dorsey Car.
Yeah.
So I usually just take the main road and go up by the mill and then go that way. And GPS to go this way. So it's a nice sunny day. I'll take the blue way. That's where it comes out. It's right down on the road.
Yeah. It's a good time of year to take the scenic route. You're not stuck in the traffic.
Yeah.
You don't want to take the scenic route in August.
Well, I get these, I go to these sites, but the sites I try to do these once a week. So I figured yesterday was a good day to do the coastal route.
Yep.
Today's a good day to do the northern route. The other night, but tomorrow's going to be.
Yeah, I heard it's going to
Because
be.
I start out in the morning, cup of coffee, cigarette, a nice sunny day, full tank of gas, the end of the day.
Yeah, you're right there. I know, I'm the same way. I mean, they're on like, the moon is high, lunchtime. So late.
So I said we wait for 15:15.
Oh, okay, perfect.
And I guess Arizona's late.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I was like, oh, man, like, that's what we're looking for. I have to travel to
Fuel cups and have very commercial budget. Oh, yeah. Provides kind of detailed info. They want to all in the light left. They're representing from what we're dealing with there. Just one of the positions and report you if you want to. Or any highlights here, or I don't know if you had an idea of something you want to highlight or accent, or
There's a couple of things.
Then we had someone before it down, like now we realize.
This budget here.
Right. So anyway, his part of the song, I'm happy with it.
what's
The highlight is on the stage, but hopefully we'll get that.
good?
I was seeing your family in a little bit. Been busy?
Yeah, this is the first time we've had it. This is.
Chrissy's got the stomach part of it, and I've raised that.
And this is what we use.
Most of our family is Thursday. Now it's going to be a family.
Well, we'll have you meet us. So let's do this, because we don't have to highlight the information. So what if you want to do, you really say, sign, you can just put this on, and then if you want to say, well, here's discussion on that. Unless it's self-explanatory. I've definitely had the changes. Highlight changes. You submit. Unless you get cost.
If anyone needed a copy of the color-coded one, I have one.
Sure you will. Yeah. Oh, coded.
Yeah, I'm sorry that was on the computer.
Okay, where'd you get that? Where'd you get that? She had, do you have a paper?
Yes, I ran that out.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I have this one, but I couldn't, the one from, that was on our email too, right? But was there the rec
Yes,
information?
I put that on
Those are all new.
Oh, no, I meant the whole special account, special revenue.
No, that's all right, no worries. You get all set, go on with red, okay? We'll let that rip for us.
I meant it. Sorry.
I'm going to do it in the middle.
I'll ask you. Thank you.
You'll need a break.
Yeah, I just, yeah.
There's two pieces.
Just want to make sure that that's full priority, that was one of the options.
Right, that would be.
All right, so we're good. All right, thank you all very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We finally got our scheduling kind of in line here. So, welcome to the November 29th budget workshop for the town of Pittsfield. I'd like to start the meeting, invite everybody to join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all very much. We'll have just a moment of silence, if you could, please. All right, thank you all very much. So, we have the agenda this evening. It lists several things we will discuss: supplemental information requested, police department, animal control, capital budget allocations, debt service, and additionals. So what I'd like to do, we have 4 representatives for the police department and the animal control budget this evening. So what I'd like to do is introduce, we have Chief Buckman from the town of Skowhegan. I'm sorry, I hired you in Pittsfield already. A little Freudian slip there, huh, Chief?
You have a new job.
Yeah, and Chief Bell from Clinton. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming tonight to explain. They are, of course, from Skowhegan and Clinton, respectively. However, they have been very pivotal in working with this department on working up a very clean, concise, and accurate budget. So what I'd like to do is turn it over to Chief Buckman. Would you like to take the lead on this? I'll throw it to you. So what I'll ask Chief Buckman to do, he can go through line by line, provide some details, some explanations, whatnot. And if there are any questions, let's ask as we go, if you're willing to take so. So what I'd like to do now is hand it over to Chief, if you will, please.
Okay, so thank you for having me here tonight. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to help out with the PD. We have a great relationship with your police department in your town, and we're one team and one fight. So being able to help out to the best of our ability, we greatly appreciate you asking. I'm just going to go over a few of the lines that I've worked with Sergeant Carkran and Amy on in reference to what I'm seeing with my budget for Skowhegan and the costs associated with everything that's taking place right now. The 0105 personal services line, that really is going to fall on the town itself as far as paid wages go and contractual issues. So I do notice that there's I believe there's a change from 494,630 to 454,998. Looking at that line right now, I know that you are in the process of replacing Chief Bickmore with a new chief, and that may be a wage change for a new chief coming in. So I don't have much to say on that. The administrative assistant position, I guess I'm confused. I had a couple of different things. So the budget that I looked at and have made some changes on, I had her, the administrative assistant, at 5232. And in speaking with her, it was looking like we were looking to try to get it up to 55. And so in doing so, I had gone and down to 0115 part-time employment, where originally we had 31 50 for part-time employment, covering reserves and call-outs. The 3,000 for the debt program, which basically for this fiscal year would be eliminating, and then adding and training new reserves. So I felt that being able to make that change without asking for an additional $5,000 to add into the budget, we could pull respectively from that reserve account and still be able to handle day-to-day operations by doing that, which would put the administrative assistant at 55 across the board. Then,
So if I can ask you a quick question on that.
Absolutely.
Just one, my apologies for stopping you midstream there, Chief. So administrative assistant, we had on our original budget of $50,232.
that's what I showed.
Okay. And what we're showing on this budget is 49,275. Yet, okay, so was that a decrease initiated by you?
So I believe what I'm looking at is, having spoken with the town manager, she was trying to put together a budget that would be acceptable here. And in doing so, trying to save the town some money, per se. We were unable to connect on multiple occasions in reference to this budget and kind of streamline what I was thinking, what she was thinking. So I do believe she turned in a budget that she felt was acceptable, and some of it may be different. I do notice that she actually made some changes that were more than what I thought on another line. So right now, you would be correct by stating that it looks like the administrative assistant went down to 49,275.20 from the 50,232, which I was given to look at as far as the budget goes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
That was in direction of the request of the town council at the last meeting.
The 49,275.
Yes, to have a 3% rather than the 5%,
Was to bring that in line with that 3%, that's correct.
as well as the chiefs.
Okay, that was the result. So $957 less from original to what is presented here, and that's at that 5 to the 3%.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Now, they're asking for 55. If they want to just move some of these things around, are they able to do that?
That's what I presented to you.
Right.
So
That's what-
by decreasing my reserve line, or PD's reserve line per se, we're able to accommodate that change if that is how the town would like to proceed.
And just for clarification, when you say reserve line, are you talking about monies that are held separate to pay reserve officers? Or are you talking about
So
the
if you
reserve
look
account?
at the budget on line 01-15, it says
Yep.
part-time employment.
Yep.
So that part-time would be reserve officers that are working here for the police department.
Are they actually working that time though? Do we have the actuals on how much was utilized for part-time for last year? Do we know?
So I can tell you that last year, with all the difficulties that were going on with the chief and trying to recruit people here and then losing recruits after they got here, that I think that the police department did the best they could with what they had.
Yeah.
And I got to say my hat's off to them, because it must have been extremely stressful for not only the town manager but for this agency itself to try to take care of the citizens of Pittsfield.
Agreed.
What I would bring to your attention is that when you have the new chief, whoever that person may be, you're going to have leadership, which is what is needed at this PD right at this time. And once you see that leadership is back in place, you're going to start seeing officers looking to come to work.
Yeah.
That's what they're waiting on.
Yep.
I can't promise you that it's going to be instantaneous, but as a new chief takes position and starts to take control of things with the police department, the ability for that chief to recruit officers, whether it be part-time or full-time officers, should start taking effect. So you're going to start seeing the empty slots start to fill. So you're still going to need that line to help accommodate that stuff.
Yep.
Which will bring me down to 0525 for training and conferences, etc. So originally, the budget showed 9. I actually increased it to 12,640. And the reason I did that is because you are short so many police officers right now. It costs right around $4,000 to $5,000 to send an officer to the academy. We hold two academies a year. That's $9,000 to $10,000 coming out of that budget to help pay for them to be in the academy. So we needed to increase that slightly to be able to allow the new chief to do his chief's training and get things where he needs to be at, but also to accommodate the new officers that he has coming in so that he can send them off to the next academy and keep that flow going so that he can start getting fully certified officers from the academy.
So, if I may ask for clarification here, Chief, on that line item, we're seeing $9,000. You had originally submitted $12,604. I see here.
Yes.
Now, is that? And I know it costs a lot of my. Chief Bickmore and I had that conversation many times about how much that costs and having officers come in and leave shortly after. Is that number reflective of how you see the dynamics of this police department now? I know we're down one or two positions, and I had voiced that exact same thing you had about getting the leadership in here, and then people will flock.
They will, and I truly believe that that's how you're going to see things take
So
place.
is that 12,604? Is
I think
I know you're from Skowhegan, but do you see that as reasonable for where we are right now and where we expect to be?
So what I see here happening, the way the rotation goes at the academy right now, the next academy class for MCPA will start in January 2023. I'm not sure when the new chief is coming. I have no idea. But the ability for him to recruit somebody, say from tonight to the middle of January, there's probably zero chance he's going to get that officer into the academy. The slots have been filled already. So he's going to have to look at, he or she may have to look at getting that officer into the August academy class. So there's $5,000 right there for that class. The next class should start end of December time frame into the beginning of January again. So every 2 years they have 5 classes and they try to split that up. So I'm hoping to catch the tail end of that middle class that the budgeting for that will actually take place in January 2024. So the 2024 budget will reflect another officer going to a training academy to include the August academy, followed by the one that will take place in December. So you're going to see that number rise come 2024 budget because you're going to try to fill those slots. As far as the Derigo training, everything else, this is mandatory training that's set by the state of Maine. So the officers are required to complete mandatory training, online training through JPMA, Derigo Safety. Police 1 is now taken over for JPMA. They're no longer in existence. Skowhegan, we used Derigo Safety. I noticed that Derigo Safety is on there. So wise choice with Chief Bickmore switching to that because it was a whole lot cheaper. But that's an annual budget that needs to be done every year. And that's done by officers. So how many officers you have on the PD at a time. You send in, I think it's like $75 an officer for a year for that training. So that could change as you move along. And then the specialized training, again, if the new chief that's coming in, if this chief does not have new chief training that the NCJA has established for them or executive leadership courses, then that individual will have to pay for that to get that training under their belt. So I think the 12,640 was what I put down. I think that will cover the new chief comfortably for 2023.
640 or 604?
I have 12,640.
Okay. And another point of clarification, please. Of these lists you have on 05-25, how many are required as compared to desired?
I'm sorry, say your question?
How many of these are required as compared to those that are desired?
For training purposes?
Yeah.
So the new chief may get through a year without an executive training course, but I wouldn't recommend that.
Okay.
During that training course, they learn different budgetings. They learn the internal affairs portions of police departments. They learn the the paperwork side of the house, and it's very educational. I've taken 2 myself.
So these are all necessary, required, per
I would say
law,
absolutely,
practice.
especially the
Okay.
Derigo safety
Okay.
portion, because that's mandated.
Very good, thank you.
Down to line 1015, 1015, gas. We can all see how that is just hurting everybody. I mean, that's even hurting my own budget right now. I put down 17,000 based on projecting what I was believing may take place once the new chief gets here and we have additional officers and cruisers out on the street. Having met with Catherine prior to this meeting, I believe she actually increased it to 18 something. What was that
Yeah,
number? I'm sorry.
18,882.
18,882. So, and having talked with Chief Bell back here prior to this meeting as well, doing some quick math, he figured out, I'm not sure what the town of Fisco is paying for fuel, but he figured out at $2.50 a gallon with X amount of miles, he came out with around 22,000. So I don't think Catherine's far off on her assessment of actually raising what I originally had sent forward.
Okay, so you had, by your calculations, 25,000, you said?
That would
I don't see
be
on the sheets, that right?
22. So
22?
22,000 is what Chief Bell figured out.
Okay,
I originally recommended it being bumped up to 17,000,
all right.
and
So this is one of the increases you referenced before.
yep. And then Catherine actually obviously did some more checking on her own and
Okay.
increased it to 18,882.
All right, very good.
Building maintenance floors, the budget showed 450. I didn't change that. Having talked with Amy and Sergeant Cochran, I guess the floors, they don't need to be maintained other than swept, maybe a mop on them or something. Is that what you're
Yeah.
telling me?
Yeah, we're currently having new floors put in, and the new flooring does not need to be waxed, it just needs to be swept.
So you're, that 450 you want
So that 450 we can scratch or remove, or
Okay.
whatever.
all right. I wish it was a bigger line, but that's okay.
Yeah, no.
All right, thank you. So we can change that to 0 then. Rarely do we go that direction, that's why I had to ask.
Oh, taking stuff away?
Yeah,
Yeah, nobody, we don't like to give stuff away, I'm pretty sure.
yeah, we know. Yeah, Craig, go ahead.
What's that under, maybe I missed it because I was looking for something else, but under the motor vehicle maintenance from 10 down to 3? Or
So
is that an additional 3?
that's an additional 3 on mine.
So that's
So it's
13.
going to 13 is what I have down here.
Okay.
And the reason being, I just sent a cruiser in for a simple steering column issue.
Sure.
It cost me $3,000.
But child labor is way down.
Yeah, so in order to keep the vehicles running properly and properly inspected, I increased it to $3,000 to help cover those costs.
No worries. Thank you.
I'm sorry, which line is that?
So that would be under 1505, motor vehicle maintenance.
And your recommendation was to send that to 13.
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Which budget are you using?
I'm using the latest one that was sent out, and I'm comparing to the information that we had from the original.
Okay, but we don't have one with these new figures reflected, right? We're taking the handwritten one and the one that's online.
Well, that's why I asked these gentlemen to go through and highlight.
Yeah, no, I just
That's
didn't-
why we're getting detailed questions on that.
Okay, because I don't, all these numbers are different than the 2 copies I'm looking at, so I'm just struggling. I have 3 copies of the same budget,
Yep.
and it's very hard to process it, so I appreciate you
not
going
one
line
with
by
the
line,
right
but
numbers.
So what we're starting with, we have a supplemental that was emailed
Yeah,
out. That's the
I have that right
latest copy that we have, and there were some, I won't say discrepancies. There are some differences from what was submitted to what the council has to review.
Okay.
And that's what I asked, what the changes were the reasons behind it, and, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page,
Okay.
because the paperwork shows that went off.
right, that's what I'm,
Okay?
Well, some of what we have here are not what he has there.
right.
Like this
Yeah.
stuff doesn't even match what,
Right, and that's why he had actually taken the information highlighted, so he has probably 5 or 6 or 7 line items that are different than what we're seeing here. That's why I've asked to go through and identify on here.
First attempt, second attempt, is that your handwriting? Is this yours?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But Chief, anything else you wanted to?
Let's
Someone
see. Sergeant Carpenter, 2015 equipment rental. I'm looking for it. Here we go. So equipment rental doesn't have anything on there on this copy here. My copy originally was at 15. I increased it to 24 due to the cost of the tasers and cartridges. All those prices are going up. Batteries for a taser now have doubled. We just got word at the beginning of November that we need to buy all our stuff now because come January the prices were double. So I have increased that line to help cover those costs.
So, I was just going to ask, on our copy, 20-15 equipment rental is 0, but you had recommended
2,400.
2,400?
Yes, sir.
Now, didn't we have a discussion on that?
Yeah,
Last meeting?
whether we own tasers or whether we
Yeah.
rent them.
Where did we
between
leave that conversation?
Well, it was the difference between 2005 and 2015, because they both say annual contract for tasers.
Well,
20-05 says tasers annual contract.
Yes.
And then 2015 says yearly taser cost, lease purchase. So, yeah, and then we had some information that we had bought them, but that maybe we were having to upgrade.
It sounds like, because the numbers you're talking about on that, Chief, they're for rental. I mean, we're not going to own these.
So there's a few different ways that Taser operates. Number one, you can do it by contract, and I'm not sure if Pittsfield has done that with them where, you know, I contract out with Taser, cost the town $29,000 for 5 years, and that covers 19 tasers, every battery that I ever need, every cartridge that I ever need. And doing the math, it's really the way to go. But the difference is that the tasers that I believe Pittsfield currently has right now are getting phased out. They will no longer be a valid taser anymore. I believe you guys are carrying the X26. Is that correct? Yes. So those are changing out, and in order to continue to get the parts before they can figure out which direction they want to go with Taser, they need to purchase those cartridges while they're still in abundance and batteries that go with them, so
Right.
they can still utilize them.
Sure. Catherine, let me ask one question. Catherine, I know we got this budget from you. The request was $2,400 plus or minus. Why did we put that down to 0? Is there something that we're unaware of?
Yes, so after we weren't able to get together for a meeting and I got just the 2 top sheets, I knew that I couldn't put that in the budget. So over the Thanksgiving holiday, I went through all the records and put together a budget based upon the records and the different contracts we have. So with the tasers, we had paid those off, and so it would be 0, and then they were going to purchase new ones at some point, maybe through a grant.
So
So you wouldn't need to lease them under the old contract because it's over with.
okay.
Well, how did you know you couldn't send that, what he put out there, to the council for us to review?
Well, I got.
Don't we want to see what
I got
exactly what they
two
need?
pages, which I didn't even realize came from Skowhegan. It just looks like this and looks like this, so that's all that we had. And I was told that they weren't able to get together, so I went in and figured out a budget because we needed to have a budget.
All right. Sergeant, could you provide some clarification on that? Are you aware of our status with the tasers, and if we own them, is there still rental obligations for us, or are they no good anymore? We have to go to rental. I mean, can you provide clarification on this?
Yeah, I'm not real well versed on that, but I do know, like the chief said, that this model will be phased out, and I think it's coming fairly quickly. If it is within the next year, it's going to be next.
So is it, I don't mean to interrupt you, but my train of thought, I need to ask this question. So the ones that we have, if they are indeed paid off and we own them outright, there's no rental cost, will they be sufficient for this coming year for this budget?
Yes,
For
as
the
long
police
as
department?
as long as we can get the cartridges and the batteries.
Is there an issue there? Have we looked into that? Do we know?
I don't know, sir.
So I'm wondering, would that have been in the equipment, the 2005 line item then?
So when I looked at the 2005 with the pistols, magazines for the department, and having talked with both Sergeant Cochran and Amy, looks like the department is maybe transitioning to a different firearm to help try to save the town some money by going to from a 45 caliber to a 9mm, which is not a bad thing. We're actually looking at it ourselves. But the cost of that obviously is going to be, it's not going to come cheap. I looked at 2015 not as a rental per se, but as the ability to purchase the batteries and purchase the cartridges to go with that set of tasers that they currently have in their possession, so they can make it through that year, and then they can start working on figuring out which direction they're going to go with the taser program.
Okay, yeah, sure. So, some information that you might not have previous to this, and again, we appreciate you very much coming in and helping out with that. So, the pistols have already been appropriated from this year's funds, correct? We did that. We did that, yes, 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago. Yeah. And so that part should be good, as far as that's taken care of.
That's great.
Also, holsters, I believe we took care of through ARPA funds or another project that we did back in like June.
Yes.
We did vest-centric holsters, I believe, because we were concerned about the workman's comp for the belt. So if the taser annual contract, is really all that's left in that line item, that would be something that I would want to see what we actually need for that budget line item. I'm guessing that's not $18,000 for 5 officers worth of tasers.
Well, I would say that contract, if it is indeed done, that equipment rental line should be zero, as reflects.
But he did say that he needs some to procure batteries and cartridges for the tasers, which is fine. That would be under that line item.
But that was a rental unit. We own them. We would not charge buying outright something for a tool or equipment on a rental line item. That's why I went back to line item 20-05 equipment.
Right. Well, that's my question. That's where I'm at now, is 20-05 equipment. We're at $18,169. But pistols and magazines are in there. That's already taken care of.
Right.
Lights and holsters are in there. Holsters are already taken care of. Tasers annual contract, that is non-existent. So all we have for equipment supplies under 20-05 would be the batteries and cartridges for current tasers to get us through for 1 year. So I'm assuming that's much less than 18,169.
Let me ask these gentlemen here if that's indeed true, because we talk about these terms that we may have different connotation than what these gentlemen know.
No.
Chief, can you speak to that?
What was your question? I'm sorry.
Actually, what Councilor Jester was asking about with the pistols already appropriated, the holsters already appropriated, or put in process, this line item may not need to be the $18,169.
Correct.
So I guess that's
It's a possibility, but if I may, Sergeant Cochran, how many pistols were purchased?
8.
So you have 8. And does that cover all your full-time officers?
It covers all full-time, it does not cover any reserves.
And how many reserve officer positions do you have?
Right now, we have about 10 or 11.
Okay, so there's a strong possibility that Chief Bickmore, when he was doing this before, was trying to get sidearms for the reserve officers, because you don't want them sharing firearms.
So, no.
That's just a no-go. So there's a possibility. I can't speak for Chief Bickmore. He obviously is not here, but that may be why that number is where it's at, to purchase the additional firearms for the reserve components up here.
Because we purchased 8, I believe, was the correct number. We have 6 officers, including the chief, that would be accounted for. So there were 2 additional, and I remember that as part of the conversation, that we were buying 2 to be ahead of the curve. And again, Chief, this isn't a knock on you. You're only giving the information that you have, right, in a very short amount of time. But I just think that this line item is going to be one that I'm kind of stuck on for a minute, because it's a lot of information in there that.
If I may, I think looking at my glasses are all fogged up.
No worries.
Looking at 2005, which looks like, I believe the town manager may have put out, looks like she added some child AED unit defibrillators, covers to 2 firearms to be replaced, part-time officers needing the firearms that I just mentioned, along with gear, some new printers, 2 new radar guns, and a new rifle.
So, Catherine, is that, I mean, you obviously didn't make up that list, I mean, you must have got it from Chief Bittmore at some point, right?
I took it from Chief Bittmore's notes and from different items that have been purchased over the years that we hadn't purchased for a while. Now, in this category, you'll see I don't have the exact amount, so this one is new to this. So it could, I thought it could be cut, but I wasn't sure if all the part-time officers needed new guns or not.
Okay, so we have, and it's a good catch there, Chief, on the AED units. What am I trying to ask here? So that 18,169, that, unless we have it itemized, which I'm sure that's where you are, Craig, I am too, that may be more than reasonable for what is actually in there, because I know we did have that discussion before about the tasers, and I think that threw us off on a tangent on the equipment rental, and that we had bought them. And I know, Chief, what you would normally do is, you know, for the rental line, you have the batteries, everything you need, like you had done in Skowhegan. But if there is indeed no rental items on that, we'll make sure. What I'm concerned about, I want to make sure that that line item is sufficient for what you need. And honestly, I don't know if we know exactly on a per item basis what is in there. So, Lindsay, I know you probably have a question on this. What I'm going to suggest, and maybe a question will come on, let's move down the line, finish out everything else. Let's hit what we know we can hit, and then if we need to go back to here, and if we need to, let's get a little bit more detail.
I just have
one
more that I look to increase, and that's line 2530 advertising, and it has $200 in there for advertising purposes. I wrote in $1,500, and the reason being we need to get police officers here. And the traditional methods of throwing a billboard up on the sign out front, going through the academy is not really sufficient anymore. We need to get out there, start looking at LinkedIn and different other programs to try to draw officers up here to Pittsfield, and some of that costs money. So, not to mention the fact that sending out, say, Sergeant Cochran to some type of craft fair, or not craft fair, but hiring fair. I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
Unless he wants to.
But
we're a progressive police department.
yes, we are. We hit everything. But sending an officer out, or maybe even a new chief out to try to do some recruitment at different colleges. There may be a fee associated with that to get them into the door. So I look to increase that from $200 to $1,500.
Okay, that was line item 25-30.
That is correct.
I have a quick question about the reserve officer weapons.
Yep.
Did they, since they come from a different department, are they allowed to utilize those when
So
they transfer into
that's a
departments?
great question that you have. So it really comes down to the agency itself and the chief there, whether they will allow them to utilize the weapons that they've issued them from their town to come over here. And the big thing is, if you look at it, is that if the firearm is taken because of a shooting or anything else, which town is out of that firearm? Is it going to be, say, Skowhegan, because they'll let an officer use their weapon here? Now I'm out of a firearm until, could be a year, could be 2 years I'm out of a firearm until the AG's office has completed their investigation and everything's gone through. Or is it Pittsfield who issued that firearm to them? Okay, that firearm's going away, but after an X amount of time, if that officer is fit for duty to go back, you issue him a new one from your own arm to put it back on the road to get back to work.
So it depends on what the agreement is with the town.
That's correct.
So
with MOUs, like my MOU with Chief Bell here, my officers will go and assist him when he needs some assistance. They use their own body armor, they use everything. And I take on that responsibility that
if something were to
happens.
happen, you would back for them.
Yeah.
And
It's
the
not gonna be
likelihood is
long.
low, right? It's not often that they're having to compensate weapons for a year or two, right? This is a
I'm gonna knock on wood because we don't like shootings,
Right.
In police work. Unfortunately, it does happen, and when that does happen, those weapon systems are taken for forensic purposes and part of the investigation. So you could see them back, like I said, it could be more than a year before you see the
Right.
firearm.
But I mean, that's a low likelihood. Like in a year, how many times do you lose a weapon to a shooting? Well, so
again,
like
but
very rare.
I can tell you that statistical wise, 2022, when we haven't finished the year up, we are double from what 2020, 2021.
Double loss of weapons for
Double of police interactions with firearms.
right. Okay.
So those weapons will be gone for
okay.
X amount of time. So.
All right.
I think one of the other considerations too is if you're hiring a part-time person and you have some that are already here, it was traditional that a part-time officer would buy their own equipment. So you buy your own vest, you buy your own belt, you buy your own gun. The newer, when I came to work in Pittsfield, I would have worked here for free if I could have had another job somewhere because that's what you did. It was fun. The younger people coming along, no criticism, it's just a reality. They're not going to want to buy equipment, spend $800 on a gun, $900 on a vest, and buy all your uniforms. So in Clinton, I'm providing it to every officer, so I don't have to worry about consistency with the firearm, all of that. So I think part of this is providing them for reserve officers that may not have that ability. My officers have been up here working in our uniforms, our guns, our radios, all that stuff. I'm great with that. But I think there's that other piece. If you're going to recruit some officers, we're going to have to buy them. I buy my reserve, everything that I buy for the full-time guys, just maybe less uniforms because they don't need 4 and they can get 2. So I think that's a consideration too.
And the biggest thing comes down to liability. Who's going to be liable at the end, and it's really going to be the town. So you want to make sure that your ducks are in order, your T's across your eyes. That individual is going out to the range and certifying with that gun, that serial number, that stuff's being sent off to the academy, and that in the event that something does happen, the first thing that happens is they pull their training records, they pull their qualifications, they pull everything, and if everything is in line and consistent, that takes that off the table completely.
That was actually a comment I was going to make. I know Chief Bill, you already mentioned, you just reiterated, Chief Buckman, about having a comfortable relationship between an officer and his weapon. Here, try my 45 this time. It'll be the one time that something happens. I mean, Pittsfield's a sleepy little town, Clinton's a sleepy little town. Skowhegan, I don't know. But, no, I kid, but just having the officer familiar with their weapon is much more important.
Well, Catherine, good job with the other stuff on 2005 because I didn't have that on mine, and you were spot on with that assessment.
So, Craig, you had a question there.
Well, the initial part of that, right, was the using a weapon that you qualified with and comfortable with. That was part of my thing that we would obviously look at to be. And let's say that, again, we look at purchasing, we've already gone 2 above. We're at 8, so we're already 2 above what we currently have for officers. Even if we budget an additional 2, knowing what the price was this year, about $750 was our cost. So let's even add $100, and let's say inflation hits us a little bit more by March, right? And we need 2 more. So if we budgeted $1,700, even $1,800, we're still falling 90% short of that number, right? So that's $1,800 out of an $18,000 budget. And part of the problem that I have a little bit with this is one, to Councilor Holstrom's point a few minutes ago, I'm working on 4 budgets here, so I'm trying to figure out where in the heck I am at all times. But none of this is in any of the 3 prior requests. And yet, all of this gets added, and the dollar figure doesn't change $1. This is not a balanced line item. This is throw in a bucket and see what'll stick and how much it'll hold, right? And that's not the way we do things, and that's not going to be the level of accountability that we have. We are not picking on police, believe me, in any way, shape, or form. If you saw the outpouring that we had 3 weeks ago for the library, you would understand just how much we're looking at every line item across every budget.
Sure.
this is something that if these are legitimate needs, and I don't discount any of them, where were they for the last 2 months when we've been looking at budget line items, right? So, and again, I hate the idea of, hey, we have this much money, let's see if we can spend it. Right? In a town, and I'm going to go on record as saying this again, in a town that is already in the top 20, right? I believe 19 as far as full value tax rate. And what do we actually offer our citizens other than higher taxes? And it's for spending like this. So that's why we're grilling this, right? We have an opportunity to take a look at line item by line item, make increases where they make sense. I think a lot of what you're adding here makes sense. I mean, the fuel for sure, the training for sure, the changes to the vehicle maintenance for sure, the advertising for sure. Absolutely. I think that is something that we need to do because we need to make this the most attractive place we can bring people. But at the same time, I don't want them to come in here, anybody to come in thinking that, oh, we can come to Pittsfield because they have some money to just throw at stuff, right? And that's not what we want to do. So that's why we're growing it. I just kind of wanted to give that explanation.
So, if I may interject on that?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Because I hate giving money back, I can tell you that. But, having looked at what Catherine actually put down here, and some of these things are costly. So, AED units and child AED unit defibrillators.
Yep.
I don't know what your response times are up here. I know that law enforcement is always on scene for anything that takes place in the town. And if they're not currently carrying those with them, that may be something that you might want to seriously look at because you're looking at spending some money that may save a child's life. You know?
Do you
Are
have
we carrying AEDs?
Sorry.
I don't know.
Do we not? Do we have some now?
We do.
So this would be in addition to.
Well, we just had some pads that were used this last weekend, so we're in the process of getting some more, but we do have the AEDs.
Okay.
So they are being used.
Is there a need for more?
You're
More
just looking for
AEDs.
pads? You just need pads? Oh, those are like $100. They're $100 for pediatric
Well,
pads.
from what I'm seeing here, showing one AED unit and one child AED unit. So,
The AED unit is very expensive.
Yes, it's-
Thousands.
Well,
Yes.
that's why I'm asking the question. Do we need them? Are you aware that this department needs those? If we already have them, because I guess I wasn't aware we already had them in place.
We have two.
Pediatric AED.
I don't know the pediatric, we just have the adult. We need pediatric.
Usually it's pads. Like you have an AED and you just switch out the pads.
But we
So
have a couple, I know there's a couple that are set aside that Pete told me were older.
they
I
do
don't-
phase out, and so
Right.
they may not be supported
So
on
we
all
have
of it.
a couple in the
supported.
car, we have a couple in the office that Pete said were older. So we kind of set those aside. So
Does the fire department have them? Do you guys have AEDs on your trucks? So every truck has one?
No.
Oh, just one?
The department has a few, or we have one? Okay.
Eric,
And
you
you
got
and
a
we do-
question specific to this?
I have a question, specific about
Yeah.
the police department. So, we're looking at each line independently, but total, when you go back to the historicals on what we actually burned, in 2020, our budget was 750,000, we burned 625. 21, it was 810, we burned 677. This year, our burn rate right now is at 60%, it should be at like 83%. So I know if we're fully staffed, the delta's not going to be that large.
Sure.
But I still think, I feel like there's more money there than what we actually need. That's
So-
my gut feeling. Not saying I want to underfund anything, because I agree.
I
Everything
get
needs
what
to-
you're saying, and I think a lot of that you're going to find is going to fall into the personals, salaries, benefits, all that stuff that is added into the the 494,000, which makes up the majority of
The
this.
budget, right.
Right now, the town obviously is shorthanded, the PD is shorthanded, so that money is going to be sitting there until it is filled. So, we keep our personals the same for the amount of officers that we're required to have, even if we're not fully staffed at that point, because you're going to get that officer in there somewhere, and that money's going to come somewhere. So at the end of the year, if there is additional monies left in my budget that I have not used, it goes back into the town's general fund, and then I start this process all over again. But it's much more difficult for me to overextend a line and then go back to the town and the selectmen and ask them for additional monies because I didn't budget properly, if that makes sense.
Well, and I think of it maybe the other way sometimes. Like, if you don't use all your budget, did you did you budget properly? I mean, that can go both directions. I don't think it's a fault.
It
if
can,
someone comes
but
back and
I
says,
think what you're looking
"We
at
want
right now is really just the bare, the bare minimum of increases right now. And again, it's falling under the maintenance of the vehicles, the fuel lines, the cost for training, the cost for trying to advertise to get more officers here. Under the 2005, the equipment line that we're talking about, the 18,000. You're looking at a couple more firearms. You're looking at 2 new radar guns, which obviously need to go into the cruisers. I can tell you those were around $2,500 a piece.
Yep.
So you're looking at $5,000 right there just to replace those Starker radars that you use in Starker, correct? Yeah. So
Close to the 70 for the radar guns and the 2 weapons.
those numbers are going up. So I do believe Catherine's spot on with her numbers. If you want to look at, the new chief being able to manage that number for the 2005 and then remove the 2015 with the taser cartridges that I had looked to increase, he can deal with that,
Sure.
if that makes sense.
No, and that's, if I can just.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
So, I think to Eric's point, like the last place that we want to cut is in the salary, right? That's definitely where we never would want to see that cut. I think what he's looking at, I know what I'm looking at, is especially on the 20-05 line, right? So, 2020 budget, 11,000, spent 5. 2021, 13, spent 7. 2022, I don't have the burn rate on that one right in front of me.
If I may interject on what you're saying,
Yep.
you got to remember during that time frame, Chief Bickmore was not here to effectively run everything that needed to be run and taken
Understood.
care of.
Yeah.
So
Understood.
those monies weren't being put to the projects that he had planned out for that current budget.
In 2022, I agree with you. In the previous years, it's not. And something like 2 radar guns, my thought process, why wouldn't that fall under the capital expenditure budget? That's over $5,000. The expected lifespan is greater than 5 years. Why wouldn't that fall into a capital expense budget? If it's something that's going into a vehicle that's expected to last us 5 to 7 years.
Well, that's the next question I had is when we buy the new cruisers, are we putting new radar guns in the new cruisers?
They should be going in there, yes.
Okay.
If they are,
So when we buy a new car, we get the radar gun with it.
They have not been doing that.
they have not.
Because we put them in, so I know that.
Our new cruiser doesn't have one.
Yeah, at Yankee, we do the install, so we just transfer it, but I don't believe that Pittsfield has purchased that we would install, they don't buy it from us, but purchase that we would install a new radar unit since Chief Bickmore's been here.
Okay.
So they're not. A lot of departments will do that. They'll have that in that line, just like you said, but we haven't done that with Pittsfield.
I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm not trying to push it. Again, one thing that we're doing this year is trying to make sure that we are a line item balanced budget, not a general budget balance, right? And we're kind of holding everybody to the same thing. Those are my questions. I mean, if they're legitimate expenses, I think that we obviously have a need for some upgrading in this town. But we did just purchase 1 new cruiser, or authorize the purchase of 1 new cruiser this year, I believe. And so on the AED piece, I understand having them all, in a way, one in each vehicle, but how many are actually on patrol at one time? At your max.
Let me take that another step. Have the officers been properly trained on it?
Sure.
I know it has instructions. I get it. But when you're under stress, you're on duty as a police officer, which is stressful to start with. Somebody's having a potential heart attack. You're reading the instructions on how to do that.
I can actually answer that for you, Mayor.
Yeah, please.
So the officers are required to go through standardized CPR training. We utilize Ready Compare View for ours. I'm assuming you guys probably use. Okay, so during that time frame, the defibrillators are utilized, and the officers are going through that class during that CPR portion of the whole thing. So they're going through, the regular CPR that we use on the beach somewhere, and then we're also going through the defibrillator program.
Do you guys do that in Skowhegan and Clinton? Do you have an AED in every cruiser?
We do.
Every single one?
Yeah, because the reasoning is I have specific officers have a specific vehicle, but you know that it's not going to get transferred around. I mean, it's in X car, that's in the parking lot, and then this guy comes in, he gets a call.
Right.
So he just drove off.
Right. What do you do?
Same.
Same, every car has one, so that's like
Every
standard practice
officer
for your
can sign a
industry.
vehicle.
Okay,
So that, because that actually helps cut down on some of the maintenance by assigning individuals to certain vehicles, and that's the only one they drive.
yep.
But we make sure those vehicles are completely equipped, side by side.
So that's
And
standard
the reason
across
we-
most police
And
departments.
the reason we
Okay.
do that is because any police officer should be able to go to my cruiser and find that defibrillator or that rifle or that shield or anything else that we may have in our inventory for those vehicles.
So, Catherine, quick question for you. You have AED units and a child AED unit singular. How many units does this line item supposedly have?
So this is the only line item I didn't have specific count from, which you can tell. So I didn't change the figure because I didn't know what the cost would be. Every other line item I could come up with.
Right, but you said you had used notes that Chief Whitmore had generated, but did he have quantities for AED units? Because, well, I guess let me follow up question with Sergeant Cochran. Do all our cruisers now have AED units?
No, sir, they don't. I believe we have 2 in the cars, and we have at least 1 in the PD, 1 or 2 in the PD, but not every cruiser has one at this point.
So to properly equip, as Scott Egan and Clinton does, not saying that we don't improperly equip, but as they have 1 per car, how many more would we need?
We have 5 cars, so we'd need 3 more.
We need 3 more AEDs.
Sir.
So I'm not familiar with the price on these. Chief, are you?
Yeah, they're like between $1,200 and $1,800 a piece for a unit, not including pads.
So let's take the low line of $3,600 just for the adults. The child one's going to be
Well, no, you just buy
different.
pads, it's the same.
Oh,
AED,
okay,
just
all right.
the pads.
So we'll call that on the low end $3,600.
Yeah.
We had $2,500 a piece for radar guns, so there's another $5,000. So there's $8,600, and we figured 2 weapons at $750 a piece is another $1,500.
Need
So
pads.
that's $10,000 right there.
Yeah.
That's 10 grand, and that doesn't cover the rifle. It doesn't
Or the extra pistols.
honestly, and I'll reiterate what Chief Buckman said. I think that money is very close, but Craig, to follow up with you, I am concerned that this is kind of, here's a number, we need breakdown on that.
Right.
I would probably feel comfortable voting on this as is, because we have a lot of horsepower in here that can say this is real and reasonable. And given that I've gone through this process numerous times, I kind of understand what your requirements are. But I am concerned that we don't have specifics. And no fault of anyone, because Chief Bickmore wasn't here to follow through with it. He obviously had ideas what he needed, didn't have the proper information. So what I'd like to do, if the council's not prepared to vote on this budget, well, this line item, we got some more things to do along here. We can probably push that to the next meeting, specifically that line item. So what I'd like to do, is there any questions, specifics on the other line items that we went through, Council?
Just for Catherine, did you kind of project out that you're only going to have 2 officers for 12, 2 for 10, and 1 for 9?
Yes, the
And
council.
subtracted the 35 grand from
Yeah, the council had asked that we look at the labor, because we were not going to hire all the officers on January 1. Now, once the
Right.
chief comes in, which should be relatively quickly, if all goes well, then we can start enhance the recruitment that we're doing and the word we get around, and we'll start adding officers on. So I had to come up with a plan.
Right, so-
And this is what I came up with.
Right. I mean, I can follow that, but I kind of want, what if you did get 5 people within the first 2 months? Like the February 1st, you had the whole thing staffed. Are you going to be
I doubt that that's
In
going
trouble
to
with
happen the way things are going. We
Yeah,
can
I mean, I know
increase it
it's-
if you'd like. If
No, I
there's
was,
a
I was
direction.
curious how it was worked out.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
two of the officers will be here, and then we need to hire 3 more. So hopefully we will get 2 more within the next couple of months, and then 1 will take a while. It was just an
Okay.
estimate.
No, I mean, this makes sense. Better than it was.
All right, so what I'd like to do, I want to do a quick review here. So the changes I saw, correct me as we go, for 0525, that went from 9,000 to requested 12,640.
12604.
640.
640.
There you go. Thank you, Mark. Just
So,
like sick.
3640 of that. Next line item, correct if I'm wrong, we take 450 out on 1515.
Yes.
Next line item, 2015. Actually, we requested 2,400, but that got into this whole conversation here. Even if there were potatoes a cost on that, you take that, what were we at? $10,000, $11,000, add that in there. But anyway, so the next one was the advertising. You would recommend it from 2,000 to 1,500.
From 200 to 1,500.
200 to 1,500. Okay, right. Yeah. So
So you had the vehicle maintenance here to 13, and you also had the administrative assistant at 55.
right. Okay. So
And-
vehicle. Hold on here. Motor vehicle maintenance 1505.
What's the 13?
Should be 1505 motor vehicle maintenance.
13 even.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's the request. And that's $3,000 increase. And
So, can I get clarification on the
Yeah.
total of personnel services that you have? Is it what we're seeing here, which is 454,998?
So the one that I had received was 494,630.
Yep.
Right.
That's what I had, yeah.
And then I have a separate one that was, I believe, the town manager had completed and turned in. It shows 454,998. Again, whatever agreements with the new chief that has been made, that's between the town manager and the town as far as the pay goes. I did note that the administrative assistant's pay did go down from what I had. I showed her at 50,232, and then it dropped to 49,275.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that
Now
50,232
that was our 5%.
5% increase this year.
Okay.
So what we had done was go back to all employees and put a 3% across the board, with the exception of ones that were
Minimum wage.
very close to minimum wage when the new wage comes out.
Sure.
So we had made some other adjustments there, but that's why that number went down versus. It's not like we're taking money away. It's just
Well,
didn't add as much increase as what was.
If I can add to that then, because having sat down with Amy here and gone over what her job description is,
Sure.
it is not an administrative assistant's job, what she's doing right now. I mean, I have never had an administrative assistant who was an evidence tech who took care of all evidence for a police department, and the list goes on and on and on.
Okay.
On top of her regular duties. So we did look at 0115 for the part-time employment, which was at 3105, correction, 3150.
Yeah.
And I wasn't aware about your 3, 4, 5% across the board
Sure.
thing. But I was looking at what her job description entailed and what I think somebody should be compensated for that. And that's why I proposed a $5,000 reduction on the part-time employment to help cover the additional duties that Amy is taking on the responsibilities for.
Perfect.
Yep. So the recommendation, I'm glad we went back to that because you've gone over it first. We got kind of sidetracked, but I have a note follow up to that. Thank you for a reminder on that. So line item 0115, part-time employment 2805. You recommended 28,050. You recommend 23,050, and
No.
take that. Pardon me?
No, you started out at
Let me
Yeah,
finish up.
he started at 31,005.
So we'll go down to 26.
So it'd be
Correct.
26,050.
31.
There's so many different numbers.
Okay. Yeah, I know. It'll be different next year.
Budgets are fun. I gotta tell you.
Now we question your capability to say that. Just a joke, Chief, really.
No worries.
So that line item 0115 is now 26050. That $5,000 add to the administrative assistant line. Now, where do we start?
So we have
So we add it to the line to make that at 55.
So-
per the recommended.
454,998 plus 5,725 to bring that line to 55,000. Because that's not included in all three of these. are different.
Where's 5,725 coming from?
That's the difference between 49,275 for the administrative assistant, moving that to 55,000. So the proposal is to take.
Okay.
Yep. So the new.
Well,
But we have.
So the new personnel budget, as proposed, would be 467.23. Top line.
467,023?
460.
460.
723.
723. So how does that change the administrative assistant?
That puts the administrative assistant at 55. That's the
55
proposal.
even,
55
and
even.
that would be including the transfer from 0115 from 31050 to 26050. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. That's separate and apart from that.
No, it is not, because that's where we're taking the money from to be able to do that on the first line item.
Right. It requires that to 26050.
Okay, so 26050 for line 0115,
0115. 75 on 0110.
and
You have that? That was moved from
Hold on,
60,000 to
hold on one
75.
second. So the changes on 0105 is going to 460723. Is that right?
Sorry, we're looking at two different line items. What was the
I'm
next-
trying to figure out the numbers you threw out there so that we can get this 55K salary.
So what Catherine submitted earlier tonight, or when she sent this in the budget, right? Personnel services, 0105.
Yep.
454,998.
Yes.
But that still had the administrative assistant at 49.
No, I understand that. Yes, I'm following you up to there. I'm just trying to figure out what you propose these numbers to be and where the money's coming from.
So
Because it went back, I mean, it's a suggestion that Chief had said, that in that position, and it's an excellent point, because there's a lot more that Amy does than as administrative assistant.
absolutely.
So the suggestion would be to put that at 55 as suggested. That's based on professional experience.
That's right.
That money, as he had offered, was to take that out of the 0115 line item, which it's at 2805, but it was requested to be at 31050. So we need to figure that out first.
I see where you're going.
So-
right, well, again, we're working off of three different budgets.
Right.
So the one that I have-
So right now, we have in place, I mean, the request was for $31,050 for line item 01-15. We can't take $5,000 from that, because that would not leave us 26,050, that'll leave us 23,050 per the budget we have.
Chief, if I may, your intention, was that to be at 26 or 23,000?
So the budget that I had showed 3150, and that's where I did my numbers from that.
Okay.
So to put us at 26.
So what you're looking at, Mike, we would only save 2,000 off of that line item, working off the sheet that you're working on.
Right, so it would not be a $5,000 suggested off that line, it would be two, so it's still gonna require an increase above another $3,000. It's not gonna be a wash, is what I'm saying, we're still looking at an increase.
That's correct.
Because before, if we take 5,000 one line, put it in the other, perfect, but we're only able to take two from the proposed, we still need to add three in there.
And when we get down to that line item, I've got a suggestion of where we can.
We're at that, what line item you wanna go to? Oh, before you do though, Jason, you have a question? You want to jump in on that? No, I do not. Okay.
I have a question. Did you guys talk about animal control duties when you figured the 55,000?
That's unrelated to this.
Well, it's
That's coming up next.
right. It's related, but it's unrelated. I
Well,
get it. But I
it's-
figured I'd ask to see if that was part of the
No.
conversation. Okay.
unrelated to that. Go ahead, Craig.
So my suggestion would be out of 20-05. So what we figured up a few minutes ago, when you put in 3 AEDs, 2 handguns, 2 radar guns, based on the prices the chief offered us, that'd be $15,000. Rough estimate. So my suggestion would be that we take $3,169 off of that line item, and that all but covers, with the change to 0115, all but covers the salary change.
I'm good with that. I hope someone's writing this down.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, good. That's perfect. I have no problem with that, because if we keep that line item at the 18,169, we're going to put that down to 15?
Yep.
Okay. So if we make that 15,000, okay, and we take that 3169 and we add to 3169. So we're starting on line item 0115 at 31,050.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, I'm just trying to see how this Chinese puzzle is going to fit together.
I'm putting all the numbers across into one sheet, and then I'll run the.
No, I got you.
Bouncing back.
I'm not pointing at you to do all this. I just want to make sure we're all understanding what we're going to do on and make sure the numbers are reasonable. Because I agree with you. I think that's a very good option. And I'll once again thank you, Chief Buck, for bringing that up, because what he does do for this department, they've had a position.
I'm about to send her to the academy.
No. That doesn't mean you get that'll be another meeting.
Did we cover 0525, Mayor?
0525?
Training and conferences?
Yeah, 1240.
You didn't cover though the 0110.
0110.
You went up to 75,000 versus 60.
For overtime.
Yeah.
That probably reflective of the wage changes, I'm assuming.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
The other line item that I didn't see that we talked about was 30-15. So on the electronic version that I have here, 2640, crossed out at 3,500 on the paper version we were supplied tonight.
So I have 2,500 for 30-15. Correction, 2640. Well, that's not on the thing. So 2640 is not showing for phone use.
Yeah, that's what we're showing too.
But then on mine, I have it crossed out for 3,500. It says need to
Move
Wi-Fi for cars.
Yeah.
This
Need 2 more for Wi-Fi for cars.
This is the budget. That number happens to match what Chief Buckman has proposed.
Understood. I just haven't got another number.
If there are in need of 2 Wi-Fi hotspots for the other cruisers,
Yep.
I was not aware of that.
No worries.
So that would obviously incur additional costs.
And that'd be right at about $800, $400 a piece.
Give or take it.
I put this up under the contractual.
You put what?
Okay, so this change doesn't need to take place.
No, we don't need
Okay.
to change. I put the Wi-Fi.
And then the community services line, what did we decide on that? Because on one it's 2,500 and on this one it's at 0.
We got to start from this one. The only ones I'm concerned about, seriously, are the ones that are different from what Chief Buckman had proposed in that group to what we have in our hand right here.
Right, but this is what the chief proposed. This is what's coming down.
That was on your budget.
Telephones Chief proposed 2640, and it's 2640.
So how
community
about-
service, you
And the 2,500 that you're talking about right now?
25-45?
Yep, it was already here. I did not touch that.
So you intended to leave that in.
Correct.
It's not in this one that I'm looking at, the one that you have in front of you. 25-45. It's right above the community, it's right above the cell phone.
what number did you have in there?
So under 2545 community service, the budget showed $2,500. I did not change that.
So you wanted to leave
I
2,500
liked
in
it as
there?
it was.
We have it at 0.
But we still don't know what that is about, and we have plenty of money in the budget.
So I know that
But
Chief Bickmore.
before you go on, Chief.
Sure.
Catherine, if we have budgets submitted by departments, we need to see what they're asking, not what you decide we need to see.
Well, first
Because
of all,
right now, we've spent 5 minutes trying to discuss this line item. They need one line item, and if we didn't have this other stuff, we would have absolutely nothing to discuss, and we have something here that says 0. I mean, if there's reason that we need to have community services in there, we need to understand that.
well, so far from my questions from the department, I didn't get an answer on that. And I asked to have a meeting. The meeting didn't take place. I didn't realize that the Skowhegan chief had put together these figures that I got. I thought that Amy had put those together. And so we didn't have any details, so I put together a budget so you'd have details.
So 2545, Chief, can you give us an idea what that would entail?
So we have different programs, like I have different programs that I use, aligned similar to this for community outreach programs, so that I can purchase stuff for kids. I purchase food for an event that may be taking place. I know you guys have a couple of big events up here that attract a lot of attention. I know that Chief Bickmore was very well involved in those events, to include Pittsfield coming to Skowhegan for National Night Out, which is one of the biggest events in Somerset. So there's always a cost involved with that because you're trying to provide a service to your community members. And so I saw that line there. I said, yeah, I would leave that alone. I wouldn't touch that.
Okay.
That'll give the new chief the ability to pick and choose how he wants to
Absolutely.
communicate with the community.
I just want to make sure that we all have the same numbers when we're
No,
voting on it,
absolutely.
right? Because that's what we're running into right now. We have 3 different sets of
One
numbers.
of the things you got to understand is that this budget, when I got this budget from the PD, it's not like I was very involved in it. This is what the former chief had. I looked at what he had proposed and made some adjustments to that to help reflect the current times prices and costs and things. So
We understand that. We appreciate your input tonight and bringing some relevance to the discussion, right? And being able to explain to us why a certain line item needs to be there. And some that need to increase, right? We understand there are increases this year. They have to be increased. But we want to make sure we're making those moves in the right place. So thank you. There's no judgment here on that.
Okay, any specific line items, issues and whatnot? What I'd like to do is start from the top, go through every line item, what the number's going to be, just come up with a bottom dollar, then I think we'd be ready to make that.
Mr. Mayor, can we discuss
Yeah.
10 to 15 before you go through
Sure.
that?
Yep.
It's under the fuel, gasoline.
Yep.
I proposed 17,000 on there. I know that between Chief Bell's calculations and what the calculations that the town manager had come up with, I would recommend that you go with the town manager's recommendation of
18,882?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. All right, so let's do this. I'll need some brains and calculators to help me out here. So if we have, let's start with 0105. We have proposed 454,998, but we want to raise the admin assistant to 55. Now, jump in, correct me if I'm wrong, but be very kind about it.
Can I gotta jump in, right?
Yeah, please.
So, this entire budget season, we have said that we don't touch individual salaries, and we're just gonna do the 3% across the board. And I have no issue with Amy getting 55. I think she probably deserves it, but are we gonna go back and have Donnie come back to us and say, well, Dave does a hell of a job, and he's doing 3 different things, so...
We've
now
reviewed
instead
that
of-
budget already.
Well, yeah, but when we told Donnie we don't adjust individual pay, however you want it. If Dave deserves, 50 grand a year, then maybe he would have said, yeah, okay, we want to change this to 50 grand, and
So Amy,
usually we don't individualize to that extent.
I think
and we
you're
haven't
right.
done it all season.
This requires some
Curious.
additional detail. So, Amy, if you wanted to explain what you do, Chief Bell,
No, Mike, I'm not asking about what
I'm
she-
not.
do what she does. I don't.
No,
I'm not saying it doesn't warrant what she's getting paid, but that's not. Is that our position to say? Like, is Donnie gonna go? Like I'm saying, like Donnie goes back to Dave and says, "Well, you don't just do this. You do this, this, and this. So let's go ask for another 10 grand." It's like, but Donnie's never been able to do that. So why?
Let me go through this little
Okay.
exercise I have here, maybe ask some questions, because what that position involves is a lot more than what you're talking about. Amy, can you?
I'm just saying the concept as a whole. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I?
Yes. You're gonna-
Can you give us an idea what you do for your scope of work compared to an admin assistant, and maybe Chief Button and Chief Bell can provide some, why he put that in that 55?
Right, so there's two different job descriptions. The job description, administrative to the chief of police investigation specialist was what I came to. And then there's another job description with a different job title and added things that I do in there as well to explain what the difference is.
Is that, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, that's in the package that you
Yeah.
handed out, and that is approximately,
What page? Do you have page number?
I don't have page numbers, but it does say town official job description 2023, 2022.
It's like halfway through the stack.
This stack?
The stack,
Big stack?
that stack.
Okay.
Halfway through, it's got a little green writing in the top right corner. No
okay,
page number.
admin assistant.
Are there copies of that available on the table? Do you have an extra copy?
I don't, but I'm not looking at it.
So you have a couple copies here. Chief of Police Admin Manager Communications Investigative Specialist and Assistant to the Chief of Police Investigative Specialist. Are you talking about those two?
Yes. 2022 is what I was hired at. 2023 is what they were looking at changing me to.
They is in.
What Chief Bidmore had discussed before, and then Acting Chief Cochran.
Okay, can you give us, Rita's Digest version of what the differences are between 22 and 23?
So one of the things I took on was the evidence room. I took on doing dispatching. I took on, I'm trying to think now, because so many different things. Let's see. So
The items that are different between the two descriptions are in bold print.
Yeah.
I'll take time to read through now, but we wanted to change the job description to better reflect what she does. And we worked with Ms. Ruth on that. We had some meetings on it, and so we come up with a job description and just to better reflect all that she does for the department and
Okay, this evidence locker part there, is that, can anybody do that? I mean, does that require certification, training? Yes,
I can answer that for you, Mr. Mayor. So, yes, there is a certification that needs to take place in order to be able to be a custodian of evidence. Along with that, one of the things I would like you to think about is that any officer can do that. Any officer can do that. What I looked at was the pay, contractual-wise, that your officers currently have right now, and what her pay is right now, and who was cheaper. She was cheaper. And that's why I made that recommendation, because you're going to be looking at an officer who, even at time and a half, that pay is going to significantly increase, whereas she's not going to be doing that on an overtime basis. She can do that while she's in the office working. So that's going to save the town a significant amount of money.
So how did we do that before? Sorry.
You didn't.
How did the town handle the evidence?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know how they did that. I know that I have sent my evidence technicians up here to assist Chief Bickmore when he took over the department. There was a lot of issues that were brought up, and then Chief Bickmore started to work on addressing those issues. I believe Amy became a solution for him to try to get that evidence room under control. and back in order the way that it should be maintained.
Is there necessary separability from the chief of police to control of the evidence locker?
Yes, as a chief of police, I would never touch that evidence room, not on your greatest day. I'll walk in there with 2 other officers, but other than that, that is it. You have assigned personnel to that evidence room. They are the only ones that go in there and remove evidence or put evidence in there. They log it into the system. They know where everything is at, so it shows a chain of custody going through. And the more hands that you get on there, the more abilities that something could go wrong, and then you lose your case.
So just so I'm clear, on the evidence locker, how that's handled, you said officers could do that.
Any officer can do that.
Any officer can do that. It has to be the same officer, the only officer. I mean, they can't switch off week to week. And bottom line was, it had nothing to do with regulations or procedure. It just came down to dollars and cents.
So with an agency this size, so I have 2 evidence technicians. Both of them are my detectives, my detective sergeant and my detective itself. And they handle my evidence room. They work different shifts throughout the week. So one's working Monday through Thursday, the other one's working Tuesday through Friday. So that we have a detective on duty at all times, but an evidence technician who is in the office Monday through Friday, which is what you have right here with her. Because I have that manpower to be able to do that, that's how I handle it. With her being in the office Monday through Friday, you have that person who can remove evidence for a case that needs to go in front of the court systems in Skowhegan, or the court has said, hey, you need to give him back his firearms, his money, his drugs, whatever. And you will have that evidence tech right there at the front desk who can make that happen. Whereas calling an officer in off duty, now you're looking at overtime. The list just goes on and on. So that's why I was looking at her as being that evidence technician, because I think it would be a huge benefit for your agency.
So this increase in pay is covering something that's absolutely necessary. It's not a convenience. It's
Now, you
absolutely necessary.
need to have an evidence technician. If not, there's no reason for you to have an evidence room. There's no reason for you to make arrests. There's no reason to seize property. If you don't have an evidence room and a technician who's certified to run that room, your cases will be thrown out of court.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Jason, go ahead.
Thank you for that explanation. That's excellent. I did not know any of that, but I guess I would say, instead of increasing, the admin assistant $5,000, that we actually put in the evidence coordinator or whatever,
Technician.
technician, evidence technician as a different line item. That it can be Amy running both of those positions, but if a council comes in here, or a resident of Pittsfield looks at this and says, "Well, why is the admin assistant getting paid that much?" Well, she's getting paid this much for that position, and then she's getting paid that much, like we do with Donnie with his multiple hats.
Or change the title to
Or
reflect
change
the
it.
new duties. So
Right.
Well, actually,
Right, but you might not always have the admin assistant doing those duties
Right.
because she's certified to do it.
Right.
But if she up and leaves, the next person might
right,
not be.
and I mean you can adjust that at the time. of
Right.
hire.
Well, yeah, I understand that.
But right now, it's a valid point. And I understand what you're saying.
It's just-
because I think we're very fortunate to have someone of Amy's caliber
Right.
going on here and doing this stuff. Because I guess I was unaware of the evidence locker situation. Doesn't matter. It's in the past. And move on forward. But I think that's why we have this. I think this is why Amy tried to give us this
Changes.
on the number 16 on page 3 of 5. So, given it may be a person-specific job description because it fits, and I think we're very fortunate to have 2 in 1. And we may have discussions on the next budget item per your comment, Lindsay. But we can certainly do that. I think. I'm open to that if you wish to do
Well,
that.
I mean, it's.
Given where we are right now, we have one person that will do
Yeah,
both. Let's have the budget reflect, and if in the future that we feel we ought to break it out, and
Right.
like you said, Donnie would be a perfect example. He wears a bunch of hats, but he gets the one paycheck, but it doesn't always reflect in the budget descriptions. Go ahead.
I just want to say, I hope all departments are advocating for the people like that. Because we're setting a precedence that you advocate for your people, they're paying for all their different duties and all the different hats they're willing to wear to help this town out. And I hope that all departments are doing the same thing for their people.
So I can bring in other librarians then and advocate, because I mean, that's what this is. You know, they brought in Scott Keegan to
Well,
advocate.
having an additional librarian is a little different than, having a legally required evidence technician.
Well, that's.
Well, is it?
Yes, it is. It
We are
is very, very much
social
so.
workers also at the library. You realize that? We're social workers. And I also
Which is-
supervise people.
I
I'm
think
not
Mike,
asking
this
for a
is back to
raise.
my point. Making two different positions, have Amy do those two positions. You're not giving Amy a big raise, she's just doing two jobs.
Right, let's do it in the next budget. Right now, we have a description that fits the person we have in place right now.
Well, no, you don't.
Right there.
All it says is she's an admin assistant, so she can stop doing all the evidence stuff if she wants.
That's an
Chief
operational.
of Police Administrative Manager, Communications Investigative Specialist.
Not in my budget book.
If there's an operational leadership change that needs to happen, we would support that. It makes sense. I think this makes sense. I have no issue with it. I
Right.
think
It does
that
make
to the
sense.
point of other departments starting to come forward and do the same, I think that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about compensating someone for 2023 that's appropriate for that role, and it's
Right.
justified. And so I think and we're going to talk about other duties that may also be assigned to her that are going to save the town money in the coming year. So I think it's all going to come out in the wash. I think we
So-
should move on.
So you want to change, on this contract, we have admin assistant, administrative manager? I mean, that's what the job description is. I mean, if we're talking about changing a title, we're good with numbers and why we
All
are.
right, we're good. We're good. I think you need to change the title.
I'll take suggestions.
I'll go with Jason. You need to change the title.
What is your proposed title that you guys have modified the description to be?
So my job was administrative assistant to the chief of police, investigation specialist. We put on there
Investigation.
chief of police administration manager, communications and investigation specialist.
Put that. Sounds good.
Yep. Change that, personnel services.
Yeah, sounds good.
That's all it is.
What's that with that, Kevin? So under line item 0105, admin assistant, COP, administrative manager, comms, and investigative specialist. What the job title?
It's the longest one I've heard.
I know, but
It's not gonna
it's
fit.
accurate and
It's a good acronym.
it
What's a good
describes
acronym?
what Jeff does. Heather, you had a quick question on that?
I guess I'm just a little concerned that the council has different rules for different departments and different ways of approaching personnel issues. I've heard statements about, we don't give merit pay, we don't do across the board raises. Numbers are just plucked out of a hat for some of these things. The town manager came to you with 8% raises across the board because that was based in cost of living increases for all employees at all levels, and then
Which are not a requirement.
No, it's not. It is not.
Okay.
So it was knocked back to 3, just a number plucked out of a hat, no reason given for that. Some of the employees are getting it, some of them are not.
All the employees are getting raises, cost of living increases.
The town manager as well,
Yeah, 3%.
because that was not my impression from
Can
the
we
discussion.
talk about
So
the
I'm going
police budget,
to
please?
talk about this too. So there's already a 3% increase built into this for this year, the 29 to 75/20, and then you're talking about another 15% increase on top of that, so an 18% increase for that employment position, which is only about $1,000 less than one of your officer pays.
Covers
And
actual
you're
duties.
heading into negotiations with the officers. So if I were an officer, I would be looking at this and saying, hey, that admin assistant that is sitting in the office doing admin things, not with the training, not through academy, not with all the training I have and the danger and all the stuff. I'm out in the car, why am I only getting paid $1,000 more than an administrative assistant in the office? If I were a police officer, that would be how I would be advocating for my negotiator to approach the town. And so I think that it's setting a huge precedence. I agree with Jason, it's setting a huge precedence for people to write their own job descriptions and say, I do more jobs and this is, I want more money for it. And there's a lot of people in this town that are doing, for the town services, that are doing more than just the jobs in their job descriptions. There's a lot of people that are cross-trained. There's a lot of people that go above and beyond their job duties, and their pay does not reflect that. And
Okay.
the council, to this point, has not been open to evaluating that.
Okay, thank you. So, Chief, can you expound on that once again, on the requirements we have for evidence locker? I mean, if you would, please, I appreciate it. I don't know if that's completely understood in this room.
So you need to have a certified evidence technician who is in charge of your evidence room. That individual, or how many are assigned to that, have gone through the training, are the only ones that can go into that room and store evidence and release evidence from that room. Right now, she is the person that you're doing that at. When I looked at the budget and the increase for the responsibilities, I looked at the overall thing, and I did reflect on what the officers are making and what their job description is and what they're doing. Trust me, I deal with that every day. But at the end of the day, she's in the office Monday through Friday. If I was the chief here, I would not be paying anybody overtime to come in and handle that evidence room because she's making her base pay and doing that job. Yes, it was increased on the budget line, but overtime for an officer right now would be in the $40 plus an hour range with what their contractual statements are right now. So I saw that as saving money here because the new chief would not have to send somebody else for training. She's already got it. She's already certified. She's already doing the job, and they don't have to train anybody else to go into that room and do what she's already currently doing. So I just saw it as a money saver, quite frankly. That's how I looked at it.
And it's, just to clarify, it's not anything that's convenient because it's kind of neat to have. It's something that by law we have to control evidence.
I can tell you
by
right
that
now,
way.
an evidence
I think
room-
you had mentioned if we don't have that capability, why do we have officers that can make arrests?
The evidence room is a major piece of any police department, and if it is not run properly, your police department will fail, your police officers will fail your citizens, because I can arrest anybody in the world for breaking the law, but if all the evidence that I have is tainted, and the defense attorney can say, who touched it? You know, you've just lost your case. Now, who's the ultimate victim here? It's the community who's going to be the ultimate victim. It's hard enough for us to get cases to move forward with the way the court systems are right now. And we fight hard every day, but to have something as blatant as your evidence has been tainted, that's a huge red flag for us, and that could follow a department for a long time before that could get cleaned up. And you already have it running right now, but it is a huge responsibility because overall they're in charge of that evidence room. If there's money missing, it falls on her. But if there's property missing, it falls on her because she is going to be the sole person who is signing for that evidence, logging it into the system, and it is tracked by the computer to where its exact location should be. If it leaves there and goes to the Maine State Crime Lab or anything else for DNA, fingerprints, anything of that nature, she has to pull that out, log it out. It needs to get to where it needs to go. They sign for it. She takes that property receipt, puts it back into the system so that anytime that there's a question on where that piece of property is, she can pull it up and go straight.
And are all of our officers trained
Like,
to do that
thanks,
as
it's
well?
good.
Absolutely not. No. I have two.
So up until Amy started doing this, nobody else could do it?
I can tell you that when Chief Bickmore took over as the police chief here, one of his biggest issues was his evidence room. It wasn't being run properly, and I know that I sent one of my evidence techs up. I know that the sheriff's office sent one of their evidence techs up to help assist that, to help get it back on track. So the moment you lapse on paying attention to your evidence room, or you take a piece of evidence and you go, yeah, I'll get to that later, you've already ruined it. So, and I think maybe with the amount of the pace that the officers prior to Chief Bickmore were working here, I think maybe some of those incidents may have happened because there was evidence that they had to go back to try to find out where that came from. Luckily, they were able to put everything back together and move forward, but now we need to maintain it, and you don't want to go back to the way it was.
How do you get certified?
You actually have to go to school.
What is
The Airfield Safety Opposite, which they're already involved with, the Maine Criminal Justice Academy Opposite. I have my officer certified through North Carolina, so he's internationally certified in evidence tracking and technician work. So there's different levels of what you're doing. Some of the huge departments like New York City, I mean, they have civilians and they have law enforcement officers in there that are doing nothing. That's all they do. The Augusta Police Department has a full-time police officer. That's all he does. That is it. And so having the opportunity to have her step away from typing up a memo to go in there and handle something in the evidence room where you don't have to call somebody in off duty or even call somebody in off the streets. It's out there doing an investigation and stuff that they're doing. I think it's very beneficial to this town.
Thank you very much, Chief. I appreciate your time.
All right. Long-winded, I'm sorry.
No, it was very informative. I learned a lot about it. Thank you. So what I'd like to do, let's go line item by line item so that we can consolidate into one proposed budget for the police department. I'll need everyone's input on this. So let's start with 0105. Excuse me. Now, I know there's a lot of discussion on this from the original amount, so I have 49,275.20. That's actually going to be 55. So what are we looking at for the line item 0105?
460723.
460723. Thank you, Ron. The 0110. Do we have that number?
75,000.
75. 0115. That was 26,050.
Yep.
Right. Okay. And all the rest are going to be the same.
Depends on which one you're looking at. FICA is different.
Well, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's going to change. Okay, so what we'll do with what we did with the other departments, we brought the percent change the wages, and it'll be a tweak by the time manager when we get the final one. It'll be prices of a percent from what the actual is, but we'll have enough to vote on this evening.
Yeah, it was about 3,000 different between the two budgets. That's why I was saying that.
Okay, so 0520 travel was still 2,000. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. 0525, that was at 12,640.
Yes.
Proposed. 0530, 650, same. 0535, 2498, same.
Wait a minute.
1005, 9750, same.
Time out. 5:30. What do you have?
530 should be.
0530 is 2,000.
2000?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so 0530, 2000. 1005, 9750.
Yep.
We have gasoline at, okay, we had discussion on, where did we?
1882.
Okay, as written, okay. 1505, we have at 13.
Yeah.
Okay. 1510, 3500.
Yep.
1515 was down to 0. 20-05, 15,000. 20-10 at 2850.
Yep.
Equipment rental was at 0, right?
Yes.
Left that at 0. Okay, very good. Contractual 59,687. No change. 2510, 1500. No change. 2530 advertising 200. 1500. Very good. Thank you. 2545 community services 2500. Telephones for 30-15 at 2640. And 6518 to 6636 both remain at 0. Okay?
So I have
So the number
923351.
923
Yep. 351.
351.
I'll double check.
Council comfortable to vote on this evening? I'll start with Deputy Mayor Lodgedyke.
Yeah, I'm good.
Frost? Yeah, I'm okay with it. Counselor Holmstrom? Counselor Jester?
Yep.
Counselor Saucia?
Yep.
Counselor Hall? And I vote in the affirmative as well. So, very good. We have the police department budget that has been approved for $923,351 with the noted line item changes. I know there are details I have to work on for next year, so thank you all very much on that. Now, Chief, we're going to be talking about the animal control officer. I mean, you're more than welcome to stay as long as you'd like. And
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just in reference to that, because it was brought to my attention. I noticed that there was a stipend that was involved with that. I know I'd spoken with Amy about it as well. I actually hire outside part-time officers or correction animal control officers to work for me. So, but I do know that the town of Winslow puts a stipend out to their police officers to do that. They've had an officer there that has been their animal control officer, I think, for quite a few years now. He gets paid an additional, I believe it's like 75 cents an hour to be the animal control officer for X amount of hours that he puts in for the year. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Amy had mentioned that there may be some issues with the way people can be paid, I guess, and I just wanted to let you know that there are stipends out there that people are utilizing, whether it's a flat rate or whether it's per hour to accomplish that task.
okay, let's dig into this.
But if you're good with that, I will run away from here.
Yeah.
Well, if
Thank
you, are you
Save yourself.
comfortable with letting the expert go? I mean, Chief, thank you very much for your time. I know you put a lot of time in here, and I really respect the brotherhood and sisterhood that law enforcement has between towns. I know Pete and I talked quite a bit and mentioned you a number of times and how all these towns, I mean, it's not just Pittsfield, Scott, even it's Clinton, it's
We're all together.
you all have the badge, so I respect that. Thank you very much for your time. You put a lot of work
Thank you
into this, so
very much.
appreciate it. Thank you, Chief. All right, so account 05-25 on page 27. Animal control officer, we have a bottom line of $30,950. Now there was some clarification that we were looking for last time. Now you had brought this up, Lindsay. What were we talking about?
We talked about, Amy had spoken about becoming trained to potentially help fulfill the role, and thought that fit within the ability for her to do that. And we talked about asking the new police chief candidate during the interviewing process if he had any innovative ideas around how he could surround that, and he also thought that seemed reasonable to be able to cross-train an assistant if that's the direction the town wanted to go.
Okay.
So we have options, and then this stipend idea that they provide it for an officer. I know that the discussion was around our officers are not loving the animal control duties that they're being put to doing. So that was part of kind of having a way around that. So that was where we left it when we left it. So it's my recollection anyway. As a means to not pay this person that we have contracted just to fulfill the spot, who rarely is covering the calls, and we're still paying for that service, and our officers are still having to bear the burden of that. So it would make more sense to try to take some of these funds and allocate it toward the police department in some way, whether it be to adjust pay or provide a stipend or something. So I think it's definitely an opportunity.
So, I know we're, the bane of Councilor Justice's existence is 3 or 4 budgets that we're working from here, but I'm gonna go to that and use that for probably some clarification here. Amy, if you could, looking at your copy here on 0525 with the notes on there, could you share that with us? I know there's some people that I just don't have that. I mean, it's kind of last minute thing brought up here because it was different than what we have here was different than what was requested. I just want to make sure the whole idea of this is not to put more weight on you. I'm sure you're quite capable of it, but if we can work that so that we can have a saving instead of one full-time person doing nothing but that. So you can see what I'm getting at here.
not really, say that I lost you.
So I guess you're showing a savings of $7,000
Right,
compared to what we have in the budget of $30,000. So you're looking at,
because the workers' compensation, if I'm already employed, I've already got that covered, right? So, not the workers' compensation, travel, I mean, sorry, I'm gonna 520 to 2,000 travel. I wouldn't have that because the way Chief Bickmore had it worked out was I was going to use an unmarked cruiser because we had an extra one to the year instead of trading one in. That would take travel expense that I wouldn't have to get. And then advertising, they don't really advertise for the ACO. I asked 3 of them, and they said there's not really much that goes into advertising. So I took out the 200 too.
so you've got on the budget that we have, it's estimated travel is going to be about $1,950. Okay, so if you take that $1,950 and that extra $300 for advertising, you said it's not needed. So it's $2,250. So you're saying if we take that $30,950, take $2,250 from it, and give you the duties?
So yeah, I wouldn't need the mileage because that I would be using not my own vehicle, so I'm not really getting
Right. That's where I think it's going to get sticky because we don't have a police chief in place to be able to step into this. You know.
Why don't we just wait until we have a police
I
chief?
think we should wait till we have
Yeah.
a police chief.
Yeah.
We can cut this a bit
Yeah,
and then look at the options, have him look at.
How
Yeah.
he wants to run
yeah,
it. You got-
yep, all right.
I know, but that was something we had kind of talked about.
We had,
before.
but I
No,
think
but
in
y'all-
fairness, now that we have
y'all-
extended an offer, it would be up to that person, and this is a lot of money, so it's not even worth.
And people who are not police officers are not supposed to drive the unmarked vehicles per the insurance company. So we need him to look into all the options.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Does that make sense? You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, Council, how would you like to approach this? Do you want to vote on as is, so that we're covered, because this is really no different from the previous year, and this is an expected expense? I mean, there's a potential we pass this as such, and then the new chief may be able to do better than budget, and then next year it may even be less.
Yeah, whatever our actual for 2022
Where
is
is that?
so far. Do you have that, Catherine?
The individual was receiving $200 a week.
No, but what's the actual spend for this year to date?
All right, I will.
If you have it, I know we have it up through like November 1.
Yeah, I do have that.
But you have to keep in mind that's not going to include warranty force that will be taken care of.
No, but it's baseline of what we're doing now, and then the chief can switch it for next year.
Right, but we budgeted the same line item last year. You know, whether the officer did it or not, there was a budget that we made last year, and we should see costs against it. And like we talked about before, it's consistently 40% lower than what the budget asked for, and
That's
where
what it
this
is.
thing can go.
It's 44% right now.
What's that?
Percent burn so far this year is 44%.
Through October.
October.
So I'll add.
So it's going to end up at 52%.
Supposed to be, yeah.
So yeah,
So
we're
15,000.
55%.
16,000 would be a fair number.
I think you can lower it, yes, and I have the exact figure as of today. Is at 44.17%.
44. So if you go 60% of your budget,
Well, that's what it was.
inflation and any
Oh,
additional costs.
So we'll take 30,950, 60% of that, and budget it for this, and look for improvements from the new chief.
18,570.
Because if historically we put in this amount, and we're 50 to 60%, then that's money that
18,570 is the 60% of that.
18,570?
Yep, 18,570
60%
of what he said.
Yep.
of the end
Now, we
result.
do need the animal shelter services,
Yeah, you-
even at 10,000.
Well,
And I didn't get a call back, we've called 3 times.
Yeah, you gotta do,
Could be a little bit more.
You gotta do it. You can't just do it as,
It's 41% burn as of today.
no, I know, but you gotta do that for the
And that
PTO.
includes animal shelter services at $10,000.
So I think it's plenty.
All right.
It's 60%, and we're only at 41%, and we're already to December, so we only have one more month to go here.
Heather,
I feel like you're going to be handicapping the chief that's coming in, because if you are committed to a $10,000 contract and you're only funding this budget at $18,500, you're only giving them $8,500 to manage animal control for the town for the year, and that doesn't leave much room for either going with a contract position, which is a nice, straightforward, dedicated person, or going to one of the officers. And to this point, none of the officers really like doing this, because 2 years ago we tried to add a lieutenant position and then have a new officer coming in serve as ACO, and nobody wanted to touch it with a 10-foot pole. So having officers fill this role for our department has not historically been a successful way to deal with this budget item. I would encourage you to leave it as is, take out your $300 for your advertising, but have your budget intact for your next department leader to come in.
but even at this number, this line item, we're only at 44% to date, and that's been historically that year after year after year.
And there's
It was
an
convenient to have officers do it because they're right there, they're on duty, take care of the cat, take care of the dog, done. This is a necessary expense, but we've shown historically that we've never approached that.
Way over budget. Yeah.
It has nothing to do with handicapping the new chief coming in or having Amy maybe having that position, having that responsibility. Because if that was completely independent, we would still have the same discussion. We're at $31,000 requested budget. Historically, we've shown 50 to 60% of that. We have at least for last year, and probably the year before and the year before that. So let's put these numbers in more reasonable instead of all over coverage. I don't think we're going to get overwhelmed by a herd of cats anytime soon.
How many years is that animal shelter contract in place?
I go from year to year.
Is the new contract less based on what you wrote, 7880, 7882? Is that
So the problem with this is I just talked to 3 ACOs this week. Today I talked to some too. And the problem is that the place that we're going through right now isn't taking most of them. We're having to send them to a vet. So that's what they said to make sure that we're looking at is vet fees. We've got some vet fees out there that haven't even been paid because officers didn't know what to do. So they brought them to the vet because they were dying. And they're like, one is $660 that needs to be paid. Because the ACOs said they weren't doing it. Because now they did tell us we should look into another shelter, because this shelter is always refusing to take cats. It's always refusing to take our animals. So then we're stuck bringing them to a vet, which is more higher of a bill.
How can they refuse to take something if we've paid them in a contract?
Oh, they have been refusing tons of people.
How's that even possible? And why are we holding them as a town accountable?
Good question.
Because we just learned of this today.
How are we just learning about that
It's
on
just today. Yeah,
November 29th? How is that even
I
possible?
just got an email today.
Jesus Christ.
All right.
So with the vet thing, I didn't see specifically that in here, but I think we've learned now that we won't do that anymore. But even still, I think that the money, the 60% of what we've spent historically makes sense.
So was that the question you had, Amy? You had your hand up.
Well, yeah, they wanted me to address, since it makes me address that, we're running into the cost of the vet fees.
Right,
because
but we're
the
gonna
shelters
not.
are taking-
We're gonna move on to a different shelter to offset that, right?
If we can, we don't know. There's Somerset that we might look at, but I guess in the past we went with Somerset and we had to back out of that and go with this one. So I don't know if there's more of a cost. I haven't been able to check with that, and whether they'll even take us as a contract.
Can we access like more metropolitan areas like Bangor? It's cheaper to drive an animal to Bangor than it is to pay a $700 vet fee, honestly. So I'm just wondering.
It's going to
if we
depend
can
on those
access
places will accept a
bigger
contract with
places.
us.
Okay.
And if they'll take them, because some of the places aren't taking cats.
Right. But maybe we can do some research to figure out a place that would
Right.
take cats, even if it means driving a little further to offset that cost. Of
Yeah, it could be, we're looking at, they said summertime they're bringing them to Lewiston and Rockland.
But it doesn't say always they accept
The
cats.
shelter issue is an issue that's going on across the state of Maine. It's very hard to get into a shelter. We looked at the shelters over the years and tried to see if we should go to Bangor. We've been to different shelters. Sometimes you can't get in or the cost is so prohibitive. And then now we've been told about the new issues today with this shelter. So we'll look around at the shelters, and we don't get a response, and 3 times have asked for a price.
So what shelter we're talking about specifically?
Go to Waterville now.
Okay.
Humane
Right.
Society.
Have you guys checked the
Okay,
spirits plan?
so proposal is at 18,570 for that line item. Anything else to be discussed? Okay, so poll the council, account 0525 animal control, bottom line budget 18,570, Deputy Mayor Lodgedice.
So just so I'm clear, what have we been spending?
I'm sorry?
What have we been spending? Or
Right now we're at 44%. So he said, well, let's make it an even 60 for the year as compared to what last year's budget was. So 60% of the 30,950 is the 18,570.
So the largest spend we have, Pete, so far with 2020 is 17,797.
that's what I was asking. So I would be more comfortable at 20. Because you're not giving any room for, that's giving zero room for more animals. And the fact that we may be doing something with an animal control officer.
It's still $10,000 less than requested. I mean, that's another, 1430?
That gives you a little bit of a buffer.
Another $1,430.
Fine by me.
20?
Go
I
with it.
think that's fine.
Do it. 20,000? Okay. So, account 0525, closed at $20,000. So, Council Lodgedice, I guess you're in with that?
Okay.
Council Frost? Man. Council Holmstrom?
Sure.
Council Jester?
Got it.
Council Saucier?
Sure.
Council Hall?
Yeah.
Isn't it great how quick we go and we all say yes? Very good.
Well,
Thank
that's
you all. So, that takes care of the police department, animal control. So, let's, so the supplemental information, that'll be coming up as we go through the capital budget allocation debt service, I assume. So let's look at the capital budget allocations and which pile would that be, Catherine?
All right, you received
The one called capital budget allocations. What is that?
2023 capital budget allocations by taxation consideration. And so each of the capital budget items that are in the overall budget paid for with taxation
Please excuse me.
are on your second page, which is actually listed as page 1 because the cover doesn't have a number. And so you see all of the allocations that are in the budget for 2023. And we did receive from the police department the ability to cut down the 15,000 that they asked for the 7,500 for the computer service for the body cameras. So you will see that is 7,500 less than what was in the original budget. Everything else remains the same. You have the amount that's in the 2022 budget for those items that are going to the reserve account to save up, to buy items, or in the reserve account to protect the town in case there are emergencies. And of course, there's always work to do to the building. Then your next column is reserves, expenditures as of 10/31/2022. That gives you your total of the money that are available. And then you have your total with the reserve and the 2023 allocation in your last column.
I'm sorry, Catherine, is the 1031 number, is that what's left in the account at the end of the year or what the balance?
That's the amount that's in that reserve account now. And then when you add the reserve account as of 10/31/2022 with the proposed 2023, that's your last column on the right-hand side. And then all through the package, well, on their page numbers, you have information from each of the departments. And you have department heads this evening as requested.
Just wait for Mike to get there.
Gives you a chance to look in that too. And I did also put in the package, as requested, information on projects that have been completed on your 11 by 17. So the green is the projects that are completed. The yellow are the projects that the town council did not approve capital funding for. And the orange are the projects in which the money went into the reserve account, and the money is being collected up for the project. And there is some money that does come out of the reserve accounts at different times, always voted on by the town council through a resolution. So that gave you the background. And then, because I had seen the old capital budgets, I did put 3 pages in your package that showed that the town had done capital improvements back in the 1990s. I know you've done them in the 1980s, and put money in the reserve accounts just for, historical sake.
Catherine, is column Q on the big sheet the total that's in that account now?
All
Is this
right.
historical total? History total, I don't know what that means. J and Q, history total.
All right, which page are we on?
We're on the big.
color code.
Okay.
Any
on the
page.
yellow line.
Look at like
Any one of the Excel spreadsheets.
item 3. You got 35 grand, just 35 grand still, it's already completed. So is there no money in there? Is there some money in there?
All right, where are you looking? I'm sorry.
Like town office computers,
Okay.
line item 6 on the big spreadsheet, it says history total in column J, and then taxes, or whatever that means. And
That's
then,
the revenue source. So
Okay.
the project is green, so that means we can't change the capital improvement plan. So this is green, it's been completed, the money's gone, there's no money in the account.
There's
so it's
zero
spent
money.
down to 0.
Zero.
Okay, that's what's confusing, is you can't tell what's
So the
been
ones
spent.
that are green, there's no, it's been completed.
Okay.
So
The ones that
we
are
would've-
orange,
We would have spent, go
that's
ahead.
the money's in the account, in the reserve account. If they're yellow, then you never approve the monies in the first place.
But what's in the reserve account is nowhere on this. We have to go back to this page, correct?
All right, this is, on the capital improvement plan, I was asked to, tell you which items have been completed, so I
Yeah.
did do that.
That helped.
And so that's helpful. But the projects that you're looking at this evening are in your capital budget allocations for taxation. And so the totals of what are in those accounts is in the column on the right-hand side. So for computers, for example, 450563, the proposal for 2023 is 10,000. The 2022 has no money available. The reserve account has 0 as of 10/31 and as of now. And the total, if you approve the 2023 along with the reserve account total, would be 10,000. 0 plus 10,000.
Right.
So is every reserve account listed here that has money in it?
You're only looking at
All the ones that they want.
at the budget ones that you're approving
Yeah.
for the
The-
capital budget.
So you're talking this sheet, the second
Yes,
sheet
Yes. This is
of the capital budget
all-
allocations,
This
sheet
is
number
what
2,
you- this is
those are the
what
only
you're
ones,
doing
capital
tonight.
improvement, capital budget that we're.
Right. My general question was, does every account that has a reserve, does every reserve account show up here?
Every reserve account is not on this sheet because you're not appropriating money for the other reserve accounts.
Just the ones we're voting on.
Yeah, just the ones we're voting on.
I get that.
It'd be nice
But-
to
It'd be
see
good to know.
what's actually
What
in
else
those
is taken out
other
there?
Yeah, I can give you a copy of that and send it to you tonight.
That'd be great.
Yeah. It's
You don't have to do it
also,
tonight, but.
yeah, no, that's okay, I have it upstairs. It was in your audit, and when the finance committee meets, we would go over that, but we haven't met this yet.
So on this sheet 2 of the 2023 capital budget allocations, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 line items.
Yep.
So proposed budget request is a total of $192,500.
Yes, and while you were out of the room, I had mentioned that it was $200,000. However, the police department indicated that the server that they need for the body cameras could be cut from $15,000, which had been submitted, to $7,500. So I did put it on this sheet, but did not enter it into the budget because we hadn't approved it as of yet.
Servers and shiny floors, you guys rock. Huh?
Well, it probably could be decreased more, but I think that's a safe figure.
Did you hear that? You're going to decrease it more. Okay, that's good. That's good news. So, I am open to how you wish to discuss this.
Go line
Do
by
you want to
line.
go line by line, or do you want to go where you have questions?
All the department heads are here.
Okay.
Start with the people here.
Let me try to consolidate so we get going on. So this, the additional for this package, Catherine, this is the information.
Everything is in your package, yes.
All right. Well, yeah, I didn't print off all that inception stuff.
And you have extra copies up
This is me? This is where we're at?
there. Yes, yes.
You do have an extra copy?
All right, I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and let's start with the police department. Let's look at budget account number 33 and number 36.
I'll find who else can do it.
And they're not. Number here.
It's easier to.
Yes.
I have 2 more copies, because they all got gobbled up, so who would like a copy?
I'm good. I'll work off my computer.
You're good.
Looks like everybody gets that.
Okay, here we go. Here's the, in no particular order.
They're in the order of the list. So I can whip you through the pages here with the
Okay, so let's start with the, which number do we use here? 33 and 36. In this packet is page 21.
Yep.
The Town of Pittsfield 2023 capital budget allocations by taxation. Eric, I can tell you had a question by the way you look.
I'm a squinter.
It's one of your many talents.
All right, so we have line item 33, the computer server at 7,500. That's one you just mentioned that was dropped from what, 12, 15, 15, so you cut it in half. Background on that, is that necessary, desired upgrade, required upgrade? Can we speak to that?
It had been required. They've been finding out more information as time goes along. So I was told, today, that perhaps there's another option too. So they're still learning about it.
So we have 12th hour.
Well, I'm just trying to understand, do we need a new server? Do we not have a server? Is it an upgrade?
They were told that they needed a new server, but they're finding out more information that perhaps it doesn't have to be as complicated.
Okay.
Is this the consultants that you guys are utilizing?
So, Marty might be able to tell this a little better too, but this is actually not for body cameras. The body cameras that's a server all on its own, and that was done through a grant that we've already done. That's all set. This server that we're trying to get is for the actual department. Our computers don't link together. We're all individual. We can't communicate. Our server doesn't. We don't have a Wi-Fi. Nothing. We don't have a secured computer system up there.
Is this the company though that we consulted with that gave you
Yes.
guys this? What's the name?
Technology
Central
Technol-
Square.
Yeah, no.
Huh?
Technology Solutions is
Oh.
who we hired for IT.
Yeah.
And they were gonna. So we were gonna. I went through ADN, and that's where the 1,500 came through. They were gonna do it at 15,000. I mean. And so then when I hired Technology Solutions, they said we can do that way cheaper. It doesn't have to be that expensive, but we do need to be more secure. Anybody could probably get into our system and hack it if they really wanted to. We can't have that. So that's what this
So-
is,
so-
server for the actual PD to run
Okay. So you've got computers that you can't communicate to each other? I mean,
Yeah.
what, between the cars or?
through any of our
Any
computers.
of it, okay.
Any of them.
So what's this, that you're learning more stuff as you go? What's this last minute stuff? Is there someone that might even do it cheaper, or you might not have to do all that upgrades? Okay, so essentially, it's a server that's needed, that was never in place in the first place. I mean, there was something, but it wasn't proper.
So when I first came on, I noticed that, we have a unit for our internet that's just like something they would have in their home.
Like a router.
A router. That's all we have. That's it for the PD.
I think that goes into the global theme of like the town office tech kind of modernization progress that we're all trying to head toward. But my question is, so the company's really, really good. I know that they're excellent and they're very fair, and I've worked with them in other projects. But it looks like there's $14,449 currently sitting in police reserves, right, Catherine?
The police reserve for the vehicle, for the next vehicle and vehicle repairs, which could be used for equipment.
This just says police station reserve line item 36. If we put 5,000 in there this year, we would be up to 19,449. But we have $14,449 that's in police station reserves, right?
If we want to use the police station reserve funds, which are for the facility for the server, yes.
So, but police station monies, whether it's used for a new ceiling or a new this or a new that, police station reserves currently sit at 14,449, based on this document, if that's true. We're proposing putting in basically $12,500 toward the police for these two projects, right?
Right.
So I guess if there's 14,449 in there, you could cover the 7,500 this year without having to add anything. And then if you needed to improve something in the facilities beyond that, which it just says here, police station in general, right? Repairing furniture and building repairs and all that. Is that
Are you
something?
aware, other than the floors being wrapped up, are you aware of any potential expense?
Yes.
Like,
So our evidence room, we are housing our weapons and our ammo and all that in there. That is a huge no-no. We cannot do that. When I took it on, I said, I'm not going to do this if it's not going to be done correctly. We've been doing that forever.
so
We get
what are you
audited
proposing
for-
for that?
I have, over by where the bathroom is, there's a place to put a little closet, and we put our weapons and ammo and stuff in there. I was hoping to get a quote here before this all happened, but it's really hard to get people in, because they need to, it's not a huge job, but they have to put a closet in. To do that, they have to put a sprinkler extension in and change an outlet.
Electrical, probably humidity control, if it's gonna be a gun locker, it's gonna have to be a significant door with a proper lock.
Right.
So that is out of the police station reserve of 5,000 requested in 19, when do we get that 14?
Because it's less, if we don't vote to put 5,000 in, it says total plus proposed, the 19,449. That would mean we would put the 5,000 in.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
But there's money.
You did the cipher before I was aware, okay.
Right, so there's no money in there yet for the server upgrade.
Correct.
And there's 14,449 that sits there right now. So,
And There's also down, when you come into the PD, there's 2 walls crumbling. And I added that in as a quote for them to fix it. And they're literally just crumbling apart. down
Plus the
by
$5
door.
grand.
Oh, plus the 5.
Plus the 5.
Sweet.
As of this.
Geez, I wish we had that number.
No, because she adds it to the right.
They were supposed to have it to me by the end of this week, but I haven't got it from them yet.
When did you request?
One of them I requested
Right? That's what Catherine said.
3 months ago. Another one I requested 3 weeks ago.
If it had gone 3 months ago, after 10 days, I would have said, fish or cut bait. I would have said something else, but in this audience, I'll say fish or cut bait. So Lindsay, what you're entertaining is, with what they're looking for the server and improvements in the station at $14,449.
Well, is that the right number, Catherine? Because we're all interpreting this document differently, I think.
All right, this is a very simple document. You have
Yeah,
to propose
should be.
Insult my intelligence.
23 on the
Now,
left side.
Very
Hold on.
And then we have the budget allocation that's available in the 2022 budget. It hasn't been moved, and these are the exact amounts that are in it. It hasn't been moved to the reserves yet. In case somebody's going to spend it, we move it at the end of the year. And then the balance that's in the actual reserve account, 10/31/2022. And then if you approved the amount that was requested by the departments or revised by the departments very recently, then this is the figure that is in the the most right-hand corner.
Okay, so I have a question on that. So, the 5,000 that's allocated this year, why do we wait till the end of the year to move that into the reserve budget?
Because that's when we have money that comes in from the taxes, and then we move the monies into the reserve account. They're in the process of spending money and getting in the money for the floors and the other work that they've done. So we don't go into the reserve and go and get the money if the money is in the budget now. So her bills are going to be coming in, and we're going to pay them and send the balance to the account.
So we haven't even received bills that go against us, so this might not be a number that we actually have.
So the floors aren't included yet?
The floors are in the actual budget, but she has other expenses that she took care of. So once she gets the bills, I'll know if we need to use this
The
money.
floors came out of the police budget.
Yeah, okay.
Line item, so
Yeah.
we're not going to see
So
it.
that's all set.
So
this
she
is-
has bills totaling $5,000 each, because doesn't
No.
have the requirement to come out of
No,
this?
she has bills coming in for additional work beyond the floors that were done. I just don't know how much they are yet, and she doesn't know either.
You want to finish that thought?
That will come out of the capital, I thought the requirement for capital budget expenditure was $5,000.
In total, it was a whole large project that was done. And again, the idea, you
Oh,
could
I get
use
you,
the
right.
police budget, because we have money in it, and just take it out of the
I don't think that passes the straight face.
We'll get back to that, Brian.
So just for clarity, so everybody understands this, so we're looking at 9,449 we have in savings that we have never used.
Yeah.
We're looking at, we budgeted this year having $5,000 to use, which some of it may be getting used up, we're not sure, and it doesn't go into that 9,449 till the end of the year, whatever's left over, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then the other 5,000 under 23 is what we're proposing for next year. So that's how you're going to come up with the 19,000. If we never use nothing,
Right.
you're going to come up with the 19,449.
Column, which we already
A,
know.
B, and
there
C
are
are
equal
equal
columns.
Yeah, but we don't know how much.
So just ignore your 2022 budget allocation. Basically,
You may not
you don't
use
even
it
know
all,
what we're gonna have,
and
what should be
we'll
gone.
All right,
Just ignore it.
So everybody knows what we're looking at.
It's that simple.
okay.
Okay.
So simple.
Yeah.
So simple. I don't want to see this.
Get with it.
Forget that column. Forget the $90,000 column.
Okay, so go back to what Lindsay had mentioned, that gives us 14,449.
Well, no, we don't have that. We'll go with the
Nine-
9. We'll go with
9,000.
The 9,000, okay,
For
all right,
like
9,000, some people I didn't pay attention, okay, gotcha.
We've
So
got
call that 9,500,
Right.
just for argument's sake.
Yeah.
So we're looking at 7,500 for the computer server upgrade. And, And I'm just concerned that there are possible requirements for repairs in the police department, but we don't have numbers. I mean, we have,
5,000 and then you'll have the money.
there's no money in that one. I'm open to suggestions.
You can combine all this if you want to.
Well, that's what we're considering. I'm looking for specifics from the council, how they want to look at these numbers and what they want to do.
The police station upgrade, or whatever, if you're gonna make it close for guns and all that's gonna cost you $5,000 for each.
Oh, yeah, oh, I have no doubt about that.
So you're gonna have to need some extra money.
But, like Amy mentioned, there are other things that need attention.
Right.
Maybe not on emergency level that efforts have been made to get pricing on it, but it's not able to be reflected here because they're non-responsive contractors. I'd look around elsewhere.
So what has us out of compliance? I guess that would be what I would ask you.
Well, the computer server for sure.
That's crazy.
The computer server, I don't think there's any question of that. The station reserve, that's just a reserve because it covers this, and this, and this. Maybe we need this, maybe we need that. And I wanted to have clarification. That's why I asked Amy, what does the station look like now? There's a requirement for the evidence locker. It needs to be separated from the firearms. And if you're going to have a separate locker for the firearms, then there's going to be certain ways that it has to be solid. It has to be just controlled. So there's going to be expense there. This just a general fund to throw money into, I have issues with. That's what seems to be this whole thing. But we can put our teeth in on 33 computer server, $7,500. We know that's a real number. We know it's necessary. The $5,000 station reserve, I don't know. But we know we have $9,500 in there.
Right. So there's money to do it if you need to do it. Basically, it's just whether we put another 5,000 in there without knowing what that's going to be.
So
we have money to cover the closet.
I would have no issues voting affirmative on the $7,500 for the computer server. I would say the $5,000 additional for the station reserve. There's $9,500 in there now.
Or hold off on that one.
Not hold off, just
Don't approve it.
don't approve it.
Yes.
I don't want to table anything.
Right.
Yeah,
This is not a table.
Now.
just don't do it. They got enough money to do it.
Yeah, no
It's
approve.
not,
I
we're
like
not
that.
saying no. I'm just saying use the money you have. It's perfect.
Right.
7,500 yes, 5,000 no.
You all set with that?
Yep.
Yeah, Heather.
Is the evidence locker the only overhaul that you need done in there? I thought there was a conversation about the bathroom needing to be redone, and there was also some concern about the situation with offices and office equipment in there as well. I remember reading something about it. It's not in this packet. It might have been last year.
So,
I know the walls have holes in them. They were going to do that was all included with and paint and fixing the walls and the holes that are there when they do the closet. Like I said, the entryway downstairs when you come in between the fire department and the PD, they've crumbled. It's just
Is
all
it
falling
sheetrock,
apart.
or is it?
Yeah.
It is sheetrock.
You
guys are rough on it.
It's over brick, and what happens is there's space and there's a heater, so condensation's getting up in there, and it's just making it crumble. So they did say a different way to fix that, but the bathroom, we're redoing the floor in there, and then the paint. Other than that, it doesn't look, it will look a lot better. Furniture, Marty needs a new desk. We have to take his apart, we need a new desk. But I go to Surplus in Augusta, and we found desks there that cost $5 to $10 and are almost like brand new.
MCI put a Facebook post on today.
Did they have
Whiteboards.
yeah, they do have a bunch of free stuff.
Okay. So I wasn't looking at yeah, I was not looking at a brand new car. Okay, I didn't call that.
All right, so council, let's move on here. So line item 33, proposal for 7,500, we're in agreement.
Yep.
Line item 36, proposal 5,000, we propose 0. Okay? Yep.
Assistant contractor.
Craig, line item 33, 36 is what we're talking about right now.
Yep, this has to do with that.
Okay?
So I was just wondering, back to the original police budget, we have an IT contract. What part of that does it cover? Why is the server not included in part of your IT contract? Wouldn't that be part of your entire system?
IT, I consider maintenance and updates and upgrades of.
$59,000.
I don't know.
Right, you know what I'm saying? Like, have we explored any of the ideas of what?
What,
It's different IT.
what pay?
It's different IT.
You're thinking of the Central Square compared
Okay.
to our actual technology solutions, our IT department. Central Square, what you're thinking of is what runs our whole dispatch unit.
That's a big project.
Is
Yeah.
that's what I was asking Bernard.
Yeah,
If that's what the
that's
IT contract is in this contractual.
The 59 something is.
Yeah. That's what he's looking at, the 59.
Okay, then that is that's the one for
The one we
The
have to pay.
59,687, that entire piece.
dispatch.
is
No.
dispatch.
That's
No,
year one
we had to pay the
of our
county.
contract.
IMC is 5475.
Right now, we're paying for two, because we
Yes.
pay for the one we're using and the one that putting in
And
place.
it's a phased
The
project.
upgrade Pro Suite share is 27,911, but IT contract is a separate line
Yes,
designation on it.
yes.
So what is the IT contract and what does it cover? Because that's different from what we're talking about with dispatch.
Yes. That
So-
covers their computers, it's a new contract that they got, and they have a new copier also.
I mean, part of like getting new computers would be making sure that the server could handle all the needs of and meet the requirements. Why wouldn't that be part of the contract?
And your security.
That's what I don't understand. Like, it seems like we're kind of.
Well, the IT contract might only be for repair, too.
Catherine, can you provide some clarification on that?
Yes,
I mean,
so-
it's a valid question. I'm not hearing anyone say anything.
Yeah, so Amy, when you met with the Technology Solutions Group, did they look over the server and say we needed a new server?
They said we needed a server, period. We've never had one.
All right, so we're not using one of the computers as a server.
No.
All right, so they're all operating separate.
Right.
So did they give you a quote?
Yes, that's what I put in the
That's-
back, the Technology Solutions thing that I put in there. That's a quote. They said that was from September, so it could have gone up. And they also said that this is without coming in and actually looking at our system. This is just telling us over the phone.
I'm not questioning that at all. I'm questioning whether or not are we actually already paying for something that somebody should be supplying,
That's-
and now we're getting ready to pay for it again. That's my question, right? Like, where's that contract? And what's it include?
The IT line item, does that or does not include adding a server, not upgrading the server, or does it include the hardware?
You wouldn't think so?
It does not.
No.
I wouldn't think so because we just did a project like this, actually at a different organization, and we had to do this process of getting all the, like, it was a separate thing completely. We had to pay separately for an IT company to come in and do an assessment and say, okay, you have multiple people working on separate computers. We did a NAS system. It was like a internal server that's just very small because we only had a couple computers. So it's probably similar, and it was almost exactly that same price as the quote in here. So it's
Yeah.
fair.
This is
But
not
it's
a-
different, and to speak to your point about the bigger project, the IT conversion, that's a phased project that I remember we voted on 6 months ago or whatever.
yeah.
No, I remember
But
that.
we could ask Technology Solutions if there's anything that is included in our contract that we could utilize toward the cost of this project. That's a fair question, and see if we can shave something off it, but I just don't know. It would make sense that they need to do a separate server if they don't have one, which I'm shocked that they don't have one. It's 2022.
Although that is a question that should have been done well before we're in this point.
Right, so,
Well, I also thought that would have been part of a contract that would have said, hey, we need to have this. You know, and it's easy, as many hands as we've had changing, for that to get.
Well, I don't know. Maybe the IT people came in, well, they don't have this, they don't have that. They just want us to maintain what they have. I don't know, Ron.
Yep.
Correct, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I don't know.
$5,000 isn't that much money, or $7,500. I mean, in what we're looking at for the budget.
It's necessary,
It's not
needed.
that-
I think there was confusion between the server with the body cams and everybody, another company that came in thought they could run everything. It can't. And so I think that's why there was confusion too. We thought we were going to get a server when we got the body cams and found out you need a separate server. They're not the same. So I think that's part of the reason. it was-
So the only question I had, so the IT contract that's in the contractual piece of that, where it states IT contract, that is to Technology Solutions.
Yeah.
Okay. And nowhere in that is for them to supply us a server for what you were talking about.
No,
Okay.
no.
Take it. We're good with that?
All right, so we have 7,500 for proposed for line 33 for the computer server. And we're good with that this time, Ron? Craig? Mike, Joe? I'm gonna call you both names now.
You're going to be calling me much different than that by the end of the
No, absolutely not. If I was going to where I would have by now, so you're good to go. We passed that point. Councilor Saucier, you good with that?
Yep.
7,500, Councilor Hall?
Yep.
And the other one was line 36, 5,000 proposed, we changed to 0.
Yep.
Everyone's good with that. Very well. So, that takes care of the police computer server and the station reserve. Is there anything else here that you would like to represent? I mean, you guys are all set. Do you have another dog in this fight? As I said, everyone, you're more than welcome to stay. We love the company, but thank you very much. I know it's a budget that your name's not all over it, but thank you for representing as best you can. Amy, I appreciate the help. And give our thanks again to Chief Bell and Chief Buckman.
Oh, my own copy.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, so let's move on to my, which one? Transfer station, yep.
Transfer station.
Yep, 25 is right there.
Page 22.
Yep, page 22 of the item here. So we have a total of $30,000 requested. And where are we on this list here? I need to move it.
All right, so Donnie has requested $30,000 towards the transport of cans, but also there's other items, the compactor and everything that goes along with this. The reserve account has, as of October 31st, $114,952. There are no allocations available in the 2022 budget. So if you did put the $30,000 appropriated along with the amount in the reserve account, you would have $144,952 for a variety of projects.
So I guess it's going to be the same question we're going to have for each department here. Do you have items on this list that can be handled under that $114,000? I guess what I'm asking is if there's items on here that you have that you know that need to be repaired or fixed or whatnot. That
we need 2 new trash compactors and we need about 4 roll-off cans.
Okay, so how much are those?
I provided a quote. We got a quote for 1 new compactor. Put in was, I think, to be installed was a little over $63,000. It was $96,000 for 3 cans and 1 compactor. So that's replacing 1 compactor, and I got another quote for a rebuilt compactor, which is saving ourselves some money. So roughly, it was about $140,000 to complete all the project. Do you want to do one part of the project, no part of the project?
Can I hold you up there? I was my mind was on something else. Unbelievably, it happens. So where was that information you had there?
It's on
Page 23, 4, probably.
Page 23. Okay, all right.
Page 25.
You know, something like this is a lot easier to understand when it's in bullet points, lists. This narrative, this does nothing. Okay. I just criticize. Let's move on.
No, I just had 3 weeks vacation. I was allowed to take 30 hours, so you're lucky you got that call.
That's good.
Yeah, so I got it last minute. I tried to do the best I could with what I had, and I do apologize. But
If you go in your book there on page 43, on tab 6, you get a good description. If you want to look at it.
Hey, can I ask for a 5-minute break? We all take a 5-minute break. Is that all right with everybody? Okay, good. You know, I like to get efficient, get things done. Let's take a breather. It's been already 3 hours. Yeah, I just jumped on that on what else on there.
Yeah.
No need what. Like I said.
I'm just gonna switch. So this one, you know, and like Louise right now, in your conference,
Let me see. Significant dental pain after an operation or a budget session? Yeah, I'll go over
Put them
that.
together and instead of for migraine. I have to go get my migraine medicine. I'll be on Zoom.
Okay, very good. I'll walk back to it and come back in.
What it is, they're not getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
So do you have to stay for the whole thing?
Yeah. There's
No.
4:30.
Well, sometimes I duck out early and watch the recording the next day.
Don't bother me, so.
I try to stick it out for
Best sleep
an hour.
about
Well, I
4
work-
o'clock to 6 in the morning.
I work night
Gold
shift
star.
for
Right.
7 years, so I stay up till midnight now anyway, just because I've always done it and I can't.
When I have evening meetings, I usually like 9 to 9, so if I go any later, I get overtime at least.
Yeah, I wondered how, like, do you, how is it, like hourly, and then
For years I
you
did
write your
3:30
piece,
to midnight.
or?
Yeah,
Whereas
it depends on the
get
paper.
breakfast,
We're unionized,
I've been
so I get
on
like a
this
slightly higher rate of pay for working in the evening
But I
too,
still
which is
can't
nice.
follow that.
And then we're generally, our print deadlines are so early that I usually write it up the next day.
Yeah.
Everything burns, you win
I
the
have to
battle.
file something by like 4:30 typically.
Use the statement, I'll put this reserve away for these buildings, because these buildings are old.
Yeah, morning
Okay.
We've got a crack in the floor down the fire station that's getting bigger every year, something's moving.
You can deal with the foundation and everything.
Should have had dinner.
Right? Yeah.
I spent the same contract they did my
It's a question for you.
And I wanted to thank
You always know, put Brandon, I thought I'd get you, I was there, by the way.
So
Yeah,
maybe
it
those
always
people
separates.
that's-
Over time, it goes down, it goes away. There's no.
Thank you.
Hot top shrinks.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, even cement is pulling away.
Yeah, well,
Going down,
you're
going up.
undermined.
When the ground will move, no matter what you do, the ground's gonna move some.
I was like,
And these people go up there and they do
you read it?
trench out and then pour the concrete in, and they're just putting down a swimming pool.
You should have. I know.
And it's a class of least resistance underneath that.
Everyone else is in paragraph.
Butler got surrounded that.
Oh, with
I was gonna say that to you, 'cause I'll be on Zoom, so I'll say it right there.
Say it out loud.
I will. I'll be like, thank you so much.
No.
This is really good. Yeah, it's really my pleasure. Oh my gosh, and I'm following all the events on.
Oh,
Yeah, and the reading to the dog. My boys did the read to Irma in Dover at the Thompson Free Library, and I drove them all the way to Dover so they could do that. So we're gonna do it.
Oh, cool.
We're gonna come and do
We're
it.
having an open house on December 22nd.
Yeah. Okay. I will try.
3 to 6.
Okay. That's
It's
a
just-
Friday.
It's a Thursday.
Music. Yeah. I think it just came up as a Facebook.
Yeah.
So my boys and I will be.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Excellent. Thank you for everything.
Oh, thank you.
I'll see you gentlemen on Zoom. I'm going.
You need, right?
No, I've got someone coming.
Okay.
I'm going to be on Zoom. I'll hop on Zoom.
Okay.
I need to go, get my migraine. I had an emergency dental procedure today,
I did?
and it started to wear off.
Yeah.
So that's why I was a little late. I was like, oh.
That hurts.
So now I'm like, oh my god, my migraine on my eyes. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like my eyes are falling apart.
Yeah.
I need to go.
Oh, they're done.
Maybe
Yeah.
another hour
I feel like,
or so.
I feel like garbage.
Yeah, so do
But I
I.
want to read
Sit
it
down again, because I'm waiting for another hour or
Always
so.
rib in the
Hour.
pocket is like, everyone needs to see what she did.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see it?
Got the additional.
Looking down in the line by line, like, not the paragraph or anything.
Oh, well, that's not
You should
too
see
bad.
it.
So much.
We don't have any additional.
Okay, so simple.
Assessing department for year one, 3-year plan for evaluation. Needs to be done. Yeah, it needs to
Well,
be
it's
done.
the only one that's like the manager.
One of the required.
75,000.
Well, I said everyone should.
On the town line,
They
they
do.
do. I don't know what's in how she ordered this. Code enforcement, putting it full-time officer, part-time,
No,
so.
we're ready.
So you're gonna pay a guy that's certified as a electrician, and you're gonna pay the clerk?
No, it's just the code officer.
No.
So you're gonna pay him the same as you're paying the clerk?
Oh, no,
Police
that's
department.
the 55.
No, yeah, but she did it in the little red.
Library, capital,
Yeah, but
right? So it's like.
it's in there. It's one
Page
page.
27, Jason.
Right.
And then municipal.
So many stupid pages.
Look at that. Look at that. The line, the
Yeah.
description, the cost. It was just
What
not.
a novel idea.
I know. I said, can we? You need to give lessons. I'll be back. You're gonna be complete. Okay.
Yeah, good luck.
The council also vote to the admin.
I wouldn't even dial back to you.
People to be on.
Call it a day.
Meetings, there's a
Just getting
whole,
started into this.
yeah, there's a whole thing. So, we need some money.
That's the whole thing over each other. We also show the community that, oh, you know what, yeah. That's what you go for the same.
Well, I mean, I'm open minded.
That was the easiest it's
I'm
ever
not
opened.
Yeah, I'm not. I just, yeah, you just need to. Things that may be upgraded, just these simple people like she decided to the trash can. Need to have I mean, everybody, said what you'll feel is a lot of that much. So, pick up from that. You know, it's everything can't be, yeah, exactly, pretty much.
So I didn't know that those were people this conversation, because I told you wasn't coming. I said, well, okay, I'll get it up. Wednesday, so I figured, then I can't give them
I understand. I think we're learning a lot of lessons here, and it has to do with your end of it, their end of it. Something I mentioned a while back. We should be a lot more responsible. Like, they're gonna have this operating like that. What's the price of that?
Well, manager says tomorrow. Sometimes I need to go so I know what's happening.
Here,
When we get to
okay,
the
I
end of
suggest
the
that
year,
we
I'm not trying to
get
sort
these two
through it
compactors,
all in
and
one
that
night
will be
for the public
covered
hearing.
at 114. Is that other 30,000 necessary? That's why we're asking. If you go home, but make this way better. Craig had made a valid point. We have a line on it right now. We can't really. You want to take away these lights?
You guys look at the different time of year, and now every other town do it like in July.
We as a council, we have to decide on policy, decide on the whole idea.
Who's building something?
Why is that so?
All that
I know. Right, that's a question that is going to be asked. All can't be answered. I get it. We're not going to push on that because the chief has been out for a while. Generally doesn't know, not because he's not overthrown. She just doesn't know.
You never know what people are going to say, what the president's going to
I'm not going to make that
do
issue.
in the moment.
What our takeaway needs to be.
First time I ever covered, they've been throwing those, and they have
Right now,
4 hours.
understand this, and I think next year, I think we as the council would like to
what kind of salt shed, when did we?
I know there's certain
put
things that
salt
you can do
shed?
things, certain ways that you can't do things.
So that was the house shed, so everything else.
What has it been the last?
Everything's good.
We have consistently, but it's been, you know, a few percent increase every year, but we only do 60% every year. Why do we do that? Only 60 every year. 5 years of that, it's reasonable to say, well, we're at 60%. Why are you going to let's not. And that's what I'm saying. It goes back to the department. They got to start rolling stuff. And I know they won't take a long slide because I maybe it's just give them number so that's not the finance. You shouldn't accept that. And I know, I'm saying that's easy for me to say. I'm sitting here and I go home and do my job. I'm not saying that you have to do this. You have to do this. Overall, it's going to be trust. Okay, it's going to be $1,000 here and there. Well, I use this or later on, okay, then find what I want. This is all. And it's not going to be one of those things. It's going to take a while to get these guys. It's not what we expect, but we need to expect that. We need to the right kind of format so that it works for us. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I know Lindsay had mentioned, well, we need this kind of format. This is very valid points of what has been the last few years. I mean, this might be something that we might want to tweak. What the output you should expect the department heads need to tweak, but that's the reason we like to do this.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's not a process. I know, but you know, that's something else that we'll have to work on. If we have to use Trio, it sounds like Iowa State, we find out we'll see how we can make it work for I'm talking very negative terms. Maybe we can't, maybe if you did a report differently. But what I'm taking out of this is we're asking questions. Let's get a budget. We go to next week. We're going to sell this to the town. The takeaway that we have, the takeaway is what we don't get. This was a process. We will talk about what we need to tweak the charter. So you're going to things are going to change. You know, I think we can do things a lot more. Right now, a lot more efficient. Yes, no, I mean, that'll be a fun result too. Absolutely, I mean, I think business as usual needs to
So it doesn't make any sense. Okay, so fire, that's all this, 93.
So, you know, I'll take what they say, all the chat, you know, so I've been trying to online and do this. I don't know, I understand. But I think it's one meeting, maybe an executive session, I don't know, here, all these, let's talk about finance. Everyone should have the same really have the budgets. You know, I get it. And I know in this stuff I'm going to right in the narrative.
Some of the stuff that didn't fund
So like you're asking for the rest, we give this on, all this stuff is getting it. Okay. We want this, costs us much. We want this next year, costs us much. We want this, costs us much. Bottom line, done. Then if we have questions, then we'll ask. We don't need to, we don't explain what we mean by that. We shouldn't have to, right? God explains his number, explain it.
Item 16.
I know, because that was always business as usual, because we had the same thought process, the same mindset for a long time, because we didn't have it. I'm not blaming all that, that probably upset, but a group, apple cart in a lot of different areas, and now we're trying to set it right. Questions being asked by the council, we don't need to go back to the house. Why are you doing, we have savings and shift over expenses, this budget, so I don't think it's going to be one or the other, I think it's going to be combination two, I think what we're seeing tonight is what we're doing is that, okay, well, how much do we actually need? You have 114 in there, you really need another 30,000. I mean, that's the kind of thing where the department looks at, well, we have 14 inmates, 114 inmates. Yeah, we can do those two for that much, but next year we'll have to expend for this much, or maybe we put 30,000 in for this budget, earmark it, this specific thing. So when next budget comes up, we put in that money, it's going to be reserved this year for next year's budget. We don't have to do that. That's this is input that we would need from the department that isn't that. We need to start the very first meeting. Well, I'm talking about what the council requires for information. Lindsay has her information. Everyone has her ideas. We need several of us. What we expect. He wrote this down. Okay.
Yeah, like these guys.
When I give a proposal to the manager, am I always going to vote for it? That's the first one I do.
Well, let's use this form. Let's use that one. Can this give me the next step? I'm very good at it. If you need help, here's the format, here's how you set up. I can set up a spreadsheet for one in there. And how does that work with Trio? Can you take this and give it to the department? Do they have the capability of doing this? I know, it's a rhetorical question. I knew the answer to that. So that's, we're trying to, we're talking about digitizing the files, I'm trying to work on this I mean, we've had to work this past year, the whole year, so now we're it's going to be a painful process, but and that one specifically was whole COVID thing. So they're I think there's a lot of things. Oh yeah, it's going to take a while. Scout rock, go on here, folks, please. If I'd had time enough for a cigarette, you'd had time enough to talk. All right, very well. So Councilor Holmstrom had to leave for home. She's going to try to go in on Zoom. So let's go back to where we had stopped off. So Donnie, I'm reading the narrative here for the Transfer Station Capital Plan of Action.
Yes.
Once again, a different format would be easier for us to understand. So yeah, just keep that in mind next time if you can provide some information on that. So I'm reading here, we have $114,552.03 in the recycling reserve. So we could purchase a new compactor and install in spring 23 and look into buying a used one to be installed fall 2023. So for that 114 that you have in the reserve now, you can get the two compactors that you need. And according to you, that's your priority.
That would be correct. That would be without replacing the compactor.
Okay, so bottom line here, I'm not making judgment calls here. So we don't touch this. You have enough money to take care of your two most urgent items for you for the recycling station, two compactors. I'm just reiterating what you have in here and there.
That would be for the compactors, yeah.
Okay, so that $30,000 that's in there for proposed 2023, can you provide some input on why 30,000? What were you looking to do with that?
I was looking at for 3 compactor cans, and they're roughly about $10,000, $11,000 a piece. If you look at the first quote, for $96,000, which was for a new compactor and 3 cans, it was $96,000. I think those 3 cans that are on there are a little bit over $30,000. So I think it was $1,350. I think.
So 2 compactors taken out of the reserve, plus minus some change, and you need 3 compactor cans at approximately $10,000 a piece. So that $30,000 would be for 3 compactor cans to match your new compactors.
That's correct.
Will that make you happy for 2023?
I think that will make us happy for 22 years for the newest compactor, 31 and a half years for the one year.
So what I'm hearing is you're not going to be here next year looking for more money.
No, I will not.
You can see how I'm working here, right?
I will guarantee you with the infrastructure, like again, we have to put a drain in down there and a few other things, but if we get it up to snuff, shouldn't be doing this type of capital replacement for a while.
Okay, so you'd be satisfied
Correct.
if we gave you that $30,000, and that'll take care of your 3 cans and your 2 compactors.
2 compactors and the groundwork, the one drain that we have to install.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, council? Feedback, questions? Anything for Donnie? So I would propose that we fund or budget the $30,000 required for the 3 cans, plus use the reserve of $114,952, and that'll take care of the 2 compactors and the 3 cans you requested.
That'll still leave you some in there for.
Hopefully. Well,
We'll say about 15.
Cost, right?
We'll say about 15,000 based on it. Should be good. That'll leave you about 15,000 for the.
To do the drain work and stuff to be compatible with DEP, yes.
Perfect.
That should be.
And you heard it, and that'll keep them happy for at least 20 years.
Yes.
I heard 22. I heard 22.
Okay. I'll be satisfied with 20. I heard 7. I was going to jump on that. No, well, the compactors, that's fine. But you got 20 years out of the old ones, huh?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, right.
I got just one question though.
Yeah.
As we go through this then, when we say we're gonna use up that reserve, somehow we ought to make a note that the plan is we're gonna use that up. You see what I'm saying? So we don't get a nice spreadsheet with it still showing on there.
No, you're right. You're right. Yep.
So,
well, is that project on this? Those projects on here? The cans and the compactor? Well, none of the numbers line up. Those are the problem.
right, but there's trio numbers, and then there's the capital plan numbers, simply because.
So what's the capital plan number for these items?
All right, let's go down.
1505 says Department Code. That's correct.
1505.
Compactor reserve.
Yep, 1505.
All right, so under A38, the compactor reserve project, the monies went to the reserve account. It's in the orange.
Well,
and he also had a vertical baler that monies were being put away in the reserve for. So those are the 2 for the transfer station, 38 and 39.
For that says on 60,000.
And in past years, there was money put away there.
We got 115 there.
So nothing was put into the compactor budget for last year.
Correct.
Government. On this sheet here, number 38, which is compactor, unless I'm seeing it wrong, it says it's only 60,000.
Right, because there's past years, money would be put away based upon the amount of money that the town felt it could spend. Some years it would be 90,000 for the reserves, some years 0, some years 200,000, for a whole variety of projects. So many past years he has put in for the funds, and sometimes it's approved and sometimes it isn't. So it will go into the reserve. So this past years.
So orange here was requested but not approved?
Orange is what the money went to the reserve. Yellow was
Okay,
not.
so that 114,000 change, that includes the 60,000 that you see on this?
Correct, and then
Okay.
the other money was from the past years, many
So,
past years.
so if we're using the 115,000, we're actually using up the vertical baler replacement
Yeah,
reserve.
that would be true.
We're actually using one.
So we're using a reserve that's not allocated for what you're talking
They're
about.
actually for anything that would be compactors or anything that's hydraulic equipment. It would be
Right, no, but you-
balers or compactors or whatever.
It's
we do
called
to process
recycling
waste is what
reserve,
it's
they would
for.
put in for different projects, some,
No.
as to your point in the past, some would get done and some wouldn't because something else would become more important.
Right, I just want us to not, like, if we use all that reserve,
Right,
then these two different
yeah,
projects are now down to 0.
yeah.
Well,
The
Not just-
compactor will be okay,
Well,
but it
yeah,
will be the baler
obviously.
that will not be.
Right, but also, Don is looking at this, I mean, you have
Yeah,
a
Right.
number of years on this where this is gonna be an issue. I assume you've looked at this. I mean, you have other equipment down there that's going to need attention eventually, but it's not going to need it immediately.
With the volume and stuff we're doing right now, the vertical baler right now, realistically, I could go get a good used one for like $10,000.
What's your life expectancy, what you have down there now?
Yeah, so we're good. I mean,
How long do you think that was gonna last down there now?
I'd say 5 years, probably the oldest one for what we're using.
Okay. So that'll be you guys dealing with that. Yeah, Ron, go ahead.
Right. So, no problem. So I see the two quotes. You got 96 and 35, right?
Yes.
So 131,000, 132,000,
What, so, hold on, what are you talking about here?
right? There's
No,
two quotes in here.
You got some overlap there.
I don't think so. I don't think so. One for one, and one's for the other.
Cans and one brand new.
Are you talking about compactors?
Yeah,
What I'm talking about is right here, the summary that Donnie gave us.
yeah. But the actual quotes are the next two pages.
Right.
So you got 96,
Okay,
644 and 35, 408.
Yeah.
So you're at $132,000. So if we have 114, we're still shy by $18,000.
That's why we're approving the 30.
Right. That would leave $15,000 in that fund, and it would still not touch the baler reserve.
Right. He just said he's not gonna need that for at least 5 years. That baler reserve, this is almost like a, go ahead.
Right, but Jason thought that the baler reserve was going to go down to 0, and I was saying no, because that money shouldn't be touched by this.
Well, the baler reserve is part of
As part of the
this
equipment.
1505 recycling reserve.
It's part of the.
So, yeah, you're not gonna bring it down to 0, you're gonna bring it down to 15. You're not gonna have 25 sitting there, you're gonna have
But
15.
on this sheet, it's at 1510, it's a different line item.
Yeah, that's,
they're
So-
always listed in their titles, but anything to do with recycling or transfer station goes into one reserve. They just have different projects that they request, and then they start saving money. And to your point before, sometimes they change what it's going to be, like what's happening now.
Yeah, so this is exactly the point we were talking about,
Yeah.
where we muddy the waters.
right. That shouldn't be, yeah, I see what your point is. That should be a 1510 line item.
That should be a 1510
With its own
line item.
reserve.
Right, why wouldn't it?
That's why you have,
This is why people say we never get anything done around here, it's because money gets moved from one project to another one, it's
Right.
voted on with this kind of information.
What a good point.
On the broadcast.
You have a question? Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
and we talked about this in the past, Mr. Mayor, it's the same thing, we've always had transfer station recycling.
Right.
But basically, we're one facility, one footprint. It almost, for budgeting purposes, it almost would be better if we took them both and put them both together as one unit.
Yeah, because then, but if you gave us one lump sum, we would request to have it broken down like this.
Anyway,
Correct.
So you have two items. You have a real budget. This is what we need. Here's our breakdown. You have this is our wish list, and here's our breakdown.
Right.
So we have amount of money. So the person that has responsibility and is charged with the proper running of the facility has decided, look, we don't need this year. We need this money for the compactors.
Right, well, I just said,
why
why wouldn't,
it's kind of a different point.
yeah, why wouldn't 1505
This
say-
is our driving force for all these capital improvements this year. So when you come over here, it shouldn't say 115 grand in the wrong line item. They should be in the right department number.
Right.
Say that they're
Because we're working
$1,000
towards this, that's dictated by the state. We can't touch it. We can't modify it. But then we're getting information like this that is different. Then, like, they should all jive, and it does not friggin' jive.
No.
Like, yeah, it's just a formality, but
Well,
It's
no,
still-
no, you're right. It really is a new formality. I get it. I understand that.
because it's a
But-
pain in the ass.
But to go back, what you had mentioned the meeting before or two was that this whole capital, how this is done, setting up savings accounts. I think Eric had mentioned, if you have a roof, fix the roof. Don't put money aside and keep passing it until it needs to be done.
That's right.
I get that. So whether we go on an as-needed basis or set up essentially a saving account, maybe the answer's somewhere in between. I mean, because we're actually using reserve for what the reserve was intended, not specifically for a certain piece of equipment, but the person who has responsibility for that department has determined, we don't need that now. We don't need that for another 5 years. He said that bail is not used for another 5 years. So when that money was set aside there, it was kind of, well, we will probably need to replace it in, I don't know, how many years, 5, 6, 7 years? So that information back then was probably not well thought out, but knowing that the compactors now are a real thing, they have to be replaced, we have to move our priorities. I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm not justifying that this is right or wrong, or that's even the best way or the worst way.
Age old adage, right? We always do what we've always done. We'll always get what we've always got. And that seems to be the ring that we're chasing right here, right? We're continuing to do, if we have a baler that's gonna be going in 5 years, why do I wanna take the $25,000 out of that reserve for it?
Hey, Donnie, how much does new bail
Ourselves in a
cost?
bad situation.
How much does new bail cost?
Brand new, if we went with a vertical replacement, what we got, I'd probably get a brand new one for $35,000. But for the amount of material that we're doing right now, like I said, one of those balers is 41 years old. The other one that
So a brand new bail is $35,000. So, and you said we won't need one for 5 years.
Correct.
So next year, come at us with a budget and put in money for a baler. And then maybe it's the council's decision, okay, if you put money in for a baler, you're not gonna touch anything except that baler.
I think that's the way it should be, right? That's the way
I agree with you. However, we have a real issue, problem we need to deal with. That, what you're saying, and I agree with you guys, the system we have right now is not right. It's not, it works, it can be worked a lot better, it can be a lot more efficient. The way information is handled, communications is done, needs to be looked at and adjusted. Something like this, if we had said, okay, the recycling reserve is $114,000.
Yep.
Hey, Donnie, what do you need for? I need fuel compact. Okay, fine. I get that. Back in 2019, when we had, let me catch up here, where am I? Okay, back in 2019, we put $25,000 aside for the reserve. In 2019, that was a real reasonable request, and the council decided, okay, that makes sense, we'll put $25,000 aside.
Sure.
But whether that was, 1 second, Donnie, whether that was the intention 5 years ago, or, well, I really we really will probably need this, but the information we have right now, it's a $35,000 piece of equipment, and it has 5 years life on it. That's what we need to work on right now. So right now, we have the gentleman here that's charged with that responsibility saying, I can use $114,000 for the 2 compactors, 3 cans. That's our priority down there now. And the $30,000 I'm asking for is for,
That as well,
yeah, the cans, right.
to accomplish all of it. Yeah.
So, yeah, Donnie.
And just to give you a little history for demographics, okay, 10 years ago when I was talking about putting this money away for this baler, it was to replace the newspaper baler. Back then, I was shipping out 12 to 14 tractor trailer loads of material a year. I just shipped out my second one as of October this year. So that's how much it's changed. So paper, because of computers, has gone way down, so it's actually extended the life of that baler a lot more than what I thought. If we were still doing what we're doing, we would have replaced that baler 8 years ago.
It would have been gone by now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So demographics have changed a little bit.
All right, but just remember it when we're trying,
Absolutely.
when we look at this next year, I think we.
I get it, I get it. What I'm saying, I'm not saying that your points aren't valid. I agree 100%, I really do. We have a burden hand right now.
Yeah.
We have to deal with.
Okay.
What I'd like to see, my suggestion was take your concerns, all of our concerns, we all agree with that, and put it on the list of things that we're going to agree to look at next year. Reviewing the charter, reviewing how the budget process works, reviewing the forms that are used on this budget, reviewing how this is laid out, adding the columns for the last 5 years, what was actual spent to what the budget was, so that we can get real numbers on that.
Yep.
And to be efficient in an effective town and town council, we have to do that, and we will do that. But right now, we have an issue that so, okay, what do you want to do?
No, I'm going to ask Donnie one more question.
Yeah.
Then I'm good. So that's going to leave $0 in your
There'll be money left in that reserve.
You leave the 25.
We're gonna be buying a drain, for that new drain system, we're gonna be doing some work, so I think if we had that $15,000 that we have to work with, I'm gonna come in way under budget when it comes time to do the drainage and do what needs to get done, because we have the equipment, we have the manpower now that we can do some of the project. So, I will guarantee there'll be money left over.
So we're almost.
I'm trying to protect you, not anything else.
No,
right? I'm
I
trying
think
to-
there will be money left over.
Because at the end of the day, there's not money in there and something goes. What line item do we pull it from next?
Right, but let's go back to your suggestion, or maybe Eric's, I don't recall, so okay, if the roof needs to be fixed, budget it and fix it. Don't keep putting money in savings away and keep patching it until you get that money up there.
right.
You know, so you get one or the other. You know, you're asking us to put savings away on one hand, yet you're saying for the town garage, if the roof needs fixing, fix it. Don't keep putting money away.
I'm not necessarily saying I disagree with anything. I'm just bringing it out to light, right? Making sure that it's all out on the table. We all understand
Okay,
exactly
so
where money's coming from.
what do you want for a result here? What do you want us to do here?
I think we're good with where we've gone, but we needed to understand exactly what
Okay,
was happening.
so can we act on this? Are you all set with it?
I am.
Hey, Heather, you have a question.
I was wondering, where are you getting $15,000
This was
left
left.
over after he does these projects?
So if you take, well, it's actually 13,000.
Okay, so I was getting 12,900.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
I'm doing that from.
Yeah, I did quick
round it up.
Okay, I'm just like, I'm missing.
Roundabout.
Yeah, no.
Nope.
All right, so the request from Donnie is that use the 114 and some change in the reserve, fund the additional 30,000, now take care of his priorities for the year 2023 recycling station.
Good.
Good with that?
Yeah.
Jason?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So right now, that line item 25, 30,000 is approved with the stipulation that the reserve is to be used to complete what you requested. Okay? That's, sold us, it still needs to go to public next week though. Anything else here, Donnie, for you?
Highway, storage tank.
Oh, yeah.
There you go, highway storage
Storage
tanks.
tanks.
Okay, 89, let's,
What page number?
page 31.
So 31 on has all of the rest of the highway items all together. So I did skip over a number that was in between.
Oh, Public Works, garage.
To put all highway
Yeah.
public works together.
Yep.
So what action are you looking for on this, for this year, Donnie? The highway storage tanks?
Well, I think that at this point, in 2025, one way or another, the tanks that we have there, the underground storage tanks, have come out. The part of the project is whether we're going to replace that with above ground tanks or we're going to do something.
Okay,
different.
can you do something for me? I hate this narrative.
Yeah.
I'm still reading it, trying to understand. What are you looking for? Give us numbers and years. Please.
The last quote that we got, Timmy McCarthy had got, or Steve had got a couple of years ago, was $180,000 to take the tanks out that we've got and replace them with above ground tanks.
Okay.
So we currently have
Well, 180,000 needed by when? When is that going to have to be
fall of
done?
2025.
Okay, so another 3 years.
3 years.
So we have 3 years to get 120?
100.
Approximately.
Yeah, but we
I
have,
would say if you went with 125 to dig them out and then not replace them with an above ground tank, I said if you used a 125 would be.
How would you not replace above ground? You have to.
I mean, excuse me, the underground tanks, excuse me.
So in
Yeah,
your.
wasn't
Do we have that as an option?
wait, wasn't there a quote for underground tank?
You can do like everybody else is doing and get the West Bank.
I don't know why we
Yeah,
would do
it's
that.
So hold on. Can we replace in kind, can we take out underground tanks and put in underground tanks? Because above ground tanks could be a lot more expensive.
No,
Okay, so why are we talking about that?
because we're actually going to put them above ground tanks. Our only option is to do above ground tanks.
Okay, that's clarification. I thought you said if we did underground, but we can't.
No,
It's not
we
even
can't.
option, so let's not talk about it.
No, so it's above ground that we would be replacing the underground with above ground.
Okay, so you're saying,
At this point, not even doing above ground tanks, you got all these filling stations around, they got these Wex bank cards that I use over for my fire department that takes the taxes and everything off, tracks who's using the truck, what the mileage is, what time they filled it up, what they filled it up with. It's a very good way to track the vehicles and your personnel, so there's no way for them to steal 10 gallons of diesel and gas. And why would you go for the expense?
Which is all, that's all part of the charter stuff that we deal with next year.
yep.
That's part, that'll be part of it when
I
we're
think,
thinking
and I think
about.
you're right. I think at this point,
But regardless, Mike, we're gonna need the amount of money he's asking for. now
Oh, yeah, I know.
To accomplish our goal.
No, I got you. I'm
Yeah.
looking at the numbers here. So 125,000 in 3 years. That's called at approximately 42,000 a year.
yeah.
Okay. So now we have 94, 90 in there.
Yep. 10,000 from 2020.
No, actually, we have 19,490
If you allocate money this year.
from last year's budget.
Well, from last year's budget. Has he touched any of that?
No, because the $10,000, we still have
Okay.
10,000.
Do you still have?
Okay, so we've got, let's say we have 105. We take that 105, 1, 2, 3, divide that by 3, so we're actually looking at 35 grand a year.
So we're not asking for enough, but.
Donnie, we're talking about your budget here, okay? So there's approximately $20,000 in reserve right now.
Correct.
If you're looking at $125,000 required for replacement of the tanks removal and replacement of the tanks in 2025, that's 3 years. So if we take that, what did I say, $20,000 out, that's $35,000 a year you're gonna need. This year, next year, and the year after that, for 23, 24, and 25.
That's correct.
But you have
Be asking for
10,000 requested.
And the reason for that is because we've done the same thing. We've kind of, this has been, it's not any fault of this council or anything else, but they've kind of kicked the can down the road. This is not something that's just popped up. This popped up 10 years ago that we knew that we need to put money in. Again, depending on what the priority projects were for capital, things got cut, things, other people had other priorities. And
Unfortunately, that goes back to, Craig's favorite conversation.
Yeah.
And I agree. Is that the intentions of 3, 4, or 5 years ago, they changed with the times, they changed with employees, they changed with the council. This time next year, we might have a totally different conversation. I don't know. Yeah, Jason, go ahead, please.
Should we just mark that it should be 35, but we won't do anything with it yet? Let's get through the whole thing and see where we can cut.
Move on and come back and discuss that more?
Right. If we've done another one completely, which there's probably,
Well,
there's one in there.
This is the last thing he needs to deal with.
Right. So
my recommendation is that we took 5,000 out of the police station reserve, and we may be doing something else. Let's pencil in 35,000 right now.
Yeah.
And approve that so we can move on. And if at the end, then if we want to say, let's go back and check this, check that. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So right now, what we're going to do, Don, is we're going to put 35 in instead of that 10,000.
Yeah.
But one of the probably the unofficial stipulations are that if we're going to put it toward those storage tanks, and hopefully the next council, the council after that, the one after that, doesn't do that. So I don't know how we note that. I don't know how we secure that. I don't know how we allocate that. I know.
We never asked this.
Unless we all run for re-election next couple times. I mean, unless all you guys run for re-election next couple times. Okay, so 35,000 on that line item. Let's move on.
In this spreadsheet, we can add notes in each box. You can add a note, and that's where I would ask that be stored.
And that's actually
on this document.
Yeah, that's actually one of the conversations that I've had with others on changing how this is done.
Right, but you just right click it, add a note. You can type in what needs to be done, save the note.
Yep. Okay,
it's there. We have it for history.
So, do you have a preference? Where do you want to go next? You want to move on? That would be quick.
You got to wrap up Donnie with his public works garage and
okay.
Garage
Yep.
repair.
Gotcha. All right. So let's go to 98. Public works garage roof and repairs.
Page 32.
Thank you.
Page 30. Okay, yeah, the narrative. Excuse me. So 2 years ago, the town requested prices, and all prices were well over 50,000. What? Can you boil this down to numbers again, please?
One thing that I'd like to see us do, there's 2 more accounts. There's a highway garage reserve, and you've got a highway garage roof repair and replacement.
Right.
The garage reserve, that's 47,44,68 with $5,000 sitting there for 22 and 5,000 that I'm proposing for 23. And you have
20
roof
of that.
replacement. There is 10,000 proposed. At some point, again, I think the garage and the garage roof, it's all part of the garage. I think it should be combined. But I got a quote for $55,000, and that roof leaks, like I said.
$55,000 in the entire roof.
That was the last quote. That was $55,000.
Not just repair.
That was an overlay with a new vinyl 50-year thing that Stevie got from Junior Roofing. I thought it was a great quote at the time. I don't know if it's increased because of inflation. But we got to do something. If you got equipment that when it's raining, it's hard inside as it is outside.
Well, what I'm concerned about is that 4 years ago, you were up to 166,000. Now you're talking 4 years later and it's only 55?
This was this is a new vinyl replacement system that goes over the existing roof.
How long was that quote good for?
I don't know.
30
I did copy the quote to
Yeah.
Kath, and I think that when Steve left, he had him actually do another quote, but I think it's well over a couple of years old, but I'm sure there's gonna be a little bit of a cost increase on it, but.
It's 12 months old. The quote that we have is page 35.
Yeah.
Okay. No,
But I think that's a priority. Again, I think that it's the same thing with the garage and the garage roof. I think if we have a reserve, it should be for the highway garage period, whether it's the roof, whether it's the lights, or the heating system, or it should be for that.
So your opinion is by the end of 2023? I know it's been being patched and patched and patched.
Yeah,
Give us. It has to be done by this year or this day or this month.
I can get quotes to repair it, but again, you've got a 50-year-old roof.
But you said it's been repaired and it leaks now. So when
It leaks now, so why not fix it now? I mean, if I
that's
own my house,
what I'm
my
trying to
garage,
find out. I mean, if you tell us 2023 has got to be done, tell us. I mean, don't. I'm asking you to pull off the Band-Aid and make it hurt because we got to get this thing to heal. The only way we can do that is give us a year. If it's going to be 2024, we'll budget for it. It's going to be next year, we'll have to budget for it.
You need a new roof. You need that overlayment system with the existing roof, or you tear it off and put a new roof on each roof. You guys have invested money, capital-wise, with a new loader, new equipment, and you're putting stuff in there, and you've got personnel that are in there. You've got a lot of electrical stuff in there. And
So you got-
leaking. It doesn't look very good for compliance when you get a guy from the Bureau of Labor Standards, somebody come in and your roof's leaking, and you've got.
So can we? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, you got to change that from 10 to like 40.
That's exactly what I was
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to find out. That's what we have to do. Is what we have to do.
Do it and then figure out what's going on up and through the rest of this thing.
So the garage reserve, is there anything in there that's required that, I'm sorry, I didn't read the paragraph yet.
Garage reserve is $4,744.
What are you looking at for that? Anything necessary to be done in 2023 or 2024? I know you've been talking about planning for a while.
Well, if we're going to do the roof, we ought to do some of the lights inside.
Is that necessary? But be reasonable.
I mean, we could probably hold off.
Okay.
But definitely roof, and then we can work on some.
Yep, okay.
Are there
Good.
are there any grants available, like through Efficiency Maine
LED lighting.
An idea.
for LED lighting?
Yes.
Usually they cover 80% of lighting.
Especially like safety and personnel.
Yeah.
And I think that was an option, actually.
Have you or Steve looked into that?
We've looked into it before, yeah, and I think there is money available. We just have to apply for it. They don't.
Okay, tell you what I would suggest that we do, is going to be painful for the roof repairs, but it's going to be done. I would suggest that we don't fund that 5,000 requested. We take the 4745 and reserve on that one, put it on the line item for the roof repair. So that'd be approximately 5,000 if we put 50,000 in on that line. That'll give you the 55. Maybe do better, maybe do a little worse. We'll have to tweak something, but at least get us that new roof, and then next year we'll talk about the lights. I know that's been a topic for 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
I think that works.
Does that seem reasonable, Council?
I think so.
Are you acceptable with that?
I am.
Pete? Brent?
Yep.
Okay. So the last line item 99, we're going to put that to 0. Line item 98, that will be 50,000. Look at us playing Monopoly here. And so, Donnie, what I will ask you though, if you can go out for, see if you can find a bunch of quotes for that. Go for the same one, and maybe similar ones, if it's just a membrane over existing instead of all structural and new whatnot. Get creative with it. You know, 'cause maybe businesses are hungry. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's start working on something.
Okay, I'll be working.
Not guaranteeing this is going to pass. Still has to pass muster with the public next week, but we're willing to defend it.
I will definitely.
Okay. Anything else on here, Donnie? You need to be here.
Nope.
Okay. all set. Yeah, Heather.
I just have a question. You said you're zeroing out line 99, and then you're making line 98 $50,000. So $50,000 with the 2023 allocation added to the 22 allocation gives you 47.45 because you're going to add in the reserve balance account.
Right.
And then you also have $5,000 that was allocated.
Oh,
to
hold,
Public
no.
Works Resources.
Heather, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, you're gonna be up around 70 grand.
Yeah, it's going to be like 69.
Right, but he's got other issues.
There's other things that
735.
He needs lighting.
So you might be able to get some lighting work done.
Right.
So you want to keep it at 50? Because I'm going to blame the sheet that it was made. So that $10,000 I never accounted for. So it's actually, if we're going just to the roof, that should actually be 40. But we're willing to keep it at 50, and that should cover other things you need to do. That may take care of a lot of your lighting.
And increasing in price for the roof maybe a little bit,
Yeah.
so taking into
Okay.
consideration some of that.
No, excellent point, Heather. Thank you for that. Yeah, Jason.
That's a good point. How come there's no truck in here?
So that was one.
Public Works truck? Didn't you say it was falling apart and you can't move the 30
Well, we
30-ton trailer because you don't have a truck to pull it?
we talked about that, and took it out to a bond or whatever, that was part of the big bond
Yeah,
thing.
it's been on the
Again, we
CIP
talked
for
about
a
doing
number of
bond
years.
again.
as a
Yeah,
bond.
no. Well, I mean, we're talking about, we had an issue 5 years from now versus right now, and we know we've got the truck that he can't even haul anything with, so.
And he definitely needs another truck.
Not to mention the fact he drives his own personal truck.
Not to mention, he drives his own personal
And
truck.
I cannot haul that trailer in the excavator. I thought.
Time for you to get an upgrade coming.
You need to get a better truck, Donnie. So you're on top.
So Mike, I got to get the last piece that Donnie put together was it was more of an exercise, not necessarily for this year's budget. I don't know if we want to talk about it right now, but
Sure.
it was basically for my own knowledge to understand what it would cost for us to get into the plowing business.
Yep.
Seriously.
Yep. Absolutely.
So we put together some work there. I don't want to. I guess at this point, like when I look through the numbers, and I look through what we do and what they do, and see the inefficiencies of roads they plow that we drive behind them, and then we saying, is there any efficient? And I'm looking for your input here. Is there efficiencies in us? I mean, I know it's a lot of money, but that wheeler that you buy that you plow roads with, you can also use in the summertime to also haul your 30-ton trailer with, or 20-ton trailer with, to help do the culverts and all this other stuff. I mean, at some point, we're paying someone, I can't remember what S&G charges us, but $4,400 a mile is what he's carrying here for a number.
Yep.
I mean, for next year's budget, I'd really like to know your opinion right now. Like, do you think it's worth us getting into the plowing business, or are we barking up the wrong tree?
At this point, as far as contractors, we're getting slim and unlocated to plow. Originally, if you'd asked me this question 5 or 6 years ago, I'd say, figure out a good price with Stanley, we'll put Sanders in the back of his truck and let him plow in sand, and we'll do the things that we need to do, snow removal, sidewalks, and that sort of thing, and not be in the plowing business. But we've kind of half committed, so at this point, with everybody that's out contracting that's not plowing, unless somebody knows people that are plowing
It
roads.
may be a phased in.
It's probably something that we're going to have
We
no choice
started
but
this
to do.
7 or 8, 9 years ago. We started taking a lot more plowing on.
Yeah. And at this point, I think, it's like I said, at this point, we may have no other choice. This is what we may have to do, whether we want to or not, because people in contracting are non-existent.
But as far as the equipment on this list besides the Sanders, can we use like that 3/4 ton that gets replaced with a 1.5 ton truck? You can use that during the summer.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Right?
Oh yeah.
The two trucks, the 2 wheelers you have with plows on them, you can use that in the summer.
Most definitely.
But I
It's
think
not going to. There shouldn't be no truck that we have that should be sitting up there all summer long with a plow headgear on it or any of that stuff. It should be, all of it should be being used. And we shouldn't be saying that we're not going to take the plow gear off of it and not use it in the summertime, because we don't know if it's going to make it through the winter. Because we're trying to keep it together. We should, if we're going to commit, we're going to commit. That's the way I look at it.
Plus, if you set a diesel for 6 months, you're locked in from the start.
Yeah, correct, exactly, there you go. But again, then you're gonna look at a little bit more to your maintenance budget, some of this newer stuff.
Yeah, but-
Not saying we have to get everything new, But you get some of the newer stuff,
I mean,
we're gonna have to certify.
You got
mechanics and do
labor
something.
costs you have to put in there, too.
Maintenance is gonna go up, fuel's gonna go up.
what's the truck you need right today?
Oh, we definitely need a wheel to haul that excavator around, or we're gonna start paying somebody to haul it to wherever we need to do our work.
Which would be cheaper to do.
What's our total? What's our total investment?
So, it's a Band-Aid, I get it, but Chimber has offered numerous times to help us out when we need them. Have you called them? Well, whether you have or not, consider calling
I
them.
know, and I know that office came with Andy as far as.
Yep, and it's standard fee.
Good used equipment or whatever we need.
If you need to move from one work site in Pittsfield to another work site in Pittsfield, because I think they would be upset if you didn't ask
No,
them.
and-
They say no, they say no.
They actually do a lot for it.
Yeah, they do,
They really-
absolutely. I'm not saying that's the answer, but
No.
it'll help
And you know.
deal with
And the
current.
problem with us is too, is at some point, if we've taken on 2 plow routes now, we got 3 other plow routes. And if Stanley next year or whatever decides to get another plow business, there's no way 2 trucks are gonna do 5 routes. It's just not gonna happen.
You're $105,000 a year in snow removal contract. What's the lifespan of a dump truck that we'd be looking at, these trucks? 15 years?
Well, depends on what you buy. If you buy something big enough to do the job, yeah. But if you cheap it, you buy, get something halfway down the,
What you gave us is big enough to do the job.
Yes.
This is here, right?
With the manpower, obviously, and again, that's one of those things, it's, you've got two trucks with plows on them right now. Both of them are in decent shape, but those are little single axle in-wheel, in-town trucks. So you have to have a spare, and then you've got 3 more routes, so you're taking 2 more trucks that are gonna split 3 routes. Got the manpower now, we should have the manpower, the ability, it's just, remember that you're gonna have a little bit increase in maintenance, fuel, and.
So you had another person on here for 55,000. You have to add another person beyond what you're
Most
already.
definitely, because you're gonna have 5 guys, you got 5 routes, 5 people are plowing. You still gotta do sidewalks, you got snow removal.
Right.
Out here, all the town parking lots.
So in the summertime, do you have enough work to keep that person busy?
There's plenty of work to do now.
Right? That's my point. That's my point. So if we spend 800,000 over the next, I don't know how long you can finance the truck out for, but if you make that payment, is it more than 105,000 a year?
That's what I was just putting that together. So,
My point is, I think the services in the summer get better, and the efficiencies in the winter are going to be better because you're in control. Like the guys work for you, right? And
Correct.
You can control all that stuff.
And then the biggest thing is, again, it's just having the equipment and the ability and the people that are motivated and have the equipment and the ability to be able to do that. I mean, we've done more this summer than we have in a lot of other summers. We can still ditch another 22 miles of road. We got plenty of work to do.
Right. So, Catherine, do you have an easy way to figure that out? What a payment would be on 800,000 of an investment?
Yeah, I can do that.
Well, we have our $760,000 loans we took out 2 years in a row, so we can use that as a base number, just to get I don't have a debt schedule.
Yeah, I've got larger amounts that are in the book, but we can run a specific for the truck.
interest.
So you want
a year.
Do you want that resolution before next week's meeting? Is that what you're saying?
No.
No, I guess I want to know where you want to go with this. I mean, if we move on and continue here and continue that conversation for next year's budget.
This doesn't need to be. It kind of depends how far you want to kick the can down the road, right? If you want to get prepared for 23, 24, like we should be talking about putting some of this equipment on now. But
Well, that's what I'm asking. Do you want to have this information in place so we can act upon our proposed number between now and next Tuesday?
I was more looking for a recommendation to understand from my own knowledge, and I thought now is a good time to talk about because we're talking about money here.
No, it's a good time to talk about, but if you're looking for immediate budget impact, that's one thing. But if you're looking at conversation starters, like when you look at next year's budget,
So we
It's
have
another thing.
Donnie says we have 1 year left on our
This
contract.
year is, he does it year to year, right, Catherine? This is-
Yes, it's year to year
Yeah,
now.
yeah, so
So
he'll
we've
file
signed it for this
22,
year.
23, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good for this winter.
Yes.
Yeah, you know
Yes.
that. And then,
Right, so we're not gonna buy any equipment this summer, so then we're gonna go another year with him.
Well, no, well, we've
We're
got
gonna
this.
basically do another year.
Well,
hopefully,
if he decides he wants to do that, again, it's year to year, he could come in next year and say he
Right.
doesn't want to do the
He said he
23,
would,
24.
he would plow as long as he could have employees.
Correct.
As long as his reliable employees would work for
You
him.
better off putting in the truck now, because one thing, you might not even find the truck.
Right.
Yeah, it's gonna take.
That's my point. It takes,
well,
it'll take
and
12 months to gear up for this.
whether you plow or not, you still need the damn truck.
Right,
So
exactly right. You
we
still
have
need-
to
you
get
still
the
need to
truck.
be able to
That's,
have the
that's the
plow
point.
it on.
We need that truck.
You still need one.
You need at least one truck now and start and getting ready for
Yes,
that.
definitely. You should be cleaning, there's no doubt.
I would budget the truck until that.
I think
You
you
can't
gotta
dip your toe in, that's the only problem.
I think if you do this, I think you gotta go 100%, because we're like half in, half out, and that's how we end up running Sanders with no plows in front of them. Like, it makes no sense.
No, but, I mean, we're not half in, half out. We buy the,
Okay,
we buy the dump truck regardless.
I think we're talking two different things here.
We still
We're
need
talking about, hold on, let's get some clarification. We're talking about two different things. You're talking about getting him fully in the plowing business, one, and two, we're talking about replacing the truck that he says needs to be replaced now. Two different things.
Right, but that,
Getting into the plowing business is not gonna be resolved tonight, so let's be practical.
no, but that dump truck,
Hold on, let's continue that conversation for next year. But that dump truck needs to be addressed. That will be part of the plowing plan if we do decide to go into 100%. I get that, but what we need to deal for this year is what Jason had brought up. There's a truck that needs to be done. Why it's not on there, that's another conversation.
So the only logical question I have is if we buy that truck this year, is it gonna reduce our plowing contract for next year? So that's what you get when you dip your toe in. You don't really see the cost benefit of getting rid of the contract.
the contract's
You know
already
what I
in place.
Not
This
for-
year, but not for
For
2023.
2023.
Not for 24.
No.
I mean, we're 22, 23, right? So now we're getting ready for 23, 24, that winter.
Right. I mean, we're not gonna be able to buy enough equipment to do that.
Saved $1 million of roads in 1 year. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just saying I think it's worth looking at long term. I agree with you. We're not going to skin this cat right now, but I think it's a good conversation, and I do agree with Craig. When you go in, you got to go in.
No, I agree 100%, and that's,
We need to really get through the summer. I understand the need too.
But I'm going to be practical right now.
Yep.
Looking at the clock, looking at the people here, not that I need to get out of here right now, I want to do this right. But that conversation is for another time, not tonight, okay? I'm not making judgments on it. It's a good start here. Thank you for doing this, and thank you for getting the information. Because that's something that probably first, second meeting in January, we start talking about. That's not going to be too early to start talking about this. And, we can ask Donnie to come up with more specific information. And I don't know why it's not on your request tonight. You say you need a truck for 2023, why it wasn't on here. It doesn't matter, it's not part of the conversation. We have noted that there is a vehicle that needs to be replaced. So let's talk about that. Do we have any quotes whatsoever? Is there a way that Catherine, please,
Yes.
maybe answer the question I'm going to ask
Under
anyway.
the debt service, I did put a payment in. Every year we ask for the dump truck and it's not approved, so it is on your CIP listed for 2023 on your 11 by 17. So it will be legal if you decide to go ahead and do it next year.
Item 22, right?
Yeah, it's item 24 under 2023 under the B chart in your book. I tried to stay away from the book because that was confusing.
So you're talking about the dump truck?
Yeah,
So right now there's $360,000 in that?
No,
it's
never approved.
Okay.
Yeah, it's every year it doesn't get approved.
Okay, so why are we talking about that? How does that help us?
All right, it helps us because it was asked, why aren't we going to deal with the truck? And you can deal with the truck. and decide that you want to have money in the debt service, which is later on the agenda, and I have it on the CIP, so if you did decide to go ahead, you'll be legal to do it.
I don't understand what you just said. So we have no money.
Once we're out
You
of the
would get a
capital
lease
budget,
purchase,
she's talking about taking a loan.
you get a loan, lease
Thank you.
purchase, bond, whatever you want to call it.
So it's not even part of this.
Finance the whole
Right,
thing.
because that's just the taxation and capital part of the budget.
Okay, but we're talking about this meeting about taking out a loan for a vehicle, but we have no idea how much the vehicle costs. We have quotes. We can't act upon it. We have no quotes.
He got
Okay.
estimates previously.
Yeah, Steve had some estimates and we've done some
Steve,
estimates. Yeah.
do
And
we have any-
the last estimate I got, it's the same thing. We can, I'll be honest with you, and I've said this before, is we can ask these people to do quotes for us, but if we ask them over multiple years, over multiple months. in the same year, they're not gonna
I'm going to
do
be a complete a-hole here. Do we have current quotes?
it. I do not have a current quote.
That's all I need to know. So we have nothing we can act upon tonight.
Not tonight, no, correct.
What can we do to enact on this? Because next Tuesday, we're having a public hearing to approve a budget.
So in
And according to what Donnie says, he needs a truck now.
So in the debt service budget, there's an allocation that I placed there in case you wanted to get a truck. It's a guesstimate only for a lease purchase payment or a down payment on a truck. And because I listed it on your big CIP, you know, whether we yellow it out or not, like you usually do, it's legal to get the truck next year. Step one is to put it on the CIP as a lease purchase loan or bond, like the paving and other things. Step two is to issue the RFPs and do the ordinance and everything next year.
Yeah, so we.
So no action tonight for this budget. You're talking a separate item, beginning of the year.
As long as you keep it on the CIP and approve some money in the debt service budget, which is in there,
There is
it'll
action.
be okay.
In our next phase,
Yes.
Hey, so let's
We
get through
don't
this.
have another phase. The next phase is selling this to the public.
debt service.
No, that's later tonight.
The next one tonight.
Next
Yeah,
one tonight, so it's in debt service.
let's get through
I'm
this.
glad you're here.
I don't know how I'm paying attention. I have no idea.
Apparently, slightly more than I am. Okay, so what I'd like to do, one thing, Donnie, something like this, if you have a severe need for it, don't
We
not
talked
bring it
about
to
those
us.
the same
No,
time.
no.
I'm on the bond or lease
Rick.
purchase, so.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And if Jason had said anything, you'd be another year.
Well, no, it was
No, we
under
were
the
planning on bringing it up
Okay.
to the debt service.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, very
So
good.
if I hadn't
So,
said anything, we would have been 20 minutes further along. So I just should have shut the hell up.
High school.
We would have got there eventually.
I was irritated.
I would have never said that out loud.
I can't believe I was confused by all the paperwork.
Okay,
That's it.
Donnie, anything else?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
I can go eat a sandwich or something. I'm hangry.
All right, so,
I'm bringing the cigarettes.
Starts to feel Betty White coming on.
Okay.
All right.
let's go to number 85, please. The library capital. That is page 8.
28.
28,
26
26.
in the handout.
Run those pages.
26.
So there's a little write-up, and then there's the chart that the librarian has, Polly had placed in the pamphlet.
So we have 61,000 in there now, correct?
All right, so looking at library,
No, we have
We have
55,000, 56,000 in there now.
Yep.
So we had 15,000 last year, plus there's 41,000 in there now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holly, did you touch any of that this year?
No, I'm actually about to use the 15,000.
Well, so, okay, so don't count on that, Mike. She's about to use it.
So there's 41,000 in there.
Right.
So
yeah,
we
on the
have,
chart that explains.
yeah, I'm trying to look at, what's the bottom line here?
5,000 this year. That's what I want to say.
Yeah, we've given you enough.
Yeah.
We'll see next week.
So you make this easy for us and say
Yes.
that 5,000 make 0.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
You're welcome. Good
Made you
night.
feel guilty, didn't we?
No.
No. You know what? I knew that was the answer anyway. All right.
No, I'm being logical. How about that, huh?
All right. Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
Let's move on to, let's start at the top line then. Number 3.
Well, no, hold on. We got.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bernard. You too quiet back there. Let's go to number 93, Fire Rescue 1. Well, let's actually look at both of them. Fire Rescue 1, that is on page, what's it, 93?
29.
29. Yeah, that's going to be a little lost the way to do that. All right, so let's apply the same logic to this as the others. So you're looking for 35, hold on, where are we? We're looking at 35,000 for a down payment.
He just wants it more or less as a reserve for that, right?
We put into this in the CIP and it's going down every year, so it's never been funded.
But they started funding it last year and decided that they would put 35,000 in toward the smallest fire truck because it was achievable over a number of years. Any other fire truck would require a bond or at least purchase due to the cost.
So right now for line item 93, there's $93,000. Correct? And for the lines 96, there's 53,000.
What?
Where are you seeing that?
Yeah, I seen it on the thing.
Go back to your page number 2, page number 1.
Page 1, yeah.
I'm going on this one again.
Yeah.
We're taking column 2.
You have 35,000 from last year's budget plus the 58 that's in the account. That's 93.
So column 2 and 3.
The next line item, you have 5,000 plus the 48. That's 53.
Has any of that been accounted for? Because like we just heard from Holly, she had the 15 that's represented here already spent.
No, because that money is being set aside to buy, to replace rescue
Okay.
money.
Okay, so
And
we
that
have.
truck's now 15 years old.
Okay, perfect.
So what are you looking for a price? So you're looking to replace a fire truck?
This money is for Rescue 1, which is a small truck, the little one,
Yeah.
the 1.5 ton.
How much?
200 probably. I'm guessing. The truck itself right now probably costs you 90,000.
So there's 146 in there right now.
You're putting
You're using the reserve.
You're using the.
We have the fire station under the fire. There's 146. Okay, you've got 93 for that. So you've got
93 Muddy and Waters again.
Yeah.
Okay, 117.
Hold on. Are we Muddy and Waters?
Two distinct projects there on this.
Yeah, we're Muddy and Waters.
No, I'm not muddying the waters. Fire Rescue 1, there's $93,000 in the account.
Yep.
Okay?
93. Yep, I got you.
And how much did you say the new one was going to be? 200,000, right? What's 200,000 minus 93?
107.
107?
107.
Yep.
Okay. 117.
And not at 10 o'clock, I won't be able to do that.
107.
107.
Okay, that's the number I just gave.
So 107 is what we need remaining.
Yes.
Right. Perfect. So 35 a year. We're 3 years away from being able to do it.
That truck make it 3 more years?
And that truck should be good for 3 more years without any problem. I mean, that's something.
That's good.
We thought
So,
this
so
was
if we,
achievable.
so 70,000 a year. If we started now, we're gonna need 70,000 a year by the end of 2025. You said 3 more years. Don't look at me like I have a one go in my head. Follow
You
me.
have, because the-
$200,000, you said that trust's gonna last 3 more years, right?
it will be good for at least,
Okay, perfect. A new truck is $200,000, you said. Approximately $70,000 a year.
Well, no,
You've
because he's already got
some
some.
in that emergency.
We already have 93.
If you fund
Hold on. If you start from zero to buy a $200,000 truck over 3 years, you need to put away $70,000 per year.
But we're not starting at
Approximately.
zero.
I know, let me finish. There's already money in the reserve. So if we took what we have in reserve minus what is needed, that should be the allocation that we need for that line item. Instead of 35,000, whatever that number is.
what is it right now?
I'll let you all catch up.
You're talking 107 by 3 then.
Yeah.
So it'd be
So
36.
36,000 a year.
Yeah. 36 would be 108.
If you allocate your $35,000 this year and add it to what's already in there, you get the $128,430.
I know that.
You can, if you do that 24, in 25 you can buy the truck.
Right. So Bernard did
So
a
if you do it
great
this
job.
year and you do it next year, you buy
Thank
the
you.
truck in 2025.
Yep.
So 35,000, was it 35, 36, what we say, 34?
Exactly what he asked for. 35.
Close enough. Just put gas and move on.
Yep, okay. I just want to make sure we're set with the numbers here, so 35 is good. We all set with that, council? Pete,
Yes.
left side of the room?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the contrarian.
Kind of best, doesn't it?
Contrarian are separate. I gotcha.
All right, so let's move on to the next line item, please, the line item 96. So what's your bottom line requirement on this, Vernon? Do you have,
Right now, what I have in the works is, again, trying to get, but the quotes are a real pain some days. We need to fix our fill system. For years, we've climbed up on top of the truck and pulled the hose off, and everybody's getting older, plus the new trucks, there's no place to stand on. Without standing on top of stuff that could get broke. I have a quote right now that I got about 3 months ago that was for between 11 and 12,000. I think that's what there's 50,
53 right now.
53 if we add up all the stuff you want.
Correct.
Right. So if we approve the $5,000, you got 58, 436. You can do all the shit you want to do,
Hopefully.
and we move on.
Yeah.
So let's approve $5,000.
perfect. Pete, you all set with that?
Yep.
Left side?
Yep.
It's just so much easier that way.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, that takes care of you, Bernard, I think. Thank you for your patience, appreciate it. We'll cut it after you leave. No, I'm kidding.
Go ahead.
I'm kidding.
I got told them down too fast. When we run out of money, we quit going.
All right, Bernard, thank you very much.
That actually has happened.
Not this time.
No.
Let's start at number 3, top of the list there. The town offices and computers. That is probably the first page, I hope.
Yeah.
Logic.
You want 3 computers?
Okay.
So basically, we replaced as many computers as we could when we did the overall project. The council asked that we not get in this position again because the town got in this position back in the 80s also, 88 I believe. They had to allocate all the money at once, which we had to do over 3 years. That we purchase or put monies away for computers so that we can start to continuously upgrade. So yes, it does seem expensive, however, for the computers to fit in with the Trio program, the server that we have to be all hooked in. It does require the IT company to set it up. We have to buy the programs and the licenses and install the financial software. So I took the past bill and prorated up. I did call the company, but they wanted to do a 45-minute discussion, which was going to be charged to the town. So I said, fine, if we can't take the bills that you have and just find out what the increase is, I'll calculate it myself. Which I did.
So you're basing that 10,000 requested by extrapolating that 3,044.59?
Correct. That was in 2021.
How many computers do you have
In
overall?
All right. Some people have 2. There's a spare. So let me count them up quickly. I think there's 8, but I'm going to go through and.
So people have 2?
Yes, it's because of the way the programs are set up and what they can do. And we are trying to get that fixed with the company so we can switch back and forth and not have to go all the way back to the beginning and get out of the program they're working on and then have to go all the way back in. We're trying to work on that now because it's a pain. I think there's 8 computers now.
They shouldn't have to completely close a program if they're working
You can change between
on the same
desktops.
computer.
You can move between desktops
Yeah.
and have.
Yeah, that's actually what we're doing now.
No, I mean, on the screen, you can just click desktop 1, desktop 2, and it's all on the same computer tower, everything.
They're having trouble with that.
So,
or Alt Tab if you go in between programs.
No, I understand. Yeah.
the only reason I'm asking the question is like if you do, you fix 3 this year, then they're not compatible with, you got, like if Climate was upgrading computers, they just do it across the
It's
board.
the same thing the police department asks for a server.
But if you want,
Yeah.
right, yeah. So instead of having 3 that are 2023s and 2 that are 2019s,
No, I
like,
understand, but it was asked
just-
that we not get into this position where we had to do everything at once, and last year we was asked to budget, so that we started building this up so that we could do it in a phased approach.
So,
right, do we need computers right now though?
We need 2,
You need 2 in, like right now.
well, next year.
Okay.
So,
And then
but
the rest will be for
two computers, $10,000.
2 computers would be 6,500 probably.
Should we do all 8, you're talking about 25,000.
No, I know. I was just. I mean, if it works fine, that like everything's talking and jiving, that you can keep doing it in different years and whatnot.
Correct, that's correct. You can for a while.
Which I'm sure it's fine.
It gets to a certain point where you can, but for a few years you probably can talk to each other if we upgrade.
Do the 10 and do 3.
Yeah,
Do 10, do 3 one.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm
As long as
set
it's all-
with it.
As long as it all jives.
Yeah.
Right, and we wouldn't change if it didn't, but there's nothing.
How generous she's feeling right now, right?
Oh, my goodness.
Eric,
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Jason, you all set?
Yeah.
Brent?
Yep.
Pete?
Yeah.
All good. Is there any chance that we can ask a tech person from our school district?
Or Chimbro?
Or, but even our school district, because I happen to know that a gentleman that is the director of IT over at Vickery and Warsaw could figure out the 2 desktop system in about 10 minutes.
Have we done that? Have we used Chimbro's offered services with these computers?
I did call Chimbro a number of times and kept a record of it. I have not heard back yet, but I'm not sure that they hired the new person.
That's actually a good
So we can
suggestion.
call the
That
school then?
yeah.
Yeah,
Do
okay.
you have a name and number you can offer?
I absolutely do.
Fantastic.
Make sure it's okay to acknowledge.
I was going to say, I'm sure he'll appreciate it.
Yeah, really.
If it gets him out away from school for a minute, I bet he will.
Chimbro. All right, so we're all set with that line, folks. Very good. Line 8, town office digitization. This is going to be
That's the phase
the phased approach to cleaning
To
up
the
our
amount,
documents.
140
and
grand.
program.
Look over Pete's face when he looks over, it's just.
It's 140 grand.
So I know we've talked about this numerous times. We have the quote and all the information in there, which I didn't print out all that stuff. I just need bottom line. So $50,000 for this year, $50,000 for next, and $50,000 for the third year. And that will take care of everything we have, including
The program.
from this point forward, so that nothing comes out like this that it needs to be digitized in another 20 years.
As long as the contract's long enough. I'm sure that once the 2, 3, or 4 years was over with on whatever monies we wanted to allocate, we'd have to have a contract for the use of the program once we're done with the digitization.
Well, it's not.
Well, that's part of the process. Why would we do that and not continue on 3 years from now, and in 20 years, other people here are dealing with the same stuff?
It's just their filing system.
They're just feeding it, right?
Right,
Yeah.
well, we wouldn't accumulate all this and keep it in folders, except for a few things, because this is the way it was always done, and when we did most of this, there was no digitization.
Right, understood, but what I'm saying is that we're gonna expend this amount of money to take care of what we have presently. From this point on, if we do get a contract to this point, we have to have a filing system that we've talked about before, so that any paper that is filed properly after 30, 60, 90 days, they can be shredded. So we don't have this, other than the important stuff, like, you know, that, I understand that. So if that's not part of that program, I don't even want to talk about it. Because if it is,
Well,
I mean,
we would do that ourselves. We would do that ourselves.
are we doing that now ourselves?
On some things, yes.
Okay, we need to do one more then.
As long as we're not adding to the current situation.
Exactly.
Yeah, to
Yep.
it, no.
Ron, Craig, Jeepers.
Whatever.
Jester.
Why? Maybe there's a reason. Can we not hire a temp, bring in a part-time employee? We have library staff that we have on duty, that we just voted to potentially add hours to.
At the library, though.
But I can carry a box over to the library. They can scan it over there and file it, right? Why can we not use resources that we have already? $150,000.
It should have been done all along, and I agree. And I think we had this conversation before. I can't remember the specifics as to why we were going this way. I think the time, if it's Heather, you can offer some now, because I know you were part of the original conversation.
Parts of that is that there needs to be a filing system set up, and that's a whole like umbrella system of where to find things, what to call them, what's the system that needs to be developed based on what we have for stuff. So it's not something that the librarians can do, because we're increasing their hours at the library to be librarians, not to do that.
So here's an idea.
That's not.
Here's an idea.
No, I'm just
If
throwing
we-
out all
if
kinds
we-
of ideas,
let me extend what you were saying there. If we got information, talk to another town, okay, you have digitation, how do you do that? How's your system set up? Or we have public works, or we have personnel, or we have HR, whatnot, and then we can break it down as any way we want. If this is HR stuff, then put it by year or by last name or whatnot. We can develop our own filing system.
It's called File Explorer. It's built into every Windows system.
Right, but here's the point, and I'm not justifying 150,000 because I'm not, because it's like 140,000 more than I thought it was going to be.
Right.
But let's start now. Here's what we have. Town of Pittsfield, that's going to be a top line. And we break it down, I don't know how many levels you need. So somebody that, and I like your idea, and I think we talked about this, not necessarily this council. Take this box, this is all tax records. Scan it, file it, either file it by tax map, or file it by year, or file it by last name, file it by late or early, paid, unpaid, I don't know. But that's something that we as a town have to figure out, because when the people in this town that do use that system, they're going to have to know how to scan and store that stuff themselves, because they're not going to do paperwork and give it to someone else to scan for them. It has to be part of their daily process.
No, and in File Explorer, which is built right into your Windows-based system, it already has access levels that you can set.
Yep.
based on a person's credentials when they log into their computer. So that you can restrict access wherever you need to. That's...
So I haven't read through this whole review here. Is there anything in here, let's say time, personnel, money's not an issue. Is there anything that they offer here that we aren't capable of doing?
If you want this all cleaned up and
No.
No.
I'm going to shut you off right there. That's not the question I'm asking. Is there anything that they're offering in their quote that has to be done that we do not have the capabilities of doing?
the systems that they had set up that we could send the documents to did sound as though it would be better than what we've already developed ourselves.
It would be convenient because we have no system in place. But what I'm saying is it would be an effort in investment of time and personnel. If we did hire a person part-time, okay, you're going to start this, or we as a council, okay, we're going to work on a hierarchy on this file system. This is what we would like to see. I mean, I can see us doing it. It's not going to be quick, as efficient, as professional as before, but $150,000 is a lot of money.
And again, you can just do year one and do the most important documents, and then that would set us up so that we would use the program in the future.
Right.
We have a listing and setup. Not everybody followed it over the years.
Well, that's
Developing the structure. Yeah.
that's someone's issue then.
We have a
Jason.
good setup.
Yep. Go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, I think we have a huge IT. We have so many issues going on that I would just put the $50,000 in there, and then we
can rebid this. This was an exploratory bid, and both companies were happy to do whatever we wanted to deal with this. They said this was typical what they walked into.
Yeah, Frank.
Back to what Craig said. When you're filing these in these boxes as it is, you must already break it down in some type of categories.
All of mine are, yeah.
It must be already broken down. So you've already got that established. So you have somebody go through, put the categories in a digital form on the computer, and then it would pay to hire somebody about $25,000, $30,000 a year. You might get it done in a year. And if that's all they do is get it, look at it, scan it, put what kind of box, and then you could even have a little subcommittee that does review auditing of it to make sure things are going in the right category. Because as it is right now, if somebody wanted to go find that, it's going to take them forever anyways to find it. So even if some of those are probably misplaced.
Yeah.
Well, I think by now all the times they've been moved around. They're not in the order or the numbers they were previously.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So
there's 2 days worth of work.
I have all of mine secured out back here.
Do it because it takes a long time.
So I think it wouldn't take very much to organize your own and do it yourself.
Yeah. So I can see several options here. Either we put the $50,000 in with the intention that we go with this, or maybe use it for something else in another system. We put the $50,000 in there with the intention of hiring somebody, developing our own system. I believe we have the capabilities of doing this. It probably won't be the most efficient. It probably won't be the quickest, but it's going to be a heck of a lot cheaper if we do it ourselves, or we say zero to this and don't deal with it and push it off to next year. Or just change the number. I mean, I'm open to suggestions. I personally think $150,000 is a lot of money. I know it'll be 3 years and we're done, we're out, and we move on, but we have other things in this budget that we have to sell in a week.
right. I'd take it out. You flip flop.
Well, again, you don't have to do $150,000.
I know, but still, $50,000 not justified, like I said, compared to what else is on this budget, and we have other line items to go, plus.
And I think we should get somebody that knows all of this stuff, knows Trio, knows Logically, knows who's doing our website, who's doing our email stuff. We don't even use the right email address format. Like, we should do all that stuff, get it all lined up, and then have an actual quote given to us of what we want to do and change. like right now, I mean, I know this is just the digital part, but we have other issues with IT and computer and all that stuff that hasn't been addressed and isn't addressed on here. That I
Okay,
think,
so what do you want to do? I'm not following you. We're
Well,
talking about this
I-
line item. You want to add more? I don't
no,
understand.
I mean, it's not really part of this item you can nix for now, I guess, but
Okay.
I think we need to wrap our heads around the whole, the building as a whole and figure out,
So-
'cause every other week there's like a Trio issue and there's a
There's
Logic
more
lead.
than that.
Yeah.
Right, so like Trio,
Yep.
I'd like to get them in here. I put it on the agenda for next Tuesday. Discussion item, Trio. And you have all the issues that you have?
No,
Not
not
next
next
I
Tuesday.
don't think so with the budget.
But yeah, no. So I get it. I agree with you. You want to address it here and now. You want to put it on the docket for next year. The next meeting's in January. I mean, is that something we need to address right now through the budget, through this budget process right now?
I'm submitting tickets every week.
Hold
No,
on.
I said, that's what I said. No, you don't have to address it.
Okay, all right. No, and by me asking you that, I'm just looking at moving the process along here. We already have several other things we want to talk
Yeah.
about. The whole plowing business that we want to get into. And I know Trio's been one thing we talked about, but a number of other things. It's just not having a consolidated IT input, an
No,
IT assistance.
it's
But
broken
that's worth a discussion. So we can put that on discussion item for one of the meetings after the budget gets put away. I mean, is that what you look for? Am I following you?
Yeah, that's good. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, Heather.
Just as a suggestion, if the 150,000 seems like too much to bite off, do 1 year. Do 1 year, get them started for 1 year, get the system set up, the protocols, the file naming, all of those things. Get the system set in place and have them start working on some of the most important things. And then reevaluate next year this time, see how far the project has moved on. Because I can honestly tell you, there's nobody upstairs in the office that has time to deal with this project. There's no extra time in anybody's schedule to be managing it, to overseeing someone, to training someone, to going
Yep.
through and showing them where to find things and all that
Yep.
stuff. Nobody has time to do that.
Catherine,
Do
is
1 year.
this contract to offer this service or to do what we have?
They will do whatever we want. Both of the companies are interested
No,
in
no,
1 year
no.
or 3
No,
years.
that's not what I'm asking you. So why are we looking at 150,000 then? If it's only 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, why isn't it 50,000?
All right, when I put this out, I wanted to find out if we did everything, what would it cost?
So that's what I asked. So that quote is for everything we have.
It's for everything.
Okay.
That is the salary for 2 people, full-time for 2 years. $150,000. That is asinine.
But we don't
Asinine.
have to
That is
do
not
everything.
2 years worth of work.
Yep.
That is not what they're talking about doing. That is.
Oh, there's more than that. That's just representative.
That's 3 weeks.
Well,
Two
just,
rooms,
just for
two
clarification, you have documents you scan. It's not a one-time scan. It's got to be filed properly. It's got to be OCR so that it can be a searchable document. There's a lot more to it than just that. I'm not in any way justifying $150,000, but I mean, Heather has a very valid point.
You set up a file on your scanner, you scan to the same file. It's
So,
done.
right, but, so why, I was asking that question, you usually get price breaks
Yeah.
based on quantities, we can't say, okay, we're gonna have them here for a year, you do a year's worth of stuff. So now we have to say, okay, we expect this much out of you in this year's time, otherwise we're gonna put in, well, a year's 2 days a week, that's all we can give you. And if they say, we can't give you a third of 150,000, it's gonna be actually 75,000 because it's a price break. I mean, that's how you do estimates. So it's not going to be a simple $50,000 having come in for a year and then they're done. I'm willing to put some money in there to explore this. Maybe I don't know. I have to rethink that.
How many of these records actually need to be kept on a digital file?
All of them. They all should.
Why?
Well, we don't know that.
They're public record. You can't throw stuff away. It has to be.
We don't know what the
kept.
hell it is.
We've got a massive number of boxes. They're in the assessor's office everywhere. They're piled up in my office or in the back offices here. Those are all organized. These ones got moved around. We have them in 2 other rooms. And then there's all the items in the safe and the other areas of the building that are backed up that should be put on digital too.
Right, but are there,
We're gonna set up the infrastructure first,
Well,
before we start doing this.
Well,
So
they
is this what the?
Well, they actually said that I have
They'll do all that?
a good overall system. We just, not every document is in there.
We just never used it.
right, but some documents only need to be kept on file 3 years, some 5, some 7, some 10.
Exactly.
We have no idea where the heck we are.
Exactly.
But you're saying, Catherine, saying we have the infrastructure?
We had a good document set up, which was utilized for a while, but over the years, not everybody utilized it. They got in a hurry and called things doc instead of the names set up in the year and for the map and lot numbers. And
Okay, you're talking file extensions, so you're not talking about this box can be burned after 5 years, you know. We have no idea how long those have to be kept.
Most paper records are.
Well, that's
There's-
private.
No,
That was private sector, I don't know if.
but municipal's gonna be a lot different.
We have
Maybe
a
it's
lot that
infinitum,
have
who
to be
knows? I don't know. So we can do some research on that, but,
I just know it's selling $150,000 bill to the citizens of Pittsfield.
yeah. Heather, you had a question?
I was just gonna say, I mean, if you want to go the way Ron's suggesting is like you hire a couple employees to do this, you then need to buy a scanner or lease another high resolution, high output scanner, maybe 2 of them to make them efficient in what they're doing, as well as extra storage space. They need office space to be able to work to do all this. By sending it out, you eliminate those costs as well, and you have professionals doing it. They have the ability to adjust and make, I mean, one of these things is that they adjust and do quality check on all the documents. So I just really think you should do one year or just say $50,000 to get us started, see how far they can go with $50,000 and then reevaluate the program.
So I guess what I would ask is, the last question, whatever. Last question is, why do we need to digitize it? When was the last time we went in one of those boxes?
What if we ever have a fire?
Several times a week.
But if you have to keep them on hand for the life of the box anyway, you gotta have the paper anyway. So you're really doing nothing. You're creating extra work for something you'll never go back into.
What if you have a fire?
What if
You have no records, the town records get wiped out. We had some that were in the down cellar, that were water damaged, so we're talking years of town history gone, because they were on paper.
Just put it in a fireproof box for 50.
Could build a fireproof box for 150.
How would you compromise? Let's do a compromise between what you and Heather said. Let's take 25,000 and hire the outfit to come in and start looking at the boxes, make the categories, and start to see how far they can go for 25,000.
But here's the problem, Brent. We have them quote on everything this town had, not a year's worth of service. A year's worth of service is going to be more on a per unit basis than do the entire town's bulk of work and trim it by a third. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And we didn't quote it that way. We quoted having come in and do everything.
Right.
So what actually I would like to suggest,
We can quote it again.
let's right now put it at 0, come back with another quote, because if it's 1 year, they're sitting there, another year is not gonna kill it. But $150,000 is not very palatable even in good times. My opinion.
So again, both companies said that they would do whatever we wanted to be done.
Yeah, but they both quoted on the bulk of everything the town had, not on a per time basis.
I don't think that they're,
I just asked you, Catherine.
They do a
And
bunch
you said
of
they
box.
quoted everything the town had. That's why it's over 3 years, $150,000. We said, well, we just want you to come in for 6 months. Give us a price for that.
Yes,
We didn't have them quote that.
2,000 pages per box.
So did
Just send them a box.
Records Management not offer a quote? They're a local company.
we didn't get any quotes from inside the state of Maine.
West Rock didn't contact
No,
us.
I was surprised what we didn't.
So here, that proves my point. Well, it kind of goes to my argument, is we have options. You just named 3 that you know of that we have not used.
Put in quotes.
Yeah, but you got to specifically seek out these people. They're not going to just randomly know.
We did. We put the legal ad in and we sent out the notices like we always do.
But he just named 3 companies that you didn't use.
We always do.
Yeah, but that's an RFP, that's a bid. Most companies, like, they're not ever gonna go for the number I'm gonna throw at them anyway. And it could be 75,000, right? They're gonna blow that off. Well, little did they know they were gonna come in half of what we got quoted, and we would have gone with it in a heartbeat. I think actually setting a meeting with them, not doing an RFP, let's call them one-on-one, say, hey.
Okay, here's 2 options. Scan everything the town has, scan for a year, or give us the equipment and the training in 6 months, and then you go away and we'll do it ourselves.
How much would
So if we send out the RFPs again with 2 or 3 different options, I think we get different numbers back.
I think so too. I also want to know, like, how much would it cost us for the auditor to come in and tell us how much of this we need to keep?
Yeah, I don't think we need an auditor now. Just call the MMA or the state of Maine. So, what are legal requirements for
But the
record?
MMA 's not gonna come
What
in
are our
and
legal
actually-
requirements for record retention?
Will the auditor actually come in and go through these boxes and tell us what he needs to keep?
I know, but I'm saying you won't necessarily need the auditor for that. I mean, it's just a minor detail. Somebody can then say, how long do we need to keep financial audit? Box?
Yeah, Catherine
Financial
said it.
checking account 2017. How long do we have to keep
All
that?
set in law, I believe.
So what I would say to move on, I say we call it 0 right now. Let's go back and requote with the information that we gleaned from this meeting, and actually ask for several different options when they quote. One for the whole bulk of the town. One for, come in and give us 1 month worth of training, include the equipment, or come in, get it going, do it for 6 months.
They can quote.
We expect, 4 days a week at least, scanning for 6 months, and then you help train the employees so that they're all comfortable, so that we can slowly take it over
They can
ourselves.
quote you per box too. You can send a box to them. They'll scan it.
Yeah, it's not wrong. What I'm saying is we can decide that, but we need to re-quote it and get numbers that are more reasonable, I believe.
We can push anything through we want to tonight.
Well, I don't.
It goes to the vote next week, and I don't see 50,000 going through. I mean, you can put whatever number you want.
You gotta remember too, we have 2 options here, 2 things we have to do. We have to come up with a viable and equitable budget, and we need to be able to sell it next week. That's what we need by the end of the night tonight. Yes?
All right, 0 again.
I have a hard time hearing you say 0 it out when every single meeting that I have sat through for the last year, digitizing and getting the town on a program to digitize has been a topic. And then to come with 2 quotes, a lot of the stuff that you dealt with tonight had no quotes or no information, and you just went right through it. There's another item tonight, there's no information to go to it. You've got quotes, you've been asking for that all along. And then to say, we're just going to 0 it out, we want to redo all that. But still not actually put any money in a program that you've all complained about, you've all remarked on, and yet here's your opportunity to put money into it, to move it ahead to where you say you want the town to go, and you're looking at putting 0 money into it.
I mean, I think we're being extremely consistent. I mean, we told Donnie that we weren't going to look at his truck because he didn't have a valid quote in front of him, right? And
But that's being dealt with in debt service, not in this capital plan. It's not part of the capital plan, it's coming up in debt service, which we haven't even gotten to yet.
Okay, all right, let's move on. Thank you for the input. Line item 30, municipal building reserve, 5,000. That is page.
Page 20.
Page 20. Okay, so that one has 28,000. Is that correct? Okay, yeah, 28,000 in it. What do we have for costs on this, Catherine?
All right.
Is
this
this
is
another
one of-
savings account?
This is one of the reserves that's put together for the safety of the building and the public. So it has handled the larger elevator repairs, the air conditioning, heating items, furnace repairs. This year it was the water heater piping. Every year something happens that is a large ticket item.
Okay.
Similar to the library.
I have a question. So on this paper here, under the building generating replacement, why is that white?
What line item we
There was
talking about?
money allocated,
Item 4.
item 4.
All right, so the generator
There
is.
was money allocated years ago. When I first come to the council, the money was allocated by that generator. Why is it in white and why is there no money there?
All right, so the generator was a project that different staff members have had and been unable to complete.
No, I
So
realize that, but
I'm
why is
going,
it not
I'm
money
going to do it and get a grant for it. There's a grant that's available.
But there was at least, if I remember correctly, there was at least 20-some thousand that was set aside for that generator.
We
Where did it
do,
go?
we do have funds for the
But it
generator.
doesn't show it here.
Well, yes, it's on here, and it's white because nothing has happened with
But
it.
it doesn't show.
But it doesn't show
in
that
the
Request-
reserve.
Yeah, grant.
Well, it's funded, but it's not completed.
So, but so you telling me if it's on here, there's $50,000 in there for a generator replacement?
There's $50,000 that's on the general ledger. It wasn't authorized to go to a reserve account. I was requested to get a grant for it, and I have found one. So if I find it, we can use the money for something else. We can, once the generator was installed, we can have the money go for another project by a vote.
So, but the money is sitting somewhere. We have money for this.
Yeah.
We have $50,000.
Yes.
Okay.
What's the cost of the project?
For a generator?
It's for a generator for the building. Different staff members have had the responsibility of doing this and haven't been able to get it done. So I found a grant for it. So rather than spend the $50,000 that we have, which we could go towards something else if I can get the grant, I've committed to getting the grant money in January.
But we can't make action on it until we know we have a grant.
Correct.
Can't make any action until we know how much it's gonna cost us.
Well, yes, we'll do bids. I'm going to need help with that.
I don't see a generator big enough for this building more than 45 or even 30, 40.
No, it was quoted.
35, 40.
Yeah. The quotes were high, that's why it didn't get done, but I just,
Yes.
why is it white? It should be at least.
So throw me a number. Bernard, you had the reaction. What's your number?
It was,
The last bid I saw was $135,000.
Oh, for crying out loud. That's
And the reason for that is that you gotta have 3 phase in here.
Okay. So we have,
Why do we need 3 phase to run computers? And that's what I was told, that's the reason to get it.
Fees can.
we have 33,000 in, no, we have 28,775 in reserve account for the main municipal building reserve, $5,000. That's, I don't think that's an unreasonable amount for the continual repairs in this building.
We're working on it. Transformer, it's 35.
Actuals are.
So where are we? Pete?
I guess that's not part of it.
5,000.
Yeah.
What, do we have actual projects that need to be funded?
the generator.
Outside of that, on the building?
No, that's for
I keep-
stuff that randomly.
The elevator though, like,
Yeah.
how much is needed to get the elevator fixed?
Oh, we get the elevator fixed every year now.
It's a continual turnover of issues with this building.
It hasn't been it doesn't need to be replaced yet, but it will at some point in the future. It's starting to have a few issues now.
So are those repairs capital repairs?
Yes, because of the size of it. We don't budget for a major issue like a $6,000 problem or a $5,000 in the actual budget. So a big ticket item will happen, and we come to the council with get the resolution and then take the money out to fix the item. There's been a variety of items which I listed here. I mean, we're very lucky the building.
This has been one of the more active accounts.
All we're looking to do is just continually fund them.
Yeah, and every year something happens.
But there's
If
nothing.
this building's 5-10 years old, I'd say no, but it's, 46 years old, almost 50 years old.
My question is 5 enough? I guess is what I was asking. Is 5 enough?
Yeah, because you
Well,
got.
the last few years, has it been?
Well, is there a project that needs to be done that we're not?
So
nothing major.
far, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then I
But
said,
the big ticket items, air conditioning, you got
And the
elevator.
Yeah.
But
but
those,
nothing that's,
those are done yearly.
No.
nothing that's pressing now.
No,
Perfect. I say do it, right?
Yeah.
5,000, do it.
We've been fortunate with the building.
This, but, just for clarification, go back what Pete had mentioned. So somewhere,
Should be included.
somewhere there's $50,000, we have $50,000, $1 bill somewhere set aside for the generator. It doesn't reflect on this account. Okay.
It's on the general ledger, yeah. It's not in the municipal building reserve.
It should be.
So it's not, from what I got out of that conversation, it's not that the generator is not going to get done and that we don't have money set aside for it. The decision was made, get a grant, and then try to get paid for through a grant.
So it should be orange on this list at
It
least.
should be at least orange, not white.
Well, it's not in the reserve. Orange is for the reserve.
No, I thought orange was.
They didn't want it.
Yeah, orange is if the monies were allocated and went to the reserve and is in the reserve. And so this one.
But the money hadn't been allocated,
The
so
money
there's
got
$50,000 allocated somewhere that's set aside for a generator.
It got allocated
Yeah, it's on the general ledger.
the year prior to me coming to the council.
You're concerning me with your choice of words when we talk about that. What do you mean on the general ledger?
There's a line for projects not done, and this is in there. It's the only one that's there.
So if we said, yep, we found a generator at $50,000, we can write a check tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay.
But likely, I've been told it's gonna be more.
No, I know, I'm just trying to make a point so that everyone understands that the money is there somewhere, it's just,
Did not.
I wouldn't say this is probably a approved accounting procedure, use these colors,
Yeah,
why it's
but
white,
nobody-
I agree with you.
But the problem I have is nobody knows about that except for me and Heather.
Well, yes,
About the generator
it's
that was
on-
allocated
it's on
and
your
has never
chart.
been replaced. Because there's nothing anywhere
No, yeah,
that
good
says
point.
there's money sitting there for a generator that never got bought.
Well, it's the same as a lot, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, there's the record of all the bids and everything, because there were bids that went out and there were discussions that were had. and all
Yes,
that.
several times.
Nobody remembers all that.
But nobody remembers that.
So are we all set with line item 30 for 5,000 over there?
Every meeting.
Pete, it's right over there in that box right beside you.
I'm concerned with that box.
The cardboard box.
Once I get out of this page.
Pete, are you all set with $5,000 for line item 30?
I think there should be a little bit more, but.
Well, let's have discussions then, and let's not do it when we wait around and go polling. You got something to say, to speak up, let's move on here. How much do you want it to be? I mean, if it's something that you're concerned about, let's discuss it so that everyone has a chance.
Did you use the $5,000 for this year?
You already have about 28,000.
Did you use the $5,000 for this year?
Not totally 5,000, but we did the water heater, and the piping.
So that's not available.
So
then.
it's not 5,000, how's it a capital repair?
Well, that's what I was getting
All right,
at.
we got it out of the reserve account. It was a resolution that you all approved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spun that back around.
Oh, it was.
So,
So the allocation available is not $5,000 there. It's
Well, it
whatever the
actually
hell you
is.
have.
We thought it was gonna be more, so it was early in the year, so I took it out of the reserve account.
we're
2020
talking about the
is still
reserve
available.
account.
Correct.
So how many projects are not able to be completed because they don't meet the threshold of the capital budget? But we don't have the funds for them in the operating budget. Do you have any of those projects? Because you mentioned something a couple weeks ago when we talked about this. There were smaller projects that you weren't able to complete because they didn't meet the $5,000 threshold.
I can't think of anything right now.
Okay. I guess I wonder why we don't put that in the operating budget versus
Well,
in the capital expense budget.
we can say a capital item is 10,000, and then you can put a whole variety of things in the budget. It just means the budget may go like this.
The budget's gonna be looking a lot different.
Yeah, it won't.
That part of it anyway.
Yeah, it may change if you raise up the amount. I mean, sometimes have a higher amount.
Okay, well, we're not changing that tonight, right?
No.
So let's just,
No.
No.
So what-
5,000, let's move on.
Yeah,
Isn't
I'm
criminal.
good.
5,000?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I
Right?
think it's
Yep.
fine.
Craig, Eric, Jason?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to next in line, library capital, which we already did. Didn't check that off last, is Parks and Recreation light and fencing. That is number 86, page. All right, yeah, page 28.
Page 28.
So the fence needs to be replaced.
There's areas of fencing that need to be replaced. They spent a couple of $1,000s of the funds that they had in the budget to fix the worst places in Hawthorne Park with the pieces that come apart. So fencing is very expensive, and then there would be lighting projects that would take place. And as you know, in Hawthorne Park at night, during the concert series, it gets dark. We do have nice lights there, but we don't have enough lighting. And it is likely that the Chimbrow Electrical Program would help. They've done the work in the park before we buy all of the supplies and the equipment.
Do we have quotes, or, I mean, is 15,000 above and beyond, or is that bottom line? What do we have to compare here?
All right, so the Recreation Committee did try to get some quotes, but the same thing that happened with the fire department and transfer station, trying to get, and police trying to get quotes is hard nowadays. So they were sure that they would spend the $15,000 easily, and from my history on projects, you will, for electrical and fencing.
Yeah, fencing along.
I mean,
Fencing.
I think their big thing is to secure that field, where we just put all the money into the field. Because you can drive any vehicle onto that field you want right now. Well, not right now.
Should have chain link fence all around it.
No, there's access for, big access for, like, you could drive a truck in there if you wanted to. It's for like the lawnmowers and
the third baseline.
Third baseline, yeah. You can drive anything you want in there because there's no gate, no security, no nothing.
But it's not really a repair. I mean, you're making modifications to it, you're adding gates,
Well,
it's
there's
security.
Right, it's kind of all of it.
There's both.
I mean, I think it's all inclusive.
Where is there repair needed on that fence?
I don't know. I said they'd repair it. Well, it used to be the old batting cage in center field. That's all fallen in.
Well, you know why
So
that
the
is.
kids are-
That's been replaced 15 years ago. Or not even that, 12, 15 years. That's been replaced.
Well, go
And they
look at
make it every year so the kids get on there and they jump up and down. I used to live right across the street and I watched them do it all the time.
Right. I'm just saying. I don't know if that was the only one. I don't know if all the repairs they've done.
Yeah, okay. I'm just curious. I'm just going around the park.
That's a little bit that I know of.
Yeah, that's.
But the biggest thing is they want to secure that.
That fence is probably, I used to work for Allen Farm, and that's 15,000 to do that. You know, to do that field is probably gonna be 50 to 55,000. 15,000 not unreasonable just for the fence, but if we're gonna do lighting, I think that's a reasonable number what we're looking at. And as Catherine said, we probably do well if we work in conjunction with Chimbrow. So I have no issues with that 15,000 for that. Any conversation?
It's pretty hard.
All set? Pete?
I mean, they could. They could get a gate on that side and lock it.
You could put a lower track supply by a cattle heat there and put it on there.
Yeah, I mean, you got some options there. So
15 grand is what.
I think it's 15,000 though on what's total value, right? I mean, if someone else is donating the labor and probably some materials to help with this install, I mean, it could be $75,000 of the work that we're going to have 15 grand tied up into. How's that not a good investment?
Well, then we ought to have a real quote. Then.
I don't disagree.
I'd like to see a real quote.
Didn't the rec department just raise like $10,000?
no, there is.
That's what, yeah, with all fundraisers
Why
are
not use that
volunteers.
for this project instead of?
Because they got a lot of other stuff to do.
They do have some recreation enhancement funds that they've received that will need to be approved by the council before they're expended. And so they have about a little bit over close to $25,000.
Are those earmarked for anything specific?
Not as of yet.
Well, there you go.
So they figured they were going to be supplementing this with those funds, some of those funds. But
Well,
didn't want to use
that's
it
good
all.
information to know. That changes my attitude on this.
So they're asking for 15, they'll probably put in whatever they're putting in, and then whatever Jimbro donates on
It'll
top
be
of
a
it.
big project.
Well, you know, I
It's helping
initially
the-
thought the 15,000 is probably reasonable. I mean, we're going to be asking a lot more of the rec department the next few years, because I had a talk recently with a citizen thinking that it needs to be considered the rec department for the town and not just a rec department for 12 and under. That'll change the dynamics of that significantly. We're talking summer concert series, tree lighting, crafts things around town. I mean, recreation for the town, not just for the kids. That I think that'd be worth looking into, but now I'm thinking that 15,000 is probably reasonable, but yeah, it's, especially they got 25,000 gifts that are not earmarked, it has to come before the council. If they want the 15,000, I'd like to see some hard money and scope of work, because you think it's just gates, but now it's gates and repairs and maybe some lights.
A lot of stuff on light.
They were committed to getting quotes, but they don't think they'll get them for a few weeks.
Well, you know, this is budget season, they all know it comes into the year too. I've said about other departments, I'm not picking on any one. I am picking on department heads.
So, do we ask other departments to raise their own funds for their own projects?
No.
So, I mean, people, volunteers have gone out and taken their time to raise money and ask for those donations and sit at buds and shake people's hands and take pictures and all this happy stuff. No other department does that. So I think just because they have 25,000 sitting around, it wasn't because they were just sitting home twiddling the thumbs. I mean, they were campaigning, they were fundraising.
Right,
So I think
we don't take
use
money
that.
away from the library, because the library has all these fundraiser funds. You know, we don't just start, you know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean. What are you saying? You
I'm saying because
You shouldn't penalize them.
if I had the
for it.
money,
how am I penalizing? No, hold on. You were right from the very start, said we're gonna look at every department and we're gonna look at the money. I'm looking at the money. They want $15,000, but there's already funds they have that have not been earmarked, $25,000.
Not from this budget, not from the.
I know not from this budget,
how
but
does
it's money, it's money that has to come before the council.
How do you,
So we have to approve those funds.
where, I don't see that 25 grand anywhere in this paperwork.
Exactly, that's my point. That's not my point, but we wouldn't have known unless we made the question and Catherine offered that.
So all of the monies that are donated to the town are approved in December so that they can be spent. And so before the monies would be spent by the Recreation Committee, they would come in with an action plan on it.
Right. So that 25 grand could be earmarked for other things that they're doing.
I'm sure
I have
there's
no
a
idea.
variety of projects.
Right.
But I asked you specifically about that, it said them they have not been earmarked.
They haven't been earmarked.
So why can't we have them use that $25,000 to do the upgrades they want to do instead of asking another 15 from the council? I mean, why is that picking on them? What, I don't understand, why is that picking on them? They're no different than any other department.
So do we ask Donnie to go fundraise so he can buy a truck for his department?
What are you talking about fundraising? They didn't get $25,000.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Yes,
All
they
that
did.
money they got from shaking cans?
Yeah, they did.
Yes.
They,
People went around.
Where did that money come from, Catherine?
They sold all those signs that are plastered on the outfield fence and up to Warsaw. There's signs all around there from all the businesses.
Where
I
all the money
personally
come from,
delivered
Catherine?
letters.
So
That's what these guys.
each of the committee members, this is my understanding from the side, each of the committee members contacted different businesses, and then they sent letters, and then they got monies that came in, so the monies came.
So it was all 100% fundraising. Every penny of that $25,000. It wasn't gifts or grants or anything.
Correct, yeah, it was fundraising.
Right.
Okay, I'm picking on them. I didn't know that. I did not know that. I mean, I'm looking at it as another budget line item for any other department.
Mike, I'm as stingy as they come, right? But I still think, I don't wanna.
I get it. I agree with you now. I had no idea that was the case of the cost.
They pounded the pavement.
No, that's fine. I agree with you.
But again, that's the purpose of the fundraiser, get the money to use the, people donate.
You don't know what it's earmarked for. If they're asking for 15 grand a year, it means they don't have it in the 25 grand that they've got. They need more.
But all right, so
Why they're asking for
let
it.
me play the devil's advocate.
Yes. Walking out.
Let me play the devil's advocate. How do we not know that they're gonna use our 15 instead of keep their 25 in the bank?
For what?
That's the question.
They went.
What are they gonna get out of the 25 in the bank? It's not theirs.
Yeah, it's not there.
Spend it
They're
towards
putting it into the
program.
kids of the community.
Yeah, I know that, but I mean, what do they use the 25 for?
It's none of our business.
It's in
Well,
December.
actually, it kind of is. It has-
In
it has to
December,
go for the council.
Okay.
In December, we'll find out what it's all about. In December, but tonight we're talking about the 15 grand. So if you, I mean, that doesn't matter. I mean, I'd vote, yeah, but you guys can. That's some
Okay.
Fencing is expensive.
What? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I just work for Alabama.
And it's not just the. I mean, it should include lighting up around the gazebo.
All the
and-
lighting needs to be,
Right,
there
yeah.
needs to be
So-
more, yeah.
So you're
I vote yes. Things like this
Okay.
that the public can see, that kids and people and adults and senior citizens can experience. It's good visible stuff for the town.
okay. How do you vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Pete.
Yep.
Fred? Yep, me too. Good. So, 15,000 will stay there. I have not done the bottom line yet.
Oh boy.
I made all the notes here.
I can add it up.
You added 15,000. You were at the same until you did that. Now you're.
No, we weren't at the same. We increased
You
a
increased,
couple of them
you had
significantly.
zeros,
Yeah.
and it came out to be the same, plus now 15,000. 207.
Plus or minus 50.
500.
Save 50.
$183,500. What?
Yeah.
183,500. Because the first line is 10,000.
Yep.
Then we put in 10,000. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. There you go. Next line was 0.
Yep.
Next line is 5,000.
Yep.
Next line was 7,500.
Yep.
Next line was 0. Next line was 30,000. Next line was 0. Line 86, 15,000. Next line, 35,000. Next line, 35,000. Next line, 5,000. Next line, 50,000. And last line, 0. Oh, 192,500, I'm sorry. There's $9,000 off. Is someone checking me on that?
It's exactly the same.
I had it exactly the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we all did it.
Yep.
All right.
Same bottom line, but in the right bucket, smiling.
Yep, exactly. I think there are a few takeouts on this, on, how we allocate within departments, if we're gonna put it away for a generator, stays for a generator and a plow and all that stuff, so it's conversations that need to be had in the future. All right, so let's move on. We've got the capital budget allocations. Let's move on to debt service.
Debt service is in the budget, page 41.
Budget book.
You can use the budget book, or you can use the revised budget.
Oh, yeah, okay. Page 41, you said.
This one you sent out?
Yes. So page 41.
On page 41, okay. All right. I shall be right back.
smoking poison.
What second? What tab is it in the?
41, I think, is that 41?
Do we, Catherine,
Oh, it's the refund.
at some point, do we go through this?
The ones you just sent out.
We
Or
can-
was that,
That was.
or was that basically what we did with the,
Yeah.
also we
We
did?
didn't go through everything, but some of those lines are on the
Everyone-
reserve account.
Right.
Or project.
But that's why, so are we going to go through this, or?
We can, but I don't think you're gonna do it tonight.
Well, no, I realize that. Well, my reason I'm wondering is we haven't addressed any road, roads or anything like
I
that.
know, yeah. Where-
But wouldn't that have been in here?
No, that's just the taxation part, that's just the money that's actually being allocated.
Well, wouldn't the roads be part of that?
I'm assuming it'll be a loan again.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So as long as it's on the.
So is that part of this then? The debt services?
For the trucks, yes.
But not whatever loan we'll take out for the roads.
Probably not.
It'll be, so when that's addressed.
We can talk about those. There's enough information in the CIP, so let's say you get into January and you want to do something, you can. We would just have
But
to
if it's not in
stagger,
the
we'd have to
budget.
stagger the loan so that the first payment would be the next year. All these loans for the paving, we didn't pay until the next year,
Until 2023.
into 2024.
So when do we,
I mean, ideally, we would have done it by now.
we would have talked about
But
it.
we're running behind.
We're working off of one workbook section.
All right, where are we?
All right, debt service.
Page 41.
Yep.
Page 41, we've got the exact pricing for the loans that we actually have now, which is the CIP paving projects 2019. That was paving and some road work. So you've got your exact amount of principal and interest. CIP paving projects, the year 2020, there was a loan, and we got their exact amounts. And then the council said no loan in 2021, we have enough loans. So we have the new loan, the 2022 loan, so those are the exact amounts for that. And then as we go down further, the waste transporter lease was paid off this year, so we don't have to have an allocation for 2023, which is good. And then we did build in a payment for a fire engine if you did want to proceed forward with one. And that would be $45.13, and it's just a guesstimate as a down payment.
Let's talk about that for a second. So that fire engine 3 replacement, is that a down payment? $48,286, that's a down payment.
A down payment or a first payment, yes.
Why would we not do that on a capital improvement, and why would we take out a loan for a down payment?
Well, it's the first payment. It could be a down payment. It depends on if it's a lease purchase or if it's a loan. It depends on what we end up doing.
Right, but you're saying one payment on a truck that we don't know with no price is going to be $48,286.
I had to estimate it based upon the prices that Bernard has gotten in the past.
So you want us to pay interest in the principal, $48,000 on a truck that we haven't even talked about buying?
Well, by now, we would have talked about, that was something that.
We were supposed to do it 2 years ago.
It's been talked about for a few years,
Yeah.
but it's never been approved.
Correct.
Right, I'm just curious why it's on here. It hasn't been in this discussion.
Because it still needs to be replaced.
Well, so, just a question on that, Bernard. So engine 1 and engine 4 are good to go? Like they're newer?
Engine 1 is a 17, engine 4 is a 03.
Okay, and then how many firefighters, so if we replace this engine 3, how many firefighters would you have to actually use those 3 engines?
Well, there's
No,
a whole
you
bunch
have
of
to
things
have
to
them.
look at, besides how many firefighters you need. One of the things is when the insurance company comes in and insures your house, they come find out how many gallons of water can we get to the sink.
Right.
Do we have a backup pumper if one goes down?
Right. I mean, I'm just thinking, like, do we even need to replace, like, once it's done, do we just be done with it and not have another one? And, because I've heard some people say, like, to get a pumper instead of a engine.
Pumper is an engine.
I thought you had like isn't there like
What
a
I
water
had
truck?
proposed about 2 years ago when we were going to buy it and had all the estimates on it was instead of buying a straight pumper,
Right.
was we buy a small tanker pumper.
Oh, okay, that's what I,
So
yeah.
we had another 1,000 gallons of water on board, and by putting ladders and hose bedding up on it, you get credit for both an engine and a tanker.
Right. I'm just wondering, like, do we replace it if we don't even have the people to operate them? Because you have to fully outfit them, right? When they go out, it has to be like a full crew on every one of those.
They had to be fully outfitted with equipment to meet the NFPA.
So you don't have
And if
to.
you roll it out, if you put a driver on it and get it to the scene, now you get 2,000 gallons of water.
Oh, okay.
So I want to step back.
Yeah, sorry, Mike.
No, it's all right. It's all good. I was trying to go
right,
through.
yeah.
No. That wasn't anything like that. So I'm still trying to figure out why we're putting ourselves into debt for principal interest on a fire truck that hasn't even been approved.
If you're not going to get a fire truck again for this upcoming year again, in the discussions that take place over the last several years, then we can take it out. But by
Well,
now,
there's nothing active on the table for us to act upon for a truck. There's been nothing formal that we have in front. Why would we look at almost $50,000 on something that we haven't even
Because 2
discussed?
years ago, you said we were going to buy a truck. Last year, you were going to buy a truck, and you didn't.
Murder! That was 3 or 4 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. We're talking about the 2023 budget right here, right now. $48,286 on a truck that doesn't exist. I know what probably transpired several years ago, but right now there's no piece of paper that says this is the truck we want. Here's the estimate. Here's the approval from the council. I'm not making judgments on this, but I'm just being practical. It's almost $50,000 for something we have nothing on. Because we may want to buy a truck sometime. Why is that not a capital improvement?
so
Why is that not even before the council?
so
No,
it
this
is,
is debt, we're on debt services.
it is a capital.
Which is
improvement.
CIP, is it not?
Yeah, it's in the CIP. I'm looking it up right now.
It is, but it was never approved.
No, it never gets approved. This is true.
Right. So, okay, bottom line, why is it on there if it wasn't improved? What?
Right.
It makes no sense to me.
It's on the CIP to be done. To be replaced.
Right, but they never approved it, so why would we have a debt service of 50 grand?
Because it was requested again this year, as it gets requested every year, just like the public works truck. And so,
Well, we didn't see it in here.
right, but that's just your taxation money. The other projects are listed on the CIP. So in the CIP on page 17, it lists the project that Bernard has asked for, lease purchase or loan for 2023, $500,000. It's also listed on the 11 by 17 chart. Then there's the whole explanation of what he wants to get and the update for 2023. And that's where the paving is, as well as the public works.
Hold on, back up a couple sentences ago. You said, where's the listing of what he's requested?
All right,
And let me ask the council, is there something that I'm missing here? Did we have a fire engine 3 replacement that we looked at, that we considered, that we voted on, that we approved?
Not
Oh,
in,
that's what
not
we-
in 2023,
this
no.
is what we're discussing tonight. It's in.
How do we not know, why we talked about a 1-year payment and not the entire cost of that vehicle, this mystery vehicle?
So the mystery vehicle that we talk about each year is in your CIP book under tab 6 on page 17, listed for $500,000 as a lease purchase or a loan.
Page 17?
Yeah, page 17 under
Tab 6.
tab 6. And then it has all the detail of what went on each year, and then Bernard's update for 2023.
You may want to look at the bold update at the bottom.
Well, if you look on here, it says, resubmitted September 2022, lease purchase for 2022, not approved.
Yep,
So why is there money here on something that was not approved?
because we're budgeting for 2023, so he put in again in the budget with the.
Lease purchase or loan for 2023, $500,000. And if we did approve the $500,000 lease purchase, it would be $48,286 in 2023.
As a guesstimate. Yeah.
Is this a replacement? This would be to replace.
Which is 1986.
So when will that be presented to the council for consideration again?
Okay, we're doing debt service now, so we can talk about it now.
The last update on that truck didn't pass inspection, right?
I can hear the meltdown over here.
It did, this last time around, it didn't though.
So it's,
So it's all done? That's it?
Well,
Or
I'm gonna, I guess Timmy's looking at it to see if we can patch it again, but it's, you know, it's a 1986, the frame is, this last time when they went, they didn't like the brakes on it.
So the only way we knew we were going to be talking about a $500,000 fire truck is till we got to debt service. So if we didn't question this and said, yep, let's keep that line item, we approve this, then there would have been a $500,000 fire truck that we would have bought that we had no idea.
Well, no,
that we
because you
didn't.
have to go through the ordinance for it next year.
Yeah, but we're already saying, we're going to put $50,000 to this budget on something that we may say no to later on.
But we're not saying that because you don't need to approve it. We went over capitals earlier on
Right.
and listed the projects, but
I understand, but let me rephrase this. So if we approve this the way it is, with this $48,000 that has to be allocated onto the budget, we have to pass and approve for this year, right? Yes? No? Yes.
so if you put the money in, and let's say later on you say you don't want to buy the fire truck, you want to do something else, you could transfer it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. My question is, right now, if we approve this list as is, there's going to be $48,286 added to this budget this year.
It will be in the budget this year, yes.
Okay. If we don't approve the truck, that's $48,286 that we got from the taxpayers that we shouldn't have asked for. We're budgeting $50,000 that we're not going to use, so, and we're trying to keep our tax burden within reason, so we're burdening ourselves with another $50,000 that won't necessarily be used.
One of two, right?
So
There's
then,
another one too, a lot
Yeah.
of it's down further.
yeah, you got the public.
One
works
crisis at a
project.
time.
a public works.
Well, no, fire pumper 2026 for 55,000.
Oh, there's another truck that we're paying for.
Yeah, but that's an active payment, because there's interest on that, right?
Yes.
That's the truck we already have?
Yes.
17.
Okay, yeah.
What's the 2026?
So if it has interest by it, it's a current payment?
That's the one they paid for.
Is that correct? Fire, yeah, it'll be paid out in 26, that's the 2017, right?
Yeah, that one's an actual payment.
So either way, if there's one line item or multiple, there's almost $50,000 that we're putting in the budget, we're gonna burden the taxpayers with, and if we don't use it, it's not, we're gonna take that money and give it back, okay, that 0.5% mill rate that we charge you more, here's the money that we got that we don't need to have, so you didn't have to pay that mill rate. So we're asking them to fund $48,000 that won't necessarily be used. How do we get it back to them?
So if you don't want to get the truck, don't get it, and we won't put it in. It's that simple.
Well, yeah, I know it's that simple, but it's kind of a roundabout way to ask for a truck and, ask for the interest first, and then, oh yeah, by the way, we're going to budget this interest, and then we're going to talk about getting the truck next.
But we did go down through the list of the items that had been requested. We just didn't act on it. This is back near the beginning of the budget.
Right. Heather.
Two things. Catherine, can you reactivate the Zoom? It looks like it stopped.
I don't think
There's no one else on it. I was the only one on
Like
it.
not having you on there though, it inactivated the whole thing because it wasn't like a participant, I think.
You just want to see me on the big screen, don't you?
Yeah, just can't get enough.
Come on, admit it. Yeah, sure.
And my other question was, have there been other items where the council has gone through the process, had bids approved, it part of the CIP, and then when it's come down to it to approve the actual purchase, not followed through?
Sounds like a general.
I don't remember anything right now. Likely over 20 years there's been at least one item, probably. I think way back there was something.
My question is, did you
small.
not get a copy of the 5, 10, and 20
But it would be
year
rare.
replacement in your original budget package?
Bernard, what are the implications of not having fire engine 3?
Yeah.
The biggest one is we get dinged for not having the water supply.
And that affects everyone in town, insurance rates.
In fact, you and anybody who lives in the country even more than the ones in town.
I don't care, but. You gotta hide this in my front yard. It's fine.
So let's look at our options on this. If we say no to that 48,000, then that means that fire truck won't be brought up again, or it will, or we're behind the 8 ball. I don't understand this process. I just can't. I'm not an accountant, but to me, it's like the car.
Yeah, and if we approve that, does Bernard go out? Well, if we approve it now and approve it to actually go and buy it,
Yeah.
he just goes out and buys it.
Then there's another $450,000 we have to come up with from payments because we've already paid 50.
Yeah, so next year at this time, it'll have that same
Be
line
another
with an interest line item that.
So we can ask to approve the payment before we approve the purchase. That's what's happening.
You would do both at the same time.
No, we're not. Not tonight. We're not. Tonight we're approving the payment. We're not going to approve the purchase
Yeah.
until another meeting.
This is the true example of a capital expenditure. This is where you would actually bring us a proposal with a bid. This would be the truck to buy, and then we would put it here.
Yeah, I don't understand why this is on debt service. Maybe I just can't get past that.
I see why it's on, well,
A capital improvement would lead to debt service, right? So we're talking loans and payments because we got the paving on here. We have items that were done 11 years ago that are still on here. But they were all loans that were taken out. That's our debt service. Capital improvement are, okay, we're going to need this. We'll approve that. Then we put on debt service to show, okay, what we purchased 10 years ago, we're doing a final payment. This is how much principal, this is how much interest. But I don't understand why this is on here before the approval of the thing is even
I would agree with Mike, that doesn't make sense. to me.
Because you're going to need to have a debt service payment, because it's likely it's going to be a lease purchase and not a loan. We may be able to get the loan, so it will be due the following year, but we may not be able to too.
But it was never approved in the first place, so.
Because you look at these each year and you decide which is your priorities. If you don't want to get a fire truck in 2023, don't approve the debt service. It's
That's simple. You don't approve the debt service, you don't buy the truck.
But I think what's being said here is we should have had a proposal with a bid.
You didn't.
Correct?
No.
Today, like we knew that this meeting was coming up tonight for debt service. We should have had a bid within the last week that would be honored through, the end of the year, so that we could decide on whether or not we're going to purchase that exact truck. That would be the purpose of what we're doing here tonight.
I mean, it sounded like you weren't really sure if you wanted to go. You could go two different routes with what truck you buy.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if there's a significant cost difference or not. So there is. So that
the tanker would be a little cheaper.
when you say a little cheaper, I mean, what's a little cheaper?
100,000.
I mean, that's a lot cheaper.
Yeah. Well,
But I mean,
to me, $20 is a lot, but most people don't think that.
well, I know. But if you go that route versus the engine that we're talking about, this 48 286 could be completely different. So we really don't know what. I don't know. Maybe I've sat here too long tonight, but that doesn't make sense.
So the fire engine 3, right? Given the conversation we've had up to this point, I want to ask you a very simple question, be very blunt, not leading anywhere. How much longer will that last?
It won't pass inspection.
It won't pass inspection.
It didn't.
Let me ask you a question. We need to approve the fire truck on here for funds in order to consider next year as a purchase. Is that what you told me? Does it have a set amount that we need to consider?
This is the best guess for a debt service payment so that we can be able to go forward.
Theoretically, you could put
We
$10
could
on
try to go along without a debt service payment, but we've run into trouble before with that and getting the companies to bid on the truck so that we wouldn't have to pay it until the following year.
You're basing that on the 500,000?
As best as I could with using the Maine Municipal Bond Bank.
And if you order a truck January 1st, when would you expect to take possession of that truck?
You might not even get it next year.
It'd be in the 24, well into 24.
It's going to be a good year and a half before you get that take delivery, right?
That's why I think the approval should come after January 1st. We would approve it for the 24 budget, right? Because they're not going to spend the money until then. I mean, if we want to be serious about it, that's how we would do it. Because you're not going to take the
Right. And based on that, I'll buy into this theory of putting debt service for capital improvement.
But to order that truck,
So
you got to put a down payment?
They're not going to do it with zero down, I wouldn't think.
Yeah.
Most.
Most.
How is that done, Bert? $500,000 fire truck. How do you buy
I haven't
that?
bought many fire trucks.
You have to put so much down?
The last one we bought through the lease purchase through the company and through a buying outfit, a buying consortium in Texas. And
How much money do we have to put up front? A percentage?
I don't remember what it was off the top of my head. It was, it was this kind of money, and
We had to make the first payment.
Yeah.
And did we make a payment until we took delivery?
No, because
At the same time.
same time.
At the same time.
By financing it through the
Yeah.
finance side of the company that builds the truck, the percentage or interest rate was much lower than we could get out here.
So that the finance company required us to put a down payment out of our pocket before they finance the balance. So they don't finance the whole thing?
Well, they financed the whole thing, but we had to make a payment. And we had the money in the budget for that particular arrangement.
No grant money, nothing available.
They tried to get grants before,
Yeah,
but
no.
because of our demographics.
Yeah.
we haven't been eligible. The grants go to the towns that have no fire trucks or one, small towns, generally,
Well, they go to the big cities.
or big cities, yeah.
So what's the will of the council? I mean, that's only line item 6 out of 18. But it's a significant one.
So we can, this sort of forces the issue, we can wing it, we can put the money in. We might get an arrangement that works out good that we can go into the next year.
Or we not put it in there.
Or we might-
I guess what I'm looking at, the end figure that we're going to be selling at tonight, are we doing mill rate changes like we requested every year? Do we have any idea where we are? I mean, if we end up here and our mill rate is up over 30, it's going to be hard to sell. Then we have to go right back to this, because we have no idea where we are. And honestly, we need to keep that in mind as we look at these line items.
Well, you gotta finish this before you know where you're at.
I know that. That's what I'm saying. We gotta have an idea where we are.
Good to have an academic, honestly.
That kind of leads us to say, okay, it's legitimate apparently that we need a $500,000 fire engine. Do we say, okay, let's put the 48,000 in here, knowing that it's going to have to be needed? I mean, and we have to go on with what? Hold on a second. We have to go on with what our fire chief is telling us. He says we need that engine. It doesn't work, and it's non-repairable. So we can say, okay, I don't agree with the accounting methods that we use in here. I don't understand them. Maybe they're completely legitimate, but it's foreign to me. So we put in the $48,286, which would be probably a reasonable amount of money. So I guess what I'm thinking is that if we do a lease purchase through a finance consortium, however a bank or whatever, that they would require probably approximately that amount put down, fire trucks ordered, and then we take delivery and we see it as another line item here for the next 10 years or so. Or we can say no, and then the request that has been made since 2018 gets pushed back another year. You know, I certainly don't want to hamstring the fire department, and I don't want anybody to think that we're doing that.
Well, we've got 2 good fire engines, and we got every town around us has a fire department, and they all go to fires. You know,
I know.
I don't know.
And honestly, I don't
I'm not saying
remember ever buying homeowners insurance where there's a line item that says because you live so close to a fire department and they have a bumper that your insurance rates are less.
It's in your rates.
I mean, I know mine's lower because I got a fire.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll bring in the copies of the home insurance policies I have, and I'll show them to you. What do you talk to me like I'm stupid?
No, it's built
It's-
into their formula for the rates, and they know how far it is to the.
Yeah, well, they know
nearest
that I have a
fire
hydrant.
I'm not being
And,
sarcastic.
all I said, I have never seen that on any of my insurance rates.
It's not going to be itemized.
Push it back another year.
All right, I'll tell you what. Let's continue down the list here, and we'll go back to this one. We spent half an hour on this one line item.
Check the box, check the question. There's only 5. What are we doing, Mike? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I know.
Moving on.
We're still on 4513. We have yet to come to a decision. Let's finish the rest of the list. We'll go back to it.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So, Kathy, let's start with 4514. If you want to continue down there, please.
All right, 4514 is a leftover from prior years in which the Public Works Department has requested another truck because they don't have enough trucks available. And so this was a debt service payment toward a truck.
Okay, before we go any further with that, and I know I wanted to get smooth and efficient here, but that's not going to happen. Didn't we have something similar to that on Donnie's plowing thing? Where's that?
Oh, in his write-up, he did write about the different vehicles that would be needed.
So is that not the vehicle he's talking about?
No.
think so.
No, it's not.
What about,
ton and a half on there.
They had 1 ton and a ton and a half, and then 2 dump trucks.
Everything he was talking about was 3/4. If we were to take over the plow, this is nothing to do with taking over the plow.
No, it can be used in place of a 3/4 ton.
Yeah, it would be used for everything.
okay, I wish she was here to kind of talk about that specifically. So this is the same thing as a fire truck.
It's the same thing.
So can,
What's the total price of what he's asking?
It was around $60,000. I think exactly.
so how many people do we have working at Public Works?
They have the full complement now of we added on the 2 positions, so they have 6.
So they have 6, and how many vehicles do they have to be able to go to locations?
They've been driving their own vehicles for some activities, I've noticed lately.
So we don't have enough vehicles for the people that we have hired to go do the jobs.
Well, usually when we add that many positions, that would be an issue that comes to other items that are needed.
So I would assume that's what this truck's for, because it's not big enough for the big equipment.
No.
I would assume this is for transportation,
It's
mostly, and dual use, obviously, because
It's for a variety of uses, yeah.
So this is an absolute necessity you need?
I don't think it's as important as the wheeler truck.
For sure not, but if you don't have enough vehicles to get your people to the job site and they're using their own vehicles,
Or they're driving themselves around and dropping people off. It's not a good arrangement.
it's not the way I'd run a department.
I know.
All right, let's put a check next to that one too. And let's continue, please, Catherine.
All right, very good. We will head to the next one is the fire pumper that's being paid off. So it gets paid off in 2026. And then the last one is the Public Works dump truck, lease purchase likely. Donnie's been trying to get prices for a vehicle. This is based upon the prior history of the dump trucks that he's asked for, which I believe is $199,000 on the chart.
Is this normal practice to do this? To put these estimated payments for a piece of equipment and then ask for the equipment later after the payments?
Well, we sort of do it at the same time.
No, that's not what I asked. Is this normal practice? Is there, why is this not on capital improvement? I'm sorry, guys, I can't get past this. We're asking to spend tonight $40,000 to $60,000, is calling it $100,000 for 3 vehicles that have not been brought forth to the council for approval.
So I'm sorry, they are in the capital plan, which we did skim down through. They are listed here. They have a sheet that explains things out, and the departments have talked about 2 of them. So there are 3 here.
Okay, then to clarify for me, if you would, did we go through each one of these and say yea or nay?
No.
Then, okay. All right, so, council, we have, is that it?
Paul's deck, really?
Is there more?
No.
That's it?
That's it.
So for debt service, that's what we have.
Correct.
So, feedback, how does the council feel?
$900 and some odd $1,000 per mill, right? Captain?
Pardon?
$900 and some $1,000 per mill on the mill rate.
All right, for each mill, it'll be over 200,000.
Oh.
It depends on the valuation, which we don't know now. I would say 208,000 was the last year's. Is a mill.
So we'd be almost quarter of a mil just for those 2 trucks? Is that what we're saying?
Catherine, are those the values for the 1 year of interest payments or just one interest payment?
I put it in as a debt service payment, like for a lease purchase.
So it's a lump for the year?
Lump sum. They don't break it down into
Okay.
interest and principal. And if it's the first payment, depending on if they want the down payment, usually there's not interest in it.
Where's the, what page is that? Okay, is that
Okay,
project 4517, is that called project 17 in this book?
All right, let me pull that out.
No.
How are we supposed to?
Kind of funny. My voice is almost being thrown over there on that side of the room now.
I mean, if we approved all that, it increases your mill rate, it's like 2.5.
Well, it's already figured into the mill rate, which if you haven't added too much to it, won't have changed if the valuation of the town stays the same. And that's always the unknown.
Well, there's some things in here that,
Yeah, you've added some things.
well, I didn't add in.
And you subtracted some things. But that was already built into the fact that we had more revenues than your expenditures, so you already were starting out in a good position this year. Like we used to start out in the 2000s, up to 2009, and then after that, we started out in a hole.
Okay, so where is,
All right, let me get back to that. All right,
We
page number 24.
I'm just wondering how
Are we still going to be in good shape as far as our debt versus our revenue, our reserve?
Yes, we have low debt overall compared to most towns.
I realize that.
But we have to be careful. Each thing you add.
I thought we were getting fairly high on our, I mean, we've done a lot of borrowing in the last couple of years.
You have done a lot. All right, so
If you look at the Wheeler, you want to look at the Wheeler?
yeah, you got your wheelers.
It's on page 28 of the book in tab 6.
Yes.
Says 180,000 for 103.
Page what now?
Page
It's on
28
page
under tab 6 in the book.
Thank you.
so,
So again, this year, he requested 180,000.
so this is line item 4517 on this sheet,
But in what we have from,
right? Public Works dump truck lease purchase?
Yes, 4517. That's an estimated amount.
How are we supposed to know this is this in this book? There's no numbers that match, nothing.
At the top, it says
Project 24.
We went over this last.
Okay, so $180,000.
Really, it's 4517. Doesn't relate to this.
The numbering system hasn't been an issue in the past, but I'll change it for next year and completely redo the capital
Yep.
plan.
Okay, that's just a side comment. So here's on page 28, note number 2, why the project is needed in the impact part. Due to the present age of the truck chassis, it will need to be replaced in the near future. What does that mean?
That's where he explained to us that this evening that, the trucks are getting older, we needed to replace a larger truck, and we need to
No,
have a
I
truck.
understand that, but like I asked specifically about the tanks, they have to be done by the end of 2025. This truck has to be replaced by the end of 2026. That we can work on better, because now we know, okay, it's going to cost this much, we have so many years to pay for it. We can do that. This is not very nebulous, but it could be a lot easier than what it is.
What concerns me is it's 180,000 here, but in the other piece of paper that we have, page 32.
Oh, this might not be the wheeler then.
Well, there's another truck on there too.
Well, no, what he supplied us with, if we were gonna get into the plowing business, a wheeler dump truck is 250,000. So we fall 70,000 short.
Well, that's what we're saying there. Isn't that what you're saying
I think
there?
that's for your every frame for your plowing versus just a standard.
Well, if we're gonna buy it, we're gonna buy the one that puts us in one step closer to getting into the plowing business, right?
Well, I don't know if we should be
I
in
don't know
that
if we're
business.
going to get into the plowing business.
But I'm just trying to understand the absolute necessity.
I think it's a bad idea to be in the plowing business.
I'm just trying to understand the absolute necessity of this, and if $180,000 is reasonable for us to do now. I mean, can it wait? I know every council asks us every year, can it wait? Can it wait? I know some projects, you've been asking for that truck for since 2018, I get that. Just prioritizing. And that 4514, do we know what that is in here?
Which one's that one? Fire truck?
No, the
Three-quarter
ton.
None of it lines up.
Yeah, it's project 44.
Project 44.
Yeah. Did you get the automotive?
So that is page 51.
Page 51, thank you.
60 grand.
Yeah, the work truck that has been requested. It's been requested in 2021, 2022. And he asked for it to be in again.
Because the other wheeler truck is on page 22.
Yeah.
One's on 22, one's on 24. They're both saying 180,000.
Well, how many dump trucks does he need?
Well, now they want two of them. Two
He's
dump
asked
trucks.
for 2 dump trucks and a work truck.
Yeah.
But obviously you can't have everything.
This vehicle has been pushed out and now must be replaced due to its condition in early 2022. Well, apparently that's not true. All right,
This is project
So-
44.
what is the will of the council? Any other things you want to talk about? Anything else you want to?
3/4 ton.
No, there's nothing else here. This is enough.
What they're doing, that's what they want to get the plow on.
Wait a minute.
Council, what's your thoughts on this?
Where do we stand right now for total?
I was say, we don't even know where our totals are. We gotta have a public hearing.
No rate.
I don't see how we can do that.
Well, we can go back through and kind of do it.
We're gonna be sitting in the same boat we were the last time you were sitting in that seat. When Heather got stuck with
Well, that was.
running the meeting. Oh, okay. No, I thought,
Page 2 under tab 3, we can go and kind of put ourselves in.
I punched it out.
okay, my mistake.
Yeah, I punched it out. Begrudgingly.
Yep. So we can kind of figure out what we've changed.
And Mike did not have the pleasure of that.
No, he didn't have to do that either. Okay. My mistake.
Guess I'm not sure what he's talking about.
I think we definitely-
My last one.
Well, we got to this.
3/4 ton work truck.
Because I had gone to the meetings and we got to the same kind of point
think that's
where we didn't have the numbers and we went into the final meeting to vote again.
Is Oliver using that 3/4 ton for the sewer and water?
And we did it all again in
Does
January.
Oliver use that?
Use both
Few
of
weeks
the
later.
trucks.
Why are they using our trucks if we're paying them 15 grand a month?
Because that was part of the arrangement, that they would do the plowing and use the vehicles and take care of everything, do the sampling.
They are using that truck.
They do that in the other towns too.
Yeah.
The Tim, what's his name? He goes up and down with the town trucks. The other guy, Tracy, goes with the.
Well, there's all, I see him. I
So-
was kind of curious, paying them
They don't do
15 grand a month, maybe Let that bill.
So let's get back on track here, guys. Let's try to focus here and work as a unit. What are your thoughts, guys?
My thoughts are, these aren't needed items, but we don't even know where our numbers are to even know where we're at.
Can we do that real quick?
For what are you looking for?
Any changes?
Mill rate?
Any changes that we made so far in our budget, we can get an idea of what we've changed.
Do we have, were you doing that, Catherine? I know we requested it before. We should have a spreadsheet to be able to do that.
Should be right up on there.
Well, I was gonna go up and add them up after the meeting and then get things ready for the public hearing.
Well, we kind of know, we
do it now.
really need to know where we are.
Does anybody have it in their book? We can go
We'll just go
quickly
through the
down
book right now.
what they have in their bottom
Well,
line.
Catherine has the latest revised ones here.
Yeah, well, all the dates.
Now, this is all of the departments that have been revised up until the police and the ACO that we talked about.
Yes.
Okay.
Where's that?
So this was the supplement, that was the attachment sent out by email. Town of Pittsfield Finances revised for 11/29/22. So we have, actually, let's start the first page, and the only thing that would need to be changed is the police department 05-10 and animal control 05-25. So if we look at police department, page 214. Okay, police department on page 23, the bottom line of that was 923,351.
But what page are you comparing it to, like 2?
All right. Okay, this
Page 2.
attachment here. Yep.
Page 2.
Yep. Page 2.
Yeah, right here.
So the only two departments that we changed from this list were the police department and the ACO.
So,
And all these, according to what Catherine said, these have all been updated, you know, because we made the change from before. She tweaked it to show the 3% for the FICA and all the other stuff. So if we take the two that we changed, which is the police department, ACO, change it on this list, we'll get a quick bottom line.
on line 10-05 on page 2, what do you read for 2023 budget?
10-05.
896,581?
Yeah.
23.
Well,
What?
page 2, line 10-05, Public Works,
Okay.
2023 line item, 896,581. Is that what you see?
Yes, what are you getting at?
Well, the actual that we agreed to was 917,429. So these aren't correct.
Well,
These
there's,
got adjusted further because of the FICA and.
yeah, FICA
and
would
other
have
stuff.
changed
There was
some.
a health insurance.
But I thought we went through and changed.
No, we didn't do all that.
So it changed. It changed.
Are you talking about the notes that you kept in your book?
20,000.
What, where, that 9 number? What was that?
917,429.
Where you seen that? Is that notes you put in your book?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
917,4. I gotta get back to that page.
Yeah, but I know the bottom line was the, hold on a minute.
So we only changed personnel services by $6,000. That's not gonna change FICA by 20. And health and all that.
We had to change the health insurance. Somebody changed their plan.
Somebody changed it.
Their plan. It's the period of time they can change the plans.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I had,
917,429.
917,429.
Well, I just found it hard to believe it's gonna drop 20 grand.
So go through here.
I'll go back and double check that one.
Well, that just, I looked at a big number, right? I picked out the first big number just to try to look.
We had 262,914 for personnel services. You've got 249,184, which is 13 grand.
269,914, gasoline we put up to 8,400, diesel we put up to 28,000, vehicle maintenance we put up to 30,000.
Less than what you got.
She got that right.
Right,
That's
it's
right.
it's 0105.
That's right. Yeah, it's all 105 is changed. What's the person that changed?
That's the 13,000, you said?
That was a $6,000 drop.
13,000 dollars. It's
All right, I'll go back.
268 down to 262, that's what I
I'll go
had.
back and double check that, but I went through all the charts 3 times.
249.
All right, I guess if we use that number as is right there, do that. This is just for comparison. Put in the new numbers that we have for the police department, the ACO.
So we drop it.
That'll give us a much more accurate mill rate or change than we have right now.
Yeah, and the
I mean, if we're off $20,000 in public works,
it's
that's gonna
it's very minimal.
it's gonna be very small in the mill rate. So that's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
So let's get the budget mill rate right now. So what we had before, I didn't like.
If you look at it right now, it's $190,000 difference, not including police and animal control. So that's just about a mil. 3/4 of a mil.
So we put it down.
Up. Then we saved 40,000, so call it half a mil. We're up already before looking at debt service.
But didn't we start like in the positive
We
200?
started in the positive,
Like 200, right?
Yes, correct.
How's that?
Because
Carry
we have
over or
more
something.
we have a lot more revenues, and the budget didn't go up a huge amount like it did in the past years with all the asks and everything, which we were obligated to put in the beginning by the council's regulations.
Good.
So the revenues were up considerably this year.
So where are you at now?
So we would be about flush. If you started 200,000 up, because we're up
Right.
190 here, call it, right? And then we shaved 35,000 out of police and animal control.
Oh,
So that's up 155. So that's 3/4.
No, we didn't say that.
The proposed budget was 945 and we came down to 926.
No, but don't do that.
943, 341.
That was their proposal. Yeah, the latest. Do the latest one.
We're getting all kinds of money.
Put all
You're
kinds of
using
stuff
this
in
one,
there.
Craig.
Which one?
This sheet 2.
Yep. In there.
Right. So she had 896, 450, and we went up to 923, 351.
We went about 75,000.
So we went up about 27 grand there.
Yeah, it's altogether about 75,000 from original.
We went up 27 grand in the police.
Reserves 460.
I went down 10 grand in the animal control.
So animal control went down, call it 10 grand, and the, what would we say the total difference on the police department was?
About 27 grand up.
So 17 grand difference.
up. How do you get
So-
75?
So if we have a line, oops, no, I'm sorry, that's capital, I'm sorry.
What they had, their proposal.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's my 923, whatever.
Originally had.
No.
So it's approximately mill rate per 208.
Yes. And you started with revenues in excess of 269,316, so you started over a mil less.
I just did that sheet. Shit.
So just rough approximation, we take that 4.6 mil for 2023 for the total budget. And add, what do we say, about 20 grand to it? So I call it no, hold on.
It's almost 36,000.
What we have the total difference was that we had tonight?
30, I got 35,951. Because you added 46,901 to the police department and
46,951?
Then you cut 10,950, which is a net of 35,951 in
To
deposit.
the police, but we were 923,351 on the police, right?
No, I think I got mine wrong.
341.
I think what she's saying is right.
943, 341 was the
Police
final.
department, I have 923,351.
923,351 is the police department budget.
Yeah, I thought I wrote that down.
No, I texted it to Mike too.
923,
I think 350 wrong, but
Huh?
it's 923,351. I did it 4 times.
You did, about 27,000.
Yeah, I did it 4 times.
27,000.
Yep, 27,000.
Yep, 27,000.
Minus the 10,000, so it's 17,000.
Right.
Okay, so if you take the, okay, let's do this.
It's close enough not to figure it out.
663, 6,
We'll get rid of
right,
all
right,
that.
plus 17, 1, 2, 3.
Well, but add your 13 to the public,
Divided by 208.
public works, see if we know we're off.
22.5. Based on 208,000 per mil, 22.5.
Which you started out 269,318 to your favor. Less.
You're saying 22.5 mil rate?
No. No, we didn't cut it we didn't cut it.
I'm just, yeah,
But that's
$208,000 per mill rate, and with what we added, the budget was like 4.6 and some change, whatever it has there. So that was like 22.5 mill rate, I believe.
Is that without the capital budget?
That's just
Since you haven't done
the
that?
base budget. We're just using numbers to talk about. These aren't going to be published or anything. I just want to give an idea so that if we do make a decision on debt service of the 401, how that's going to affect it. We need a starting base. It's not going to be perfect and exact. I just want to make sure we're under whole numbers.
Should you have the 401 in that?
No, that was just for the budget. Just for the public department budget. It's just to get a starting point for the mill rate.
Yeah.
So as we move forward, this time next year, we should have a Excel spreadsheet that we can update so that we have a real time all the time. So if we need to start judging forward numbers back and forth,
We can
it's
do
going to be a
that.
lot easier. Yeah, we need to do that. I think that's going to have to be
You can put Excel
necessary.
on get a new computer down here. That's one of them.
We can, yeah, whatever.
So what the hell did we just?
So Mike, does that take into account the debt service?
No, not yet.
So that last
No,
line?
what I did, I just took the top, all the town departments, all the account numbers,
Yep.
and I took the 17th, I took that 4.663 million, added 17,000, and based on approximation of $208,000 per mill rate, it came out to, 22.5.
So if you did all this debt.
So now from that point, then it'd be an easier calculation of what happens when we change this, and this.
So you took all our
capital
departments.
funding and, hold on.
I got
My Mr. Page,
I
you
got
know.
23.5.
That's the debt service, right?
Well, the debt service, 5005, that's our current debt service,
And the
right?
debt service is already in there.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
It's already in
5005.
5005.
If there are no changes,
To the budget.
Oh, we're just going with this.
If there are no changes.
22.5, you're right.
The 6 million?
What?
Is that what we were calculating?
No, so you got to pull it off the total line, because if you go off the 6 million, that has the water and sewer, and it would come out of the water.
So
and
you're
sewer
going
revenue.
gross municipal budget?
Yeah, but then there's 200,000 in capital.
But you're already including that debt service.
I was gonna
the
say, that includes the debt
474.
service.
474 is
That
already in there.
includes the debt service as it's
As written, it's
presented.
22, actually.
So if
gone
you
down.
include everything, then we're at 23.5 mill rate.
It's a miracle.
What are you,
Right.
you're
I
counting it
don't know
at
how that
the,
happened with all this.
That's off the gross municipal budget
do a
line.
lot of work for no change. It's pretty impressive. Does that?
Thanks.
But you know it a lot better now, don't you?
What's that?
You know it a lot better, though, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
There you go.
So does that count the 200,000 positive we started out at this year?
You want to subtract that off the budget.
I'm kind of wondering
Bottom
that.
line. So
Right?
basically, if you just didn't, it.
You just
the
take a
other
mill off- you take a
$200,000
mill off
would
your capital
count
funding.
your capital funding, and that's your mill rate there, without acting adding in your capital.
Well, that's what I'm asking, yeah. I want to make sure I'm right, but.
So that's 22.5.
Usually not.
That's why it's lower.
So if we accept debt service as is, and I hope I remember this when these particular items come up in front of me in the council, so I don't go raving off like a lunatic again.
You will.
You weren't supposed to laugh at that. You weren't supposed to comment on that. I agree with both of you, by the way. So if we accept it as is, right now we're at 22.5.
Actually, it's going down from last year. Because I think we're at 23 something, right, with last year.
If the valuation stays the same, and you never know.
It may.
Is that going to be affected by us not being rated at 100% valuation now?
Actually, did that project make it in here?
That's also on the agenda, additionals. I didn't want to interrupt, but before you
It's coming up on additionals.
Yeah, before you
He's playing breakfast.
And then there's a debt service for the additionals.
No.
So, hold on, before we move on, how are we with the debt service as written? What's your feedback?
I think we need to see what the additionals are and come back to.
Okay, let's go to the additionals.
Reasonable, Craig. Reasonable.
First reasonable thing I've heard.
So we're talking this document, Catherine?
Yes, the additionals, and we have deleted 2 of them.
Where is that?
It's
That's the other package.
2023 additional request is only 3 line items.
Hey, look at that.
It's on my desk somewhere.
Comprehensive plan update?
So
Yeah.
first one, to just do the here, the assessing department year-round revaluation, 31,000.
Now that's a 4-year
That's just the one page.
That is,
thing.
that is the
First to 4.
That's the first year, and that's an estimate. I actually didn't get any bids, but our Robert says he said he would bid the next time. That's the bid is bringing it in.
So is this a reasonable number to carry?
That's a reasonable number for you.
Okay. So this 31,000 would be the first year of 4.
Yeah.
Which, and we
Which
discussed
you could
it.
get some, I mean, you're not getting revenue back, right? I mean, will you get 30?
Well, yeah.
No.
It's an investment, really.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
It hasn't been done forever, so.
Fairness,
Yeah, it's been a while, and thank you, Eric, for bringing that up. That's
I think
very
it's a good
excellent point.
idea.
The next one, the code enforcement department, part-time, full-time, we've talked about this ad nauseum.
This is the difference that's needed to be added to what's in the budget now to make it a full-time position.
What's in the budget right now?
The amount that's in the budget right now is $42,000 for the salary, and nothing is in there for the health insurance retirement.
So-
Except additional workers' comp, additional.
Is the 55 like, that's not just salary, right?
Correct. 30,800 at $35 an hour, which seems to be the going rate.
Okay.
That's the salary, and then the benefits and costs is $24,636.
We're on page 3.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Jesus.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I did the same thing, no worries.
I like that. I don't like to read much.
I go fast pictures.
Okay.
Okay, the last one,
And the last one quickly, we'll skip over the police, which through the officer, the building maintenance isn't needed because we're going to take care of it through capital.
And the last
We'll
one,
go
number 5,
to
please.
The comp plan update under municipal unclassified. And this too was bid out, and then KV Cog came forward and said, sorry, we missed your bid due date, we'll bid up the next time you bid it out. And hopefully, we have sent it out to 4 other planners, there are
Is-
a lot of planners now.
Is
So-
this the comprehensive plan? No, this is the.
No, that's a capital improvement plan.
Right.
The comp plan is the document that's up here.
Oh, no, that's all right.
That's going to be updated because we're in the 10th year.
Oh.
Yeah,
So
2013 is the last time.
It's like a necessity, I know.
Yeah, and normally you wouldn't, but there's been so much change since the COVID and everything, and the community's changing.
And honestly, if we're looking at funding the revaluation, which I would recommend, if we're looking at making the CEO full-time, which I would recommend, we're looking at investing in the infrastructure of this town, I think this would be a timing for a new comp plan that's going to be significant. I think it's overdue. You know, in this comp plan, I know the last one was referred to, read here and there, but it was never really considered the Bible. You know, it really should be inherent, you know, right, inclusive of the charter. So I agree with all three of these requests. I personally think they're all necessary and needed, especially the 1 and 2. And actually, the number 5 is a necessity anyway. So
I'm good with all three.
Yep.
Eric,
Yeah.
Pete,
Yeah, Brett.
good, perfect.
Heather, you want that back?
That was slick.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
When is when do we talk about the roads again? And like what we're gonna take out, if we're gonna take out a loan, if we're not, we're within a fund for that amount? I was just surprised we haven't even talked about roads, but I don't know where it comes up or when it comes up. Yeah, I know that, but
We
yeah.
briefly went over the capitals, and that was one that was listed for $1 million.
Again?
Another paving line.
Oh, what?
So last year, though, we made a list, right? We had a list of, that were necessary that we were gonna do. Like, what did we check off this list? I've been plugging this folder every meeting, waiting to talk about it.
Right. You know, you can bring things up on your own if you'd like.
Well, I figured it would come up, but it hasn't, until you just reminded me.
You're so dependable.
Yeah.
So we had like our list of worst roads.
Right.
So we had the East Corner Road. Has that been done?
That's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's being done.
Wood Road?
Yeah.
Has anybody been down that road?
Have you driven on the Beans Corner Road?
That'll have potholes in it by next year.
I haven't used all the way. They've been working on it for a while.
It's the worst paid job I've ever seen.
Mike, drive down.
They're not done, are they?
Yeah.
They're done?
Done.
Yeah, Mike, drive on that road. That's horrible.
I'll wait till I get my snowmobile over there.
No, I would encourage
But
anybody
it's-
on the council, go drive that road and see what's there. I'm not a paving guy.
All right.
I don't think it's newly paved. I wouldn't consider it that.
That wasn't a
Was that
reclaim,
reclaim
was
or
it?
was it an overlay?
That's what I was getting right at.
Oh, wasn't it a reclaim?
That's the binder coat. The first
just
coat.
a-
Yeah, I don't think it's done. It doesn't look done by any means.
Please tell me that's, yeah, I hope
They
that's
should
not
be
done.
done. It's
Well, what
the-
happened to the temperature issue we were having? Where'd that go?
We called Donnie every time we saw the truck, and he got out there and made them stop until it was up to the proper temperature.
Oh.
It was.
I hope it's not done.
This was the most difficult
Right.
company to work with.
Like I said, I'm not a paving guy,
All
so.
companies.
No, I was hoping,
So, we're all in agreement on the debt service, are we? You want to go back and talk about that a little more?
We keep it, we're going to go up to 23 in the middle, right, roughly.
This is back to where we are.
Pay for the,
Yeah, with that.
Oh, debt
additional
service?
that goes up to about 20.
Right, about 23.
What was it this year, 24?
No, we were right, 23 something. I believe.
that means we're all in on the. Yeah.
Honestly, I don't see a lot of fluff and unnecessary stuff in there. There's significant money in there for investments in the future, and I mean by the assessor, the CEO, you know, the money that we put in for loans for these road projects. And, you know, shame on us as a town for not doing that regularly all along, because those roads have suffered for years.
So no paving next year.
Hopefully, what's that?
So no Jason's.
I'm saying we're
No
paving. We need to continue paving.
It should be a regular yearly thing. So anyway,
But we
so
have,
what?
so we have,
Million in there.
there is? I just, where are you getting
Where
it?
it's, it shows a
It's on
million every
the
year.
chart.
On what chart? This one?
That's the old chart that you wanted all the projects.
The old chart?
Yeah.
I just got it tonight.
No, what
You
has
bought-
it done?
How the hell is
All
it
the
old?
projects. So under your tab 6,
Okay. You got $1 million in there.
your first chart that you can unroll, 11 by 17, has $1 million listed under page 30, or project 30, and then also you can't see, A27.
Project
Under
27. where it is,
A27.
Project 27 million. That was 2022.
It's 2023. Did you do the first
Okay.
chart?
No, probably not.
That's it.
Okay, got it now.
But I thought only the bolded stuff was what was being calculated.
The colored items for, I was asked to go through the projects that have been approved to date to know which ones were completed, and that's what I did. And I made 3 different categories for them, plus the one generator off by itself.
So, but right now, there's no money going in, whether it's a loan or tax dollars going into paving for next year.
So looking at this now, we went and took out the paving loan, got all excited, and we still haven't made a payment because we haven't gotten a bill. So we could have taken, made the loan so it would have been later.
But for 2023, we don't have a paving loan on tap.
Well, where's capital in this? On page 2, capital's not, if it's 1.945 million.
It doesn't.
No, that's not.
What? Right, but where, it's not, it's at least over $1 million if we have $1 million in for paving.
Yeah, it's on the capital improvement plan.
Yeah, but capital.
Yeah, but on your question is,
Yeah.
we're showing 200,000. You talking about the $200,000 here?
I'm just wondering where it is, period. It's.
Yeah, it's on the capital.
Well, capital funding raising budget, 4505.
That's where the monies that are raised by taxation for the capital
So-
projects are. We don't put the overall loans into the municipal budget. They go into the capital
Okay.
improvement budget.
And then the debt services
CIP
go
and
into
debt-
here.
and debt
Yeah.
service.
That
Which
service
is where the
$7
$1 million
million
loan
For the
last
lease
year comes
purchase,
into play.
yes.
Is
So,
that
but
debt
but
service?
5005 does not carry anything for paving in 23.
No,
Correct.
not 23.
5005,
Just 4505 does not either, right?
All right, so
So right now, we don't have any funding for next year for paving.
until you get the loan, correct.
Well, we don't even have it in
It's
the
not on. it's
budget
not
or
on-
anything.
But it's on the capital improvement plan, so it's
No, but when
you're
we're-
eligible to do it.
So we'll have to talk about that now, I guess?
So it either has to be listed in capital improvement or debt service in order for us to even consider it next year.
Yes.
But as long as it's on one, we can consider it.
We can take a loan for it, basically.
If anything's on the CIP and you can figure out how to fund it, either because you put the money in the budget because it's a lease purchase, which usually needs a payment up front or quickly in order to do it, or we get a loan and shove the payment into the next year.
But, if the residents of town of Pittsfield are voting on a budget, we're basically holding $1 million out of that vote. If we think we're gonna do it now, we should put it in here so they know what they're voting for.
Well, because the.
No, it should be in there.
It should be in there, because that's gonna raise the mill rate by, on a 20-year loan on $1 million, well, we know what it is, right, because the last year. Yeah. Right, so what did that change our debt service, right? So that changed it $107,000,
Right.
which will be another $500,000.
It was 23 and a half.
That, I feel that needs to be in there, because if not,
So we can't put it in the budget. Usually there's more time and I put out handouts that list all the projects that have been approved by the council so far. And then the citizens have that and know what the ordinances mean, which I will still do. It just won't be out there for a couple of weeks like it usually is.
Right, but why wouldn't that go into debt service now?
Well, you can put it in now if you want to.
I mean, I would think that it should be there so that people can see what they're voting on, right? Because we're sitting here saying that we're going to do it. Right, I mean, this is theoretical, right? But
Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't be in there like Bernard's truck.
Right, I think it should be reflected in there. Yep.
You can do that, and we would structure the loan so we would make the first payment right off.
Well,
You're gonna do the paving next year, so you're gonna start making some payments. Should be in there.
I think it should be in there.
I agree.
So the funding source for all these paving projects was agreed to come from the Pittsfield Future Fund. So that means that I would change the revenue budget by the amount of the debt service payment that you add, so it's a wash. If you continue in the same vein as you have on the past project.
And that defeats it.
And it
Right.
defeats it. Yeah,
That defeats
this is
the
right. Yeah.
This year would deplete the fund.
Well, what happens is each
You're
time we
right.
make a loan payment, the Pittsfield Future Fund goes down.
Yep, okay.
So the intention was to not ask for a line item for paving under the public works because those loans were taken out to cover the roads that we're doing now. Is that what you're saying? Because it's a very obvious thing, because I remember my last year here, we bit the bullet, put $500,000 in a line item for paving. Decided to do that for the next 20 years or so, and due to the budget constraints, they got knocked down to 100,000. But I don't see that line item anywhere of any amount.
I mean, I just think that if we have the intention.
Well, I know. This is my concern. Last year's budget had a line item, I don't know, 10,000, 100,000, whatever it was, but there's nothing like that in here. Am I missing something here?
Well, you got the 2019 CIP paving for 88,000. And you got 2020 CIP paving for 82,000. And then last year's paving for 138. It's in your debt service.
And each payment shows up
Right.
the next year, but if you want to
Right.
put it.
Right, but those are previous budgets. We don't have anything in here for 2023. That was the question that was raised, and I just went looking.
Oh,
through
yeah,
it.
yeah.
No, there's nothing in there for 2023.
Right.
Well, because it's here, we can decide on it.
Correct.
We can vote on it. But that's basically saying, we know that we're gonna encumber those funds this year, but we're not gonna divulge that until after the budget's approved, and then we'll.
Well,
That's a shady deal. to
Well, I
me.
make a list of all the items so people know this is going to happen.
I mean, to Mike's point, there was supposed to be a line item in the public works.
The line item's been showing up the next year, but if you want to put it in this year, we can structure the loan differently.
No. What do you mean the next year? That line item is a public works
It's
line
supposed to
item
be,
every year.
It got taken out, but we put it back in. And it was supposed to be a line item every year now for.
That's what we show the taxpayers, because that's what they look for. Okay, what's your budget for public works? Oh, you got 100,000 in there for paving. Okay, what do you plan on paving? Well, we got this part of that part of it. Not saying, what was that list that you just showed, that 11 by 17? What was that?
That's our CIP.
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as it's on there, we can do something with it.
Okay, so, so if we, right now, vote on it, pass the budget the way it is, we have, so there's no money in the budget for paving.
None reflected.
No line item reflected.
Needs to be. It was last year. It was last year.
Right, exactly. So if we have, it was last year. What?
What's that? No,
Well, I know. I'm just going over my head. Why isn't it? It just seems
so
silly
is
to
it
me
the
why we're
operational
used
budget
differently
last year?
every year. Yeah, there was. Like $100,000.
That's what I'm asking, because
Line item.
Yeah, it was a line item. So you're saying that Pittsfield Futures Fund, if there's paying to be required, we take it from that?
Well, that would make sense, because it was over $1 million.
What council?
Last
year's council?
Several years ago. So in 2018, we would use the Pittsfield's Future Fund.
How was the Pittsfield's future? What do you mean the Pittsfield's future? What's that? Where's that money come from?
It's the former Maine Perks money that was thrown back to the town after the federal government ordered Maine Perks to give all the towns back their money.
Yep, that was at what, 1.8, 1.5 million. So how long are we going to dip in that before that goes away? We can't continually do that every year. We need to have a line item in there. So honestly, I don't have an issue with not having it in this budget if we can do that, because that's money that we have and we'll have to have it approved before the council to do so. Otherwise, we're going to have to relook at this and put in a line item on this. But we have no number from the Public Works, because he was told he didn't have to work up a number for paving, which...
Well, how much is left in that fund?
We did that ourselves. He didn't do it for us last year.
No,
we just said we're going to put in $1 million and we did it.
Do we
We
know
didn't
how
take
much
input
left in
from
the fund?
Don.
Right, but we have a line item to put into it, and now we're still doing it, but we're hiding it behind the Pittsfield Futures.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, you can put it in if you want to.
Well, no, we can. We understand that, Catherine, but I don't understand where the disconnect was. Why every budget I've seen, including last year, had a line item under Public Works for paving. But this year we don't. You said it's because of the decision made several years ago by the council to take it out of Pittsfield Futures Fund.
Well, no. It's
Something's not adding up.
No, you indicated that you would take it out of the Pittsfield's Future Fund, but when we put the payment on the debt service, then I put it on the revenue budget too, so it's a wash. I would add it to the revenue budget also.
Well, let's go back to Craig's point. I got it right.
You did.
The taxpayer's going to want to see something. What are we getting for our money? I mean, we could say, every person asks that question, here's what we do, here's why we're going to do it. You don't see it, but trust us, it's going to be there. We'll make the numbers match and we'll get it paid the way you need. So it kind of loses accountability either to the council or to the Public Works Director to come up with a number, put on the line item. Yeah, quick.
Do you want to pave the roads next year?
Yep,
Okay.
sure do.
Decide how much you want to pay for it then, and then put it in there.
No, I understand that. I get that, but I'm just concerned this whole process, why we have this kind of discussion at this 11th hour, where it should be a regular, simple line item.
Right.
Public Works, paving.
So, Catherine, can we reflect that in the revenue and in the line item on the debt service?
We can reflect it in both. And the reason why it's not in your budget for the year that you talk about it for the next year is that the payment isn't due until the following year. But if you want to reflect it, we can put it in here and structure the loan so we don't wait a year to make the payment. We make a payment at the end of the year instead of making it the next year.
I think
We can do
sure.
that.
So
you're telling me that we didn't make a payment in 22?
For each of these, they show up the next year.
So we
But
should-
I understand your point, because I would have to make a document that explained what we were doing. I wouldn't have to do that.
We didn't make a payment on the work we just did.
So where's the payment for the $1 million we just did this year? It's going to be next year's budget, right? Should be reflected on that.
It is the 107,000
Plus the 31,000.
plus 31
interest,
interest,
138.
138.
that's debt service.
It's like a year behind, you know.
Yeah, they're like it, you make the big payment the next year.
Yeah.
But if you want to put it in here, we can structure it different. It will reduce your interest payment, your first one.
I mean, maybe we do it this year because our mill rate has gone down. Put it in there and then it will kind of stay the same. It won't be so.
I think so.
So what if it goes lower and then it all hits at once and then it jumps way up? It won't be so painful this year.
Okay,
if the
summarize
mill
what
rate
you're proposing here.
So my thought is that we put it in here just like we have for the fire engine, the 2 trucks. We put it in there now, but we also reflect the dip for the first year out of the fund to cover that, so we show that on the revenue line item. and we actually make the first payment in the year that we start paving, which reduces our interest.
It will reduce the interest.
But the taxpayers actually see us doing another paving project coming up this year, but it costs them nothing on their taxes. Absolutely.
It is clearer. I won't have to write up the separate paper and everything.
Yeah, clear is good.
Clear is good, that's right.
So how, go ahead.
Are you looking at me?
No, I thought one of you started
Oh,
talking.
sorry. I mean, we also had Donnie might have to speak to it, but the culverts. So we got 70 grand in there for culverts that we didn't address.
This year.
Yeah, it's in here. I don't know how accurate it is anymore.
He's got
70 grand for the next 3 years for rebuilding bridges, culverts, and other projects. I guess.
Yeah, he's got in the budget,
Which is what we approved last year, right? 1.07 or something. 1.07.
culvert and catch basin cleaning, 16,000.
We put the 70,000 with the $1 million.
Right. Which is, I would assume, what we would
Makes
do again.
sense.
So just keep that in mind when we go with that. No, you keep it in mind. I'm not going.
My pen doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
So,
Now that's a stop adding things now.
all right, so are we in agreement and clear on what we'd like to do for the paving of Public Works?
I mean, I think that's what I would like to see.
Council?
Yep. You're adding the 1.07 million? Right.
I'm going to figure out I'm going to go upstairs, the main municipal bond bank site, get the best interest rate, figure out what the payment is, and add it to both expenditure and revenue to be a wash.
Okay.
I think that's the
So
right transparent.
how is that going to be reflected on these line items?
I'm going to put it into the debt service as an expenditure,
Okay.
and put it into the big revenue budget that falls out as a revenue,
Okay.
and that'll be zero.
So when if this question gets asked 7 days from now, can we explain this and sell this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's, the supplemental information request, are we all set with that?
We
I mean,
are,
I know
yes.
some information.
Yes, you've
we
received
talked
it.
about snow plow.
Yeah, you'll receive
Police Department, Animal Control, all set, capital budget allocations, debt service, additionals, anything else? Council would like to discuss? So, hearing nothing of that sort, I would like to say that the process is set up so that we go through segment by segment, step by step. As we approve one, we put it aside, put it on the shelf. When we get all approved, we come into one book. It's one budget. So I just want everyone to be prepared. So next week, there may be a lot of questions, and maybe none, maybe place to be full, maybe not. But I want to make sure everyone's comfortable with being able to sell the budget or support the budget. Not necessarily have to explain the details why we all work together, and Catherine's kind of the keeper of all that kind of knowledge. So, is everyone comfortable with this budget the way it is? I mean, because we're council we represent, and we'll be asked questions, not only here, but they'd be offline.
I just ask that we double check our figures for the updated.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I'll
Yeah,
go
some of
through.
those.
I went through 3 times. I'll go through one more time.
Anything at all, council?
And you'll receive an updated ordinance that will be on the agenda. You have 3 or 4 ordinance items, I think 3 this year, that will have different figures in there that makes this all a reality under the law. As well as an updated budget.
So I'll go around the room and see if, how we all stand with it. Peter?
What do you mean? How can I stand for something that I don't even know what the numbers are, the final numbers are?
We have an idea what.
For what we've done so far, yeah, I'm good, but I haven't seen any final numbers on what it's gonna do with taxes or anything.
Well, we have a very good idea.
We have an idea, but.
No, I understand. I'm not saying to accept. It's not like we're not within that far of getting the right number.
Okay. Yeah.
I know we're going to have a chance to see it before next week. Fred?
I'm all set.
Craig?
I think so. Debt service is the only thing kind of giving me heartburn.
Yeah, you can, after the public hearing, you can make changes if you feel you need to.
At some point, you gotta tear off the Band-Aid, right? I mean, it's gonna,
It's best not to, but you can.
well, you have to, right? I mean,
Well, the debt
it's not
service says,
rather-
well, that 22.5, that's the number we worked approximating the mill rate. That was based on the acceptance of debt service as is. I don't like how it's done either. 3 vehicles in there. I don't like that system.
We kind of we just waxed that whole thing. Yep, we're good. Let's go. It's like we had heartburn for a minute, and then we figured out what the mill rate was going to be. Like, oh, we're all good to go. But
Well, we approved.
I understand.
We approved the 3/4 ton dump,
Wheeler.
the wheeler, the public works truck, and then his engine that he wanted for 5 years.
The problem is if we don't do it,
Just because
Right.
they've been asking for years and years.
Right, yeah, I mean, it would have been,
At
But if
some
I were-
point, they're all broken and you have to fix them.
right, no, I understand it. It was just kind of too quick for me. I just like, all right, it's got a lot of money spent there.
you're a slow yes, are you?
So, 2 things about this we need to keep in mind is that
No longer be-
it's not the fact that we're looking at this one specific budget. There are a number of things that we've discussed, that we've gone through. I mean, simple things like the format of the Excel spreadsheet. Simple things, how it's laid out. But if it'll help us understand a little better, I already mentioned to Catherine during the break, is that I think we as a council starting next year is, okay, what do we expect as an output? What tools can we give to her that she can give the department heads enough? One standardized Excel spreadsheet, one standardized, something simple like that. So we've seen that going through this paperwork is exercise in futility, it feels like sometimes. So if we can kind of look at this, well, let's look at this form, maybe this will help us better, because we went through this painful process. And if we don't look at this somehow a little bit differently, then shame on us, we'll repeat it again. And so what I'm taking out of this is that there are some changes that we need to make. I'm not happy with the budget, I never am, every year, ever. I don't like how those 3 items are on that debt service that really haven't been presented formally to the council without an estimate. But the other thing I need to reiterate is that if we're not comfortable with it, and if we can't sell it, if we can't support it as representatives of this town, we need to say that now. So if you're comfortable, okay, let me put it another way. If you can represent this.
Absolutely. Pass is a straight face test.
Okay.
Everything we talked about, I think.
Yep.
I'm not super happy. I guess I'm kind of proud of it, honestly. I mean, we can come out. I don't know how the hell that happened with the mill rate. I really don't. It seemed like we added, and then we got to the end of the day where.
Yeah, I'm going to double check it, but we did.
That makes sense.
Maybe we'll have another meeting next Monday.
We did start out in the positive.
Right, basically a little over a mill, right?
Yeah.
But it's still. No, I'm satisfied. I'm not going to say I don't agree with it. I agree with it.
Yep,
I'm on
good.
board with it.
what we're providing, I think we're doing a.
Yep. I think this is, I don't think there's any council ever say, man, I can't wait till budget season. Especially where we're the 4th, 5th council that are doing it for free.
Yeah, it's not hunting season anymore. It's budget season.
Yeah. I'm gonna go work with Brad.
Jason, 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 are you good with it?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, I think so.
I know we'll get the latest numbers, it'll be a tweaked number here and there, but I think we've pretty much fleshed out this skeleton.
I think a lot of this we could definitely be a lot more efficient if we get the actual, like, we all have computers, we can all operate those things, they can all be read-only, so we're not really like manipulating the actual thing, but.
Yep.
Like, that was right in front of us.
Real time. Okay, we make this change. What's the bottom line?
Yeah, jeez.
I mean, for us to, is it the proper way to look at what the mill rate is, set up a budget? That's not the only thing to look at, but you have to take that into consideration. And we should have started right from the very beginning. Okay, but the closer we get to the end, the more important those decisions become, because we're coming to the end, we're done making changes. What is the mill rate? We should know that as we go.
Right.
And then once we get that assessment, that's going to take a 4-year thing. But I think the mill rate is actually going to be more reflective down than what we're actually reflecting now, and that is a negative impact on potential businesses and lenders and us as a municipality.
If we can increase, anytime you can increase your offerings without impacting the wallet at all, you should be awful proud of yourself, especially in a year where there's 20% inflation.
Any
this is great.
final words?
Nope.
All right.
Starting earlier next year.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to say it was a difficult process. Thank you all very much. You did a hell of a job, everybody. So I'll look for an adjournment.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second. Thank you.
Quick 7-hour meeting. Why we start at 5?
Wow, only 7? So we can finish on the same day we started. if we start right at the time, we'll be another hour and a half. I won't be home the same day I left. I can tell you that. Be home one thing. Hey, we've done that before too.
Too late, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't have it in the book because the form.
That's fine.
Too late when he cleans
Oh, there's a facility.
Brent, like, you're off. You know, there you consider to make sure all takes off the agenda, okay? And I am glad you are.
First, like, Sippy Paul.
Don't worry, you'll have some fun with
For free!
There we go. Now they're all done. Yes, ma'am. Put your pen back. Thanks, Bernie. Appreciate you hanging with us.
Good night, buddy.
I can't believe you're fine.
I guess it's only been a year.
Why is that?
Well, when I'm being an ass, you can call me Ron. And when I'm making a good point, call me Craig.
Well, it depends if it were
Something else.
I'm waiting for it. I was waiting for it tonight.
Oh, come on now. 5 years ago, maybe.
Oh, goodness.
5 weeks ago, maybe.
Ron, you did have a good point on the loan payment. That's always bothered me, but we wouldn't put it in for the following year because you wasn't due.
Right.
Right up a sheet saying we're doing this.
Yeah, no, and I get that. I am like ultra transparent. That's kind of my thing. I just love ultra transparent.
I make it transparent, but I have to mark it.
That's right. And you put the explanation in there, but somebody has to work at it to follow as well, versus just being able to put it in there. Makes it so much easier. You guys have a wonderful evening.
All right, I haven't had any food all day.
Oh, Kevin, that's too much.
I'm surprised I'm still able to concentrate here.
I had a slice of pizza for a late breakfast and buttered toast for a team. So I'm a little ahead of you. Catherine, nice work. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.